boys and girls of every age, wouldn't you like to see something strange?
Come with us and you will see this our town of Halloween.
This is Halloween, this is Halloween, pumpkins scream in the dead of night. This is Halloween, everybody make a scene, trick or treat till the neighbors gonna die of fright.
It's our town, everybody scream in this town of Halloween.
I am the one hiding under your bed, teeth ground sharp and eyes glowing red.
I am the one hiding under your stairs, fingers like snakes and spiders in my hair.
This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween.
In this town we call home, everyone hail to the pumpkin song. In this town, don't we love it now? Everybody's waiting for the next surprise.
Round that corner man hiding in the trash can, something's waiting on the pouncing how you'll
Scream, this was Halloween.
Red and black and slimy green.
Aren't you scared? Well, that's just fine. Say it once, say it twice, take a chance and roll the dice. Ride with the moon in the dead of night. Everybody scream, everybody scream.
in our town of Halloween.
I am the clown with the tearaway face. You're in the flesh and gone without a trace.
I am the who and you call who's there. I am the wind blowing through your hair.
I am the shadow on the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fright.
This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween.
Halloween, Halloween. Tender rumblings everywhere. Life's no fun without a good scare.
That's our job to win a mean in our town of Halloween.
In this town,
Don't we love it now? Everyone's waiting for the next surprise.
Skeleton Jack might catch you in the back
And
and
scream like a batty.
make you jump out of your skin. This is Halloween,
Everybody scream.
would you please make way for a very special guy? Our man Jack is king of the pumpkin patch. Everyone hail to the pumpkin king now. This is Halloween, this is Halloween, 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 Halloween.
In this town we call home. Everyone hail to the pumpkin song.
La 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 Halloween, Halloween, la 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 Halloween, Halloween, la 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 Halloween, Halloween, la 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 la.
How's it going? Ah, shit. How is it going, ladies and skeletons? That is the V Shoujo cover of This Is Halloween. What a great song. How you guys doing? I'm doing pretty well. I have an appointment later in around in a couple hours. So this is going to be kind of a short one. Going to be a little bit long. How you guys doing? I uploaded the Halloween animation that I had been working on for a little while. People seem to enjoy it. Got a bunch of positive comments, including a couple super thanks, which are nice. Glad people are having fun with it. And the same day I was on That Being Said podcast on Sunday to go over the outage outrage, which I call it, the Comcast shenanigans. Kind of dark and grim, I guess, a little bit, but you know, it's my sense of humor, I guess.
Hey, just so you know you didn't earn that kill, okay? Dead.
Hey, Phil,
What?
shut the f*** up.
You may recognize that music from the coffin of Andy and Lele. I give a big thanks to all of my Twitch subs, all my YouTube members. This was a lot of work, just writing all of these. 50 plus Twitch subs. Everyone is represented here. It's a lot of fun though. Think you caught the guy's fever? I'm feeling okay. It's pretty cold today here in Tejas. Let me check the temperature, actually. It's like 37 degrees and raining. Apparently Suit is uploading a lot of clips here. Oh boy, what a weekend. Some big drama, some little dramas. What should we start out with? I guess we should start where it all ends. The usual, the Twitter. Let's take a look at the tweets that were written over the past few days. It's getting spooky up in here with this, yeah. We have only one more day until the reveal of the guy's Halloween costume. My guess on that being said was like Mario, something really lame like that. Who knows what it could be? Let's see what he said. Everyone, I am sick today. You are sick every day, dude. You are definitely in need of medical assistance in some way or another. That means 2 streams are canceled and 1 is postponed until tomorrow. Well, you know what you could have done during that time? You could have watched that movie that you were saying you were going to watch and do a review on. I watched the Five Nights at Freddy's movie on Sunday morning before the podcast, just to be prepared. But for no reason, because this dude overpromised and under-delivered, as always, and didn't give us our Five Nights at Freddy's review. But it's an okay movie. I'll say it's okay. I guess 6 or 7 out of 10. I'll give it one of those. Good if you're a fan of the games, I guess. You get to see your animatronic monsters in rendered in pretty realistic fashion. That's one thing I will say positive about the movie is that it was made in conjunction with the Jim Henson Company. So there's a lot of CG, sure, but there's also a lot of practical effects, which look pretty good. And the music was good, not just the licensed music, like the 80s music, but also the atmospheric movie, like the synthwave horror. I'm a big fan of synthwave stuff. It had a good tone and vibe to it, musically. But yeah, I hypothesize that DSP will do his usual and complain about things that nobody complains about, like that. Like if you know the games, this isn't a spoiler, but not only are the animatronics possessed by ghosts, they're also shells for bodies within them. I mean that's basically shown essentially within like the first minute of the movie that people are being put inside the animatronics. But DSP is of course going to be like, well, why didn't anybody ask why the cops couldn't smell like the dead bodies inside of the machines? Don't you know that when bodies rot, they smell bad? Obviously, they didn't think of that, huh? It's like, no, Phil, people didn't care. Like, you're not some genius who looks beneath the surface and everything. You're just an obsessive weirdo who asks questions that nobody literally cares about, because no one cares, dude. I suspect there are going to be stupid things like that. How did the cops not know? Or he's probably going to miss the fact that that the reason the Yellow Rabbit was able to hide out in the Freddy Fazbear's for so long is because his daughter was bringing him food and stuff. So he could just hide out there, I guess. How did they not know? How did no one see this? I will... Oh, jeez, hold on. Got a cough. I'm not getting sick. Just got some gunk in my throat. I will absolutely be back for tonight's Spider-Man 2 stream at 6:45 on DSP Gaming. However, I'm feeling around 50% better. What is this percentage stuff, I guess? It's very reminiscent of Chris Chan, but of course, DSP picks up on it. What is going on here? Why is his tongue out? I don't know. We might as well just look at some of these clips. DSP cried again. He cried yet again over Spider-Man. Let's see if I can find that clip. Unrecorded bit. There it is. It's up at the top. I didn't even see it. Well, let me tell you something. What do we got here?
They are pigeons.
Let them see the world outside this city.
They are pigeons.
Can you take them up north for me?
This guy
Somewhere
again.
Oh, I don't know. Howard, this is your family.
It's their time. Try a whistle.
Okay, if you're sure. Let's go, birdies!
Oh man, I'm gonna be crying on this one.
Really?
I'll follow the waterfront for a bit.
Oh man, I'm gonna be crying on this one.
You're doing it again.
Battery Park. Some nice memorials and stuff to poop on. Howard wanted you guys to see the world, though.
You're not gonna laugh
Keep
about the poop,
looking.
Phil. You're too sad to talk about the poop.
Doing it again, goddammit! My heartstrings, I
Let's
can't
hit the
take it,
Brooklyn
man.
Bridge.
I'm already
Gonna have
sick.
some great views.
I can't take this shit.
That doesn't make sense, Phil.
Already,
Being sick
I'm
doesn't
already
make you cry
horribly
more.
Emotional. I feel like crap, and now they're gonna do this to me, make me cry all night. How dare you have good writing in the Spider-Man game twice?
You're a weird
How dare
sociopath,
you.
Phil.
It's not acceptable. It's not expected.
You're weirdly sociopathic, and you seem to think that no one notices, dude. What the fuck?
God damn it!
Oh my god! Stop it! DSP, you skipped over so many RPGs this year that could have actually made you have emotions.
All right, here we go.
But you'd rather play.
Tasting my own salty tears.
What the fuck?
Hey, Pidgey, do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll. You can do a barrel roll. I had no idea. I had no effing idea you could do this.
Hold on, Phil. You were crying.
Harry and I
They're all
used to
doing
hang
it.
there every day
Did you
after
forget you were
school.
crying?
It's where I live.
Wow.
I guess you did.
What's up, bird?
Oh, hold on a second.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Wow, a regatta.
I'm crying.
Let's check it out. Don't worry, birds. We're almost there.
Do another barrel roll, just for fun. Oh my god.
Yeah, just for fun. You're having
Fall
fun.
apart.
You're not sitting here trying to
When you
act
go
like you're
back, that guy's
crying.
gonna be dead.
Oh,
I guarantee
like
it.
our web wings?
What?
When you go back, that guy's gonna be dead.
Oh.
Wow. How sensitive, Phil. We go back there, he's gonna be dead and know it.
I guarantee
Like our
it.
web wings? Means a lot coming from Howard's pigeons.
Oh man.
Oh man. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be
Gonna miss
crying.
chasing you
Oh,
birds
shit.
all over
Whoops,
the
I
city.
fucked
Well,
up.
I blew the mission. They should
God
make you
damn it.
start it over completely. Because you failed. You're like, yeah, you suck, Spider-Man. You hit the water.
What?
Oh.
What are you trying here, man? He really does not know what he's doing, huh?
Oh man.
Oh man. So anyways. Emotion, right? How do I
Insane you can fly like Superman in this.
Superman. You're gliding.
Find a place for my babies to be free.
Oh no.
Thought of a place over in Queens. A little spot I used to go to with an old friend. Tons of space for Pidgey and the gang.
That sounds nice. Thanks. Not many folks have been kind to me in my life.
And apparently he's
Anytime, Howard. And you can still visit them. Take the train
Well, I
out.
don't think he's doing that.
Gonna drop these birds off and I'll be right back.
Oh shit.
should have said game over right there.
That's
Said
it
you
for
suck.
Howard. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, this is it. Your new home. Pidgey, you're in charge.
Wiping his
Wow.
eyes.
Okay, I'm exhausted. I'll hitch the train back.
Wait, so he has tissues there. But how many times has he gotten up from his chair to blow his nose? But he has tissues just right there, just within reach. I wonder why. Okay, Phil.
Better go check on Howard. He must
You
be
ain't there,
missing him
dude.
already.
Top tip, $6.
Yep. He knew he was gonna die. He
Lost,
knew it was at the end of his life.
lost 250 members. You know what you're really sad about?
Oh, hey, Spider-Man.
Hey, sorry. Friend of mine.
Take all the time you need. If it helps, it looked like he was at peace.
Oh, he did die.
Was.
Well, shit.
He's finally on that adventure with his wife.
Wow.
Wow. You okay, buddy?
Don't worry, Howard. The flock is free.
You need to go to the other room and
Yeah, he was one of the side content guys in the first game, right? I think he's doing stuff with his pigeons. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh man. Wow.
Why are they doing this to me on a day when I already feel like shit? And now my sinus is gonna be destroyed. They're already clogged. How dare they? Of all the days to do that?
What the fuck, dude?
That's like 2 in a row too. They did the grandfather one too. Like, god damn it, man.
You're the one who decided to play this game today. They didn't do anything. They just have the part in the game, and you decided to play it at this point when you have a clogged nose. Like, what the fuck? Like, he literally does not understand, like, what emotions are. Like, what the fuck? What a weird, creepy dude, huh?
They're killing me.
They're killing you. What? Just because you're not feeling well doesn't mean you're more likely to cry over emotional moments. Like, what? I guess he's got to make it a moment, and he doesn't care how little sense it makes because there's no one around to be creeped out by it.
Oh.
Sadness, am I right? Oh man, pathos. Am I right, guys?
They got me. Well, the only thing left is the photo op or the story, so I guess we'll do the story.
Man, aren't human emotions crazy? Get you guys?
Right.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. And other such meaningless expressions. Oh man. Oh my god. Wow.
Alright. Now I gotta blow my nose so I can continue to play. Oh man.
You have tissues right there. I'm like, did he? Oh my god. Okay. Get up and leave. Leave the stream so we get an empty chair for no reason.
How dare they have that mission tonight of all times?
How dare they?
Oh.
How dare they have that mission tonight? You're the one who chose to play it again. Again, it's like this weird sort of knee-jerk need to believe that he's the victim. Like, the game didn't victimize you. Like, what the hell? How dare they? What do you mean, how dare they? Blue, blue, blue. Blue, 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 blue. Cry me a river. You're just standing in the middle of the road. And people are honking at him.
I'm gay, I'm gay, I'm gay, totally gay. Fuck you, Phil. You lose. Try again from the beginning. I hope not. I hope no one fucks horse.
Can someone give me directions to the nearest cafe?
Money, poop, butts, and money, poop, butts, food, and schedules.
I turned into a cartoon.
Really?
Help God, help, 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 help. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Move, Spider-Man! I'm late for work! Ha 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 ha. Spider-Man, I work at a hospital! Get out of the way! I know if I run you over, the Avengers they're gonna impound my car. Spider-Man, you're a dick. I hate you, Spider-Man.
Okay.
Spider-Man, my shift is almost over.
Oh. Oh, my back.
Oh, my back.
Now.
Spider-Man, my boss is calling me.
Like, no exaggeration. All right. This is an absolute prime example. What's going on right now?
What you're
It's an
banning?
absolute prime example of the difference between all those years, the 5+ years, right? That I was
What?
An offline YouTuber versus a live streamer. You know, there were absolutely moments and missions back in the day that would hit me with a lot of emotion back then. And
no. What even was that statement? Try to diagram that sentence without your head exploding. This is a prime example, no exaggeration, of the difference between being a live streamer and an offline YouTuber. Okay, I mean, we saw him play Doki Doki Literature Club, and none of that hit him emotionally. DSP, this is a prime example of you trying to be emotionally manipulative on cue because you're at $18 in tips.
I would have the ability to just stop recording and deal with it off camera and then come back.
There's been so many emotional moments in games that he just like laughs at and acts at because he hates it when a video game tries to have any sort of agency.
You know?
Yeah. It's indicative. It's very suspicious. Makes you think there's things going on behind the scenes that he's refusing to elaborate on.
And
oh wow, how emotional, man! That was a real emotional belch right into the microphone, man.
Excuse me. Whew.
No, you're not excused.
But today I'm on stream. What do I do, right?
I don't know. You can turn the webcam off. You can mute the microphone. You could just be like, hold on, guys, I need a moment. But no, you want to broadcast it out on the internet because you want people to feel sorry for you?
I didn't say that I hate waffles!
How's it going, good Roberts? I'm feeling good. I finished the Halloween animation, and I feel pretty good about it. And they seem to be happy with it. And I like it.
I'm certainly not going to, I'm not gonna like turn the stream off or something.
You don't have to turn the stream off. You can turn the webcam off. You can turn the microphone off. You've done all of that before, but okay. Just got to make sure to milk every penny you can out of your dents.
Right?
Right? I don't know, man. You could.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That was really nice. Again, that mission and the frickin'
the
grandfather mission were so touching. I wonder if there's more like that in the game. You know? And that's the difference between
God. I mean, the more we're hearing about the people behind this game, all the fucking paused shit in it, all the left-wing shit, all the missions that literally surround around gay characters and like this is your modern day Sony formula, I guess. It's so cheap, so shallow, and so lame, and so geared at people with a sub-average IQ like Phil.
That's the difference between a game that's made just for the sake of making the game.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Or actually trying to have meaningful moments, because they didn't have to have that.
Yeah, it's like it's getting to the point where you just want to import the Middle East version of games that don't have the shit in it because they're afraid of offending the Muslims. Like, I'd rather be playing that version and just set the language to English.
That in there. Well, you know, what did that really add? Is anyone going to...
And I can't even be like, well, at least when it comes to PC, people can mod it, because the people who make the mods get banned from the modding websites. It's like, it's so fucking hopeless.
Say, oh, I remember Spider-Man.
I was playing Ghost Runner 2 last night after uploading the animation. I was like, I need a gaming break after all that animation. Ghost Runner 2 is so good. There's none of that shit in this. I mean, there's none of that shit in that. None of this shit in that, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say.
Spider-Man 2 because...
It's just pure fun action. No woke shit.
Had the Howard epilogue, or because it had the grandfather talking about his life and stuff. No, but that's appreciated for those of us who are older.
Huh? I don't know. Stanley was kind of left-wing himself. Like, remember that interview that we saw? He was asked, like, what would you do if you were hired to write for DC? And he's like, I would write all the characters so that they were different. So instead of a white Batman, it would be a black Batman. It's like, wow, okay, so that's what your definition of a polar opposite is. It's kind of an unintentionally racist statement, don't you think? I would make Batman black. That would be so different. And it's like, okay, way to let everyone know that you only see people as their skin color. Like, we can't have any other difference, can we? Yeah, X-Men was very... I mean, the comics were very much an allegory for just any sort of outside group. It wasn't necessarily about race. It was about just a lot of different ways that people can be different from each other. But the movies definitely leaned in, not only just race, but also just homosexuality. Anyways, you get to decide what you want to play. You can play totally woke paused games, or you could play Ghost Runner 2. It's just all about being a cyber ninja, cutting up cyber people. Let's see here.
I need that money. I really. But we actually have filters we bought really my throat. And I was like, man, I wonder what's causing that. Because my allergies should be done with. You know, we're now into the fall season, and I get it that there's like a weather change, and now there's hot air, dry air going on, you know, with my, you know, heating system on every day.
You know.
We actually have filters. We bought really expensive filters for it.
DSP, if you can't explain it, you can't... Shut up, dude. It's a nice snort.
And so, you know, having those filters, you think it ain't allergies, right? So I get the feeling that, you know, I probably picked up something during my...
you know... Kill me. This is fucking just... Literally every 5 seconds, it's, you know. Hey, instead of just, like, letting everyone know that you don't know what to say, how about just not saying anything? Just giving your mind a chance to figure out what you want to say instead of filling it in with these weasel words. Like, you know. I haven't seen a whole lot of Alan Wake 2. Really, the only footage I've seen were through the Kino Casino as they were watching Beardson play it. As Cozy.tv is, I guess, bankrupt, which is so funny. Can I even pull it up? Oh, no, it does. It is up. No, I guess that was only temporary. Damn. I thought Nick Fuentes' little escapade into slapdash live streaming was over and done with, but I guess not.
My day off. It's fine. I was out, you know, I told you how busy my day off was this week. That I was out and about doing a million things, a million appointments. I guarantee you it's what it was, because I had all those appointments. Someone was sick, and I didn't know, you know, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Days to percolate.
There's a lot you can do.
So, oh my god, excuse me.
No,
so,
because you belched right into the camera, you fucking asshole.
I get to sit here and play video games and talk with you guys. It's not that big of a deal.
Ew.
As long as I don't cough a lot, I should be all right. I do have some cough drops over there if I need them.
Yeah, but the belching and stuff is fine.
And no, you're absolutely right. White Wolf says it's the stress. Dude, 100%. I told you guys how stressed out I was recently this week.
What are you talking about?
Stress, being around people who are sick, being overworked.
Being around people who are sick?
No exaggeration. I slept 4 extra hours before dinner. I ate dinner. I went right back to sleep for another 90 minutes. So I slept like an additional 5.5 hours today that normally I wouldn't, because I needed it. And still, I don't feel any energy. I feel like I'm completely drained. You know?
No.
It's life, though. It's what happens, right?
It's not life.
Anyway, so I hope you guys are ready for some Spider-Man tonight. And I'm excited. I like the game, as you guys know. We haven't played this since Wednesday when the internet went out. So thankfully, that's not happening anymore. So we can enjoy the game tonight and not have any interruptions. Depending on how it goes tonight, I may or may not go a little late. We'll see. You know, if I'm feeling awful, then I'm just going to end in 2 hours. But if I feel, you know, a little bit better, maybe I'll go a little later, because I feel bad. I didn't do my stream earlier, no podcast. I'm now falling behind. Like, I'm behind an hour in Spider-Man. I'm behind an entire stream of Mario, and I'm behind now the React show. So he rolled up. Which means I can't do Alan Wake tomorrow, right?
Good.
So I'm way behind now. And then on top of all of that,
you could shut the fuck up and play the game.
Halloween marathon on Tuesday. You know, it's
if you're so behind,
you don't do it at all, right? So I've got to do it then. So it's like It just has to happen all when all this is going on, right? You know, it's just life. It's just life. I'm not gonna sit here and bitch.
It's life.
Bitch all night.
It is what it is. Bleh.
So
I'm not gonna sit here and bitch.
So
as he
obviously, guys,
bitches.
today, please be patient with me tonight. If I'm sucking at the game, if I sound upset, if I'm really slow, because I'm probably gonna be really slow to react to stuff tonight. Because I'm like I said, I've got pressure here, here, and here, in the sinus and on the top, both of my eyes here, behind my eyes. The whole head is full of sinus swelling, and
it's negative pressure. It's a vacuum. It's pulling inwards because there's nothing on the inside. It's a black hole.
Oh, see, Top Op Smoke Puff says he should just skip his React stream this week. I'm totally not biased towards Alan Wake. Obviously, I can't do that. We got people who are members on DSP React just for the React show. I can't cancel the React show at all.
Oh, boo-hoo. It sounds like your audience is keeping you stuck in this loop while enabling you.
You know, gameplay streams I can postpone and cancel. I can't cancel the React show. That's being completely disingenuous to people who pay. You know,
that's not what disingenuous means, but continue.
Part of that show, so.
That's a good fucking water goop. Hopefully I'm not coughing too much. Right into the microphone. Just sniff right into the microphone. Hopefully I'm not coughing too much.
First super chat of the night, first contribution of the night. He says,
"You're fucking
been a fan
terrible.
For ages. I appreciate everything you do. Wish I could send more. Never say."
They're just lying to you. They're blowing smoke up your ass to make sure you're just this constant, ever-present, smoldering dumpster fire. You stupid dipshit.
Say that. The entire message.
I love everything you do, Phil. May these $2 accurately represent the amount that I love you, Phil. Oh, wow. I appreciate it, man.
It was great till the end. You don't have to ever say that, dude. Whatever is great. I appreciate it.
Giggle, giggle, giggle. Snicker, snicker.
No matter what. Thank you for that.
These people.
Another example,
just
to show that I know
enablers.
that I have a fever, is, as you know, the last few days, I have my
Thank you, Lonely Sully. I'm glad everyone appreciated it.
window open and it gets cold. So at night I've had to close the window or whatever, and some days I've had to put on socks.
Oh my God,
Right?
he's had to put
Tonight,
on socks.
Not only do I not have my socks on, I have the window wide
Oh
open
my
and I
God.
have the fan on. So definitely my body temperature is way up tonight.
He's had to
Way
put
up.
on socks, you guys.
What's going on, Jade? It's good to see you here tonight, man.
Something that people wear usually all the time. He's had to put them on. Man, wow. So you're not walking around barefoot just everywhere. Man, what a stressful life.
And how you doing? I hope you're doing all right.
No, you don't. You don't give a fuck.
Oh, all right, guys.
I gotta rub snot into my facial hair.
So anything tonight is much
Gotta grease it up.
appreciated, whether it be
Begging.
a membership, a super chat, or a tip. I'm gonna be honest. I'm probably not gonna be mentioning it because I don't feel good.
Too
I'm
late.
just gonna play the game and relax with you guys.
You've
But,
already mentioned
it.
it.
Would definitely be appreciated. Keep in mind, I lost the whole stream today. I didn't do the podcast.
There
I
he
didn't do
is,
the React
continuing
show.
to mention it.
During this week when already I have to buy food and stuff for my freaking marathon, it's a concern. It sucks.
Oh my
It sucks, but
God.
it's life. I gotta deal with it, right?
No,
so
it
anything
isn't.
Tonight, much appreciated. One of my big concerns.
I'm not gonna harp on
is
it
that we're at the end of the month.
as
We
it
got tomorrow and
continues.
Tuesday, and that's it. And take a look at where we are with things like memberships, where we were really good. We were at 650 this month, and now we're below 450. And I've tried my best, really.
You hear that, Only
to
Ice Coffee?
motivate people
Step
to
up.
Member or gift when they have it.
You weird
I was hoping to
parasocial
have a big
fucking
rally
idiot.
for Halloween.
There's
marathon,
only
but I don't know
one
if we will.
person
I
who
don't know if
gifts
we will
you
at all
that
now,
massive
especially
amount
if
of
I'm not
subs,
feeling it,
dude. You're talking directly to
Oh man, my back.
quote
That's the other
unquote
thing, too, like,
him.
usually I don't have back pain. I'll only have back pain if I have like a strenuous day out. When I'm sick, my back hurts.
Ugh, gross.
God damn it, man.
God damn it, man. What a life. But that's life, you know.
Ugh.
Continue the game. I better just sit here and just make sure that everyone knows that I'm feeling really bad right now. So good. That's some good. That's some good non-alcoholic water, you guys.
What are the rules around that and stuff? Didn't people get in trouble for doing stuff like that too? Right? But with my back and everything, that's the last thing I want to be doing is trying to sleep in here. Kazumi, welcome. This is, as a friend, I will pray for your recovery. I'm on the last world of Mario Wonder. Besides,
As a friend,
I'm glad you continue to play
these
and enjoy it.
people
I'm
are
playing it tomorrow night.
so
I love the game,
gross.
I can't wait to play it again. No, didn't make any soup.
There's not your friends.
We don't have it. We do have soup, but it's dinner for tomorrow, actually. We're having a chicken tortilla soup with some salad. So I can't eat it now. So now we have dinner tomorrow. So... No, we had
dude,
casserole,
she's
and I couldn't eat that much.
overweight.
I ate probably about maybe a little more than half what I would normally eat because I was eating very slow, you know, and I was just getting enough in me to give me nutrients, and then I napped for another 90 minutes after, and when I woke up, everything was congested.
To give me nutrients.
Give me some energy, which is good.
He's so weird. Just alien in a skin suit. Hey, you can start the game, you know. Hey.
That's the last thing you would want to eat when you're sick. Why? It's mushy. It's chewy. It's not a big deal, right? It's easy to eat. Why would you not want to eat
It's
that?
like a penne.
Obviously, if it was like, like tough meats or like complex things with tons of sauce and stuff, you'd be like, oh, but it's just tuna casserole's basic.
Tuna casserole doesn't have sauce in it, you guys. It's what the
Yes. Mark says if you could financially afford to stream 5 days a week, would you do that? 6 days is harder to do. Yes. If there was a way that I could guarantee that streaming 5 days a week, and even if that meant that my hours of streaming did extend those 5 days a little longer, maybe they went an hour earlier in the morning and an hour later at night. But as long as I could guarantee that I could have an entire extra day off that week, I would love to do that. But right now, it's not happening. It's not feasible,
No, that made no sense. But okay, he doesn't want to stream 5 days, so he'll make up any excuse, even if it doesn't make any sense. He just doesn't want to.
No, you shut the fuck up, Dad!
Have I coughed into the microphone
I'm pretty sure
enough?
the game saved. Because when the internet went out, I did a hard save, so I'm pretty sure it saved where we were.
Is the game just
what else
loading?
messed up?
Like, what the fuck?
So, earlier this year, Bed Bath & Beyond was closing in the United States. They were going out of business. So my wife and I went there during their, end of company sale. And we bought a whole bunch of things on big discount. We ended up getting a whole bunch of medicine for half price. A lot of allergy medicine, antihistamines. So for the first time ever, I bought Flonase. I'd never had it before. And we bought the big one, too, the big pump. It says 120 squirts, a ton of it. And I was like, all right, I'm going to keep this for when I really need it. If I ever get bad congestion, I've heard Flonase is really good. So we had it here. And, of course, I wake up after dinner, and I'm like, wow, my whole head's congested. Time for the Flonase. Time to try it. I go to use it. What the hell? Huh? Because it's not a squeeze bottle. It has a button that you push that's supposed to squirt. Absolutely nothing. I'm shaking it. I'm doing it upside down. I'm squeezing it hard. I'm pushing it in different directions. I'm doing everything. It won't work. It's broken. I was like, wow. I mean, I paid half price for it, but that's
just
nice.
punching
that I
it like a
all year just for
caveman.
the time that I would need it. I literally never used it on purpose until I would need it, and I go to use it, it doesn't work. Right?
Right?
That's ridiculous. So I threw it out, and I was very upset.
Maybe you should have used it when you bought it instead of just keeping it locked
That's right,
up.
you can't return it. It's out of First of all, they're out of business. Second of all, this was in June when I bought it. I bought it at the height of allergy season, and I saved it till now, and now I can't do anything with it. Like, wow, that's like 15, 20 bucks wasted.
15, 20 bucks. So it was 40 bucks retail?
So like an antihistamine pill, which I'm hoping kicks in because my nose is still pretty clogged. My left nostril, that is. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Time to ban someone.
That's why I say in my...
To remove the tamper-proof seal, oh yeah. The only thing that was on it was, there's the stickers on the sides of it that say the name of the medicine and, do not do this many within a certain amount of time or whatever. But we had already removed the cap, the seal on top. That was already removed. If I remember correctly, I think we did test it. I'm almost positive we did test it in June and it worked. And now it didn't.
If I remember correctly. But he's not sure. Hello?
I know all about chloroseptic spray. If I need it, I'll use it. Right now, it's just pouring down my throat, but it's not. It doesn't hurt. It's just constantly in there, dripping down my sinus, and it's filling my throat, which means I have to cough, so I have to keep clearing it. But it's not necessarily hurting yet. But that's because I'm probably in the early stages. Once I get to the later stages, that's when it's going to hurt worse. So, like I said, I have cough drops. I have other things. I have throat coat tea in my pantry if I need it. But I think we're going to be all right for tonight. Good evening, Derek.
Good evening, Derek. Still a pedophile? That's cool.
Should we begin, guys?
I don't know, man.
Oh, wait. There was a $2 tip earlier today. And I didn't read it out because I wasn't here. I got a $2 tip earlier today from Lady Charisma. If you like old gods of Asgard, they're played by a real band called Poets of the Fall. They did Aware. I didn't know the name of the band. 13 years ago, actually.
Thanks, Derek.
Saying as much. And then you remember a couple years ago, we played the remastered version in the fall here, and people told me again, it's really cool. It's really cool. They're a real band, and I think they're freaking good. I love it. So. Oh, really? They also did Max Payne too? Ah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Have I wasted enough time? Dude.
No 1 minute man tip today because 1 minute man only tips when I'm streaming. I've always noticed that 1 minute man only tips when I'm live, which means he actually does watch every day that I stream. You know, again, I being honest, I don't know who he is. I don't know who 1 minute man is. He's always tipped anonymously under 1 minute man.
Well, hopefully you don't know who any of your contributors are.
You know, he could be someone in chat. He might not be. I have no idea. He's never revealed his identity, and he only tips when I'm live. So likely he'll tip tomorrow.
As opposed to your other contributors who have revealed their identity. Okay, Phil.
Only on days I stream.
It's so weird.
It makes me feel like he's like a super fan who watches everything. You know, he's a super fan. Whenever he's
I
watching,
don't know.
he tips,
He's a sycophant.
By the way, I should totally
That's what he is.
In case I need them, because like right now I think I need them.
It's pronounced sycophant, Phil, not superfan.
Oh man.
Oh man. Whoa. You guys see how put upon I am? Man, are you guys convinced that I'm really sad and miserable because I'm sick? Okay, have I thoroughly convinced you low IQ dents? Hold on, I guess I'll stare at my laptop some more. Here's an empty chair.
It's hilarious. Someone just tipped $1 and says, "Why talk about 1 minute man? You're asking for leaked info to happen." Really? 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 What leaked info could possibly happen from what we just talked about? What the hell are you talking about? Some people are just dumb.
Yeah, people who give you money are dumb.
Really?
You're right, Phil.
Like, what the hell are you talking about?
People who give you money are dumb.
What
Yes.
exactly leaked? What information? I told you I don't even have information about 1 minute man. How could I leak anything? How could anyone leak anything?
Someone needs help with a photographer.
I don't know. I mean, you revealed people's names on stream.
You know what?
Like you call Only As Coffee Ryan.
When I see that, because I really don't feel good tonight, if I see stuff like that, I'm just going to say, thank you, stupid person, for the $1, and I'm not going to read it, and I'm just going to add it to the total.
Yeah,
right?
maybe
That's
they'll
exactly what I'm
stop
gonna
at that
do with
point.
this.
One
It's
can
really
only
not worth
hope.
wasting time on stupidity, okay? I told you when I don't
Stupidity.
feel good, you know? I got limited time on this earth. The sickness is taking my time away. It's time for us to enjoy life and not waste time on the stupid. They're beyond help.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You hear that? You hear that person who gives DSP money? You are beyond help. Not only does DSP believe that about you, but so does everyone else. Take the hint, you fucking moron.
Thank you, William. William has done a super chat.
Where are these people coming from?
And says, hope you feel better soon. Thank you very much, William. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Cypher says, it's best he doesn't reveal his identity just due to dumb people just like that last person. You're absolutely right. You're dead on correct.
You're the one giving him
Probably why he will
attention.
never reveal his identity or say anything. You know, keep in mind, we say 1 minute man because that's the name he uses. How do you even know it's a man? He just says that's his name. Doesn't mean nothing. It could be a man or woman.
Wow.
Could be someone who identifies as something else. You don't know. It could be a space alien. I don't know. How would we know? We wouldn't know. It just, you know, people have aliases. I've said to everyone on the internet, right, over the years, the best thing you do is always use an alias. Use an alias. Do not ever use
Then why don't
anything related
you?
to your real life persona at all. Don't completely do something different.
What about you,
No one
though?
will ever associate it with you. And then you're safe.
What about
And
you,
that's, I
Phil
think, the best
PP
way to go about it.
Burnell?
The people who get harassed online are the people who sadly use something that does allude to their real life information, and then someone will find them on Facebook or Twitter/X or TikTok or on a YouTube channel.
Yes,
you know what I'm
we know
saying?
what websites are.
So, that's the problem. If you're going to be online, and especially if you're going to support someone in a public manner.
You mean an
right?
asshole, a
Hide your identity.
lolcow.
Completely make something up. It's the best way to go about it. Okay.
Yeah. Be ashamed about donating to shameful people. Good advice, Phil. If you're gonna give money to a fucking predator, try and hide your identities so people don't enact a righteous justification against you. All right, Phil. Very creepy. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger warns that we're raising a generation of wimps. A reminder that Arnold Schwarzenegger ran as the conservative governor of California and spent his whole time fucking his maids.
What do you make of this Ozempic?
Instead of actually forwarding any sort of conservative value whatsoever.
Ozempic seems like it's avoiding the big issue.
Or to me, it's all about hard work. You know, and that's why I say
Yeah, he worked really hard.
You know,
he really worked his fucking
and because
gardener.
there's no shortcut, and you have to kind of put the work in. And you know, I talked earlier about the bicep. The more you kind of torture the bicep, you know, the more resistance you give it, and the more pain there is, the more it grows. The same is with us with a human mind. The human mind can only really grow through.
You've ever seen Pumping Iron? He's talking about working out, and he's like, it's like I'm coming. I lift weight, and it's like I'm coming. I curl bicep, it's like I'm coming. I'm always coming. Like, okay. I think it's like a fetish. I don't think it's like an expression of hard work. I think you just get off on it.
Resistance. You can only strengthen your character and become a really strong person inside if you have resistance, if you fail, if you get up again, and if you work hard, and if you work your ass off, and if you struggle. The more you struggle, the further you're going to go, and the stronger you're going to get. So this is just the way the rule works. Anyone that tries to baby themselves and pamper themselves and trying to protect themselves.
How is it that, like, someone can go to another country and within years they develop an accent in the other country, but someone can live in America for decades and upon decades and sound exactly the same way that they did decades ago?
I don't want to feel bad, or I don't really want to go through any discomfort.
I don't know. Why don't you...
It's over. You're never going to get there. That's just the way it is.
Because you never wanted to.
You have to be able to struggle.
Yeah, you have to be able to struggle, dude. But unless you don't want to, then don't.
You're learning how to...
just stay the same way you are the entire time.
Misery and discomfort, all of the things that you don't like, because the more you experience the things that you really don't like, the more you can grow, and the tougher you get, and the more you can handle. And it's just that simple. So many young kids that they kind of shy away from that. But you have to be attracted to that. Just think about, and I talk about that in the book, I mean, what built this country? What built this country? Is it people that slept in? Is it people that were whipping out? That says, oh, I want to feel good, I want to be comfortable. No, these were ballsy women and men.
Yeah, they're built by people whose statues are being torn down in the name of political correctness.
Went out there at 5 a.m.
They were built by people who the schools were named after, but now we have to change the name of the schools because those people that they were named after are found in our modern age too problematic to be recognized.
And got up and they struggled and they fought and they worked their butts off. That's what made this country great. And so now let's continue this way. Don't start creating a generation of wimps and weak people and stuff like that.
Girly men.
Are concerned about how are you feeling today. Oh, I don't want to hurt your feelings. And also, it's nice to be considerate. Yes, I totally agree with that. But let's not over-baby the kids. And let's
not do it too much. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it just the right amount.
To be tough, to go out and do sports, to go and study, to struggle, and, you know, to go through
go out and do sports. Right.
Kind of painful moments sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you realize that, like, that college coaches are the highest paid government employees. But yeah, let's just promote organized sports. Because, I mean, the people who are involved in sports are the toughest, most resilient, emotionally stable people People like Kneeling Football Man is really emotionally strong as he cries about racial injustice, being one of the richest people ever. But he can throw a football and he can run and stuff, so he should be strong in the inside, right? Well, I guess not. Man, why isn't this theory playing itself out? Colin Crapperdick. That's what his name was. Sorry, I forgot his name. Crapperdick. I forgot for a second.
That's right, folks. Q White Run. Our boy Dark Sick Phil is not feeling well. Not only does he has a normal post-nasal drip, he has a cold. He's feeling nauseous.
Chinese and black people built the railroads. Yeah, kind of. But I mean, like, one of the lines that really upset me in one of the recent Spider-Man movies is they're saying like slaves built the Washington Monument. It's like, no, they didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? They absolutely did not.
He's tired.
But if we include this shit in our Disney movies, we can convince a whole generation of young Americans that America was built by slaves.
Not only that, but he now has swollen brain syndrome. That's right, folks. The swollen brain is back, and it's causing pressure all over Phil's catcher's mitt face. That's right. Look at our boy Phil here. He looks swollen. It looks like he's been drinking way too much gin and playing WWE Champions and crying because Cat left. That's right. But our boy Phil did manage to wake up from his gin-induced sleep and actually beg on stream tonight. So big ups, Phil, for getting up and making sure that you at least beg once for the day. So let's see what Phil had to say on the Daily Wrap, folks.
Well, good evening, everyone. Phil here. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, the 29th of October, 2023.
As you can tell, I'm really laying it on thick that I'm very sad.
My head is congested. I have swelling, in my head.
I have,
my sinuses, my left sinus is congested.
All this stuff is like, and stuff.
Tonight, tons of post-nasal drip, and in general, I just don't feel good. My whole body feels sore. I woke up, last night as I was playing Alan Wake 2, I started to feel a lot of phlegm and gunk come into my throat. Now, this is happening from time to time. Sometimes it's allergies.
Oh my god, dude.
Reasons. I'm thinking,
1.5.
Perhaps has something to do with the change of weather. Excuse me. Fall. And here fall, all day and every night. It's very cold. So maybe that's what it is. But man, I woke up today and I did not feel good. I felt like there was no way I was going to be able to do my react show. My react show was 3 hours of watching videos and commenting on them. How am I going to comment on them when I feel this bad and I can't really talk that much?
Wow, man.
So I told everyone, all right, here's the deal.
So So the implication is that what XQC does, watching videos and react to them, that's something that you need full health. You need a full health bar in order to do that. So I guess it does take work, huh?
Delay today's Level 1 podcast.
According to Phil, watching movies or watching videos and reacting to them means you need to be at full health, and not everyone can do it because not everyone has that physical fortitude. You see how he catches himself?
We won't do it today. We're going to delay the React show. It's going to be tomorrow over on DSP React. I'm going to sleep all day. I'm going to try to feel better. And then I'm going to try to get up for dinner, see how I feel, and hopefully do a late stream tonight of Spider-Man 2 like I had originally.
It depends on what Cat orders.
So I posted all that up. I had a bagel this morning, and I immediately went back to sleep. I drank a giant bottle of seltzer water today, the whole thing. The one I used to drink here, or I usually drink here, but I drank the whole thing because I was dehydrated. And
this is why I say never listen to Phil for advice on anything. When you're not feeling good and you're feeling sick, every book, every online advice, every doctor, every piece of literature tells you should eat something light. Have maybe some toast with nothing on it, have some crackers, have some soup, drink plenty of water. What does this idiot do? He has a bagel probably covered in cream cheese, which is fucking heavy as hell. He has a 32-ounce container of seltzer water. I don't know if he doesn't understand this, but seltzer water has artificial sweeteners in it. That shit that he drinks, that has artificial sweetener. It's just like drinking a diet soda. The only difference between what he's drinking and a diet soda is the color. That's it. That is the only difference whatsoever in that versus a diet soda. That shit dries you up, Phil. It makes you even more thirsty because your body uses water that's in your system already to process and flush it out of your kidneys, Phil. So again, you're not feeling well. What you should be doing is resting, drinking water, and eating something light. Maybe a piece of toast, some crackers, maybe a little bit of soup. You can even have eggs. Some scrambled eggs typically help, especially, I'm guessing you probably had a little bit of gin the night before, and some of this is gin-induced. It helps with the hangover, Phil. Not fucking seltzer water and a bagel. And later, you're going to hear him drinking coffee. Wrong move. You don't drink coffee when you're feeling sick, Phil. Again, never listen to any advice this man gives you because you'll end up dead.
I slept like 4 more hours, I would say, and got up a little on the earlier side than I normally would finish my first stream. Had dinner with my wife, which was like tuna casserole. And I couldn't eat as much. I wasn't feeling good, so I ate like maybe a little more than half what I would normally eat, but I ate a good amount. And I said, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to nap again. You know, I'm going to nap a second time and see if that'll make me better. I'll nap for like 90 minutes. So I did. I went on bed, I napped for another 90 minutes. And when I woke up, all right, I felt a little different. So, you know, earlier today it was all about like a lot of phlegm in my throat making me cough. Now, my sinuses had inflamed, and the pressure in my head had increased. And the aches and pains in my body had gotten worse, and I actually felt like I was starting to get minor chills. I was like, oh, that's not good, right? But I said, all right, let me have a coffee, let me get my bottle of water, filtered water, and let's jump in and let's see if we can do Spider-Man 2 tonight, all right? And I want to say thank you for the audience that was here tonight for Spider-Man 2. You were a great audience for the most part. People were supportive.
For the most part.
You know, I would say pretty good for a typical Spider-Man stream.
Could have been better, though.
Progress, we did multiple story missions, if you can believe it, which I didn't even know. This game has MJ stealth missions like the first Marvel Spider-Man. I was like, what the? Of all the times to do those, tonight was not the night I wanted to do them. You know what I mean? Like, I really didn't want to do that at all, but I forced myself to get through it, and that's where basically we ended. About 2 hours. I wish I could have gone longer, because I would have liked to make up for the fact we didn't have a first stream, but I feel terrible. You know, I legit feel sick. Like, when you would post nasal drip going all day, it makes you feel sick to your stomach.
Yes, it makes him feel sick to his stomach, but not sick enough that he would take a day off to rest. No, the beg ethic, because Phil doesn't have a work ethic, he has what I call a beg ethic, is extremely strong with Phil. And he can be on death's door. He can have a limb severed, right? And needs to go to the hospital, right? But if he has a stream coming up where he thinks he's going to be getting some cash, yeah, he'll hold off on getting that limb fixed. He'll stream. So big ups to the beg ethic, Phil. You should have just took a fucking day off. You look pathetic. You really do. I understand that you have this you have this thought in your mind that if you don't stream a given day, people are gonna be mad at you. You're gonna fall behind you're gonna fall behind on your bills because of course we all know you pay 26 bills every day. We understand. But you look like a fucking idiot. You get out of bed and you think it makes you look good. It doesn't make you look good. It makes you look pathetic. Because everyone knows you're sick. Everyone knows you look like shit. And instead of just taking a day off and just eating the L and chalking up to, okay, well, I didn't make any money today, and move the fuck on. No, you can't do that. You got to make sure you at least log in to beg once because you need that money because, you have these addictions. That's what it all fucking comes down to. It's Phil's addiction. It's his gin addiction. It's his WWE Champions addiction. And he can't stop. And it's also his beg addiction. A lot of people have surmised that he has this beg fetish. And it's almost like an addiction. And he has to come on, he has to always seem like a martyr. And of course, yes, he's a martyr, because he figures, hey, if I come on and I stream being this sick, people are going to be sympathetic towards me. And they're going to feel sorry for me. And they're going to see me as this iconic person that no matter what gets thrown his way, he always perseveres and works through it. No, Phil, you don't look that way. You look like a pathetic idiot. You look greedy. That's what you look like. You look greedy. You don't look heroic. You look pathetic. You should have just taken the day off, come back feeling better the next day, and then, maybe 1 Minute Man would have doubled his tips because he didn't tip you today. But I'm pretty sure you have this mindset that if you go away too long, people will stop supporting you. It's so sad. Such a sad existence.
So it sucks because, I'm really not. I could eat. I ate dinner, but I feel sick to my stomach all day anyway, and my back is killing me. Even though there's nothing wrong with my back, when I'm sick, my back always hurts. So it's like, oh my God, and I got this pressure right here. Oh. If anything, the one thing is my nose is clear. It's not cleared up. It's not as bad, but it was funny because there was a mission tonight, much like that mission that we done earlier in Spider-Man 2 that really made the feels happen. There was another one like that.
That made the feels happen.
And it was very touching and sad, and I started crying, and that completely exacerbated all my problems. Because once you start crying now, my nose is running, my sinuses are congested, my eyes are inflamed in water. I'm like, oh my God, why'd I have to do this mission tonight, right? But, overall I got through it. Tonight, all I'm going to do right now is upload those videos and this Ask the King. The stream's already set up for tomorrow. It's supposed to be the Level 1 podcast here on the channel, the React Show over on DSP Reacts after that. And tomorrow night's supposed to be Super Mario Brothers Wonder. But, and I'm going to make this perfectly clear right now, okay?
Right now?
I really don't feel good. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. Being honest, like tonight, I feel like sitting here for 2 hours actually made my body hurt more. Although the gameplay was fine, I was able to play the game, which was
sitting here made my body hurt.
Legit, I'm sore. I feel sick, and I'm gonna go try to eat something.
This guy's got negative muscle mass
tonight and just try to get to bed and try to recover for tomorrow. I really want to be better for tomorrow, but I can't promise you that, and that's what really sucks because I know that I have over 100 people who pay to become channel members on DSP Reacts to do the React Show every week. I know how important that show is, right? That's the real major support I get for that channel.
No, it's all gifted.
I don't really get much or any ad revenue on the videos on that channel. It's all the memberships. So delaying this React Show is very bad. In addition, remember this Tuesday is Halloween, and I'm supposed to be doing a Halloween marathon. Now, what if I'm not up to doing the react show tomorrow, but I feel better and we can do the Halloween marathon on Tuesday, but then that means the react show has to be Wednesday, and that means the next one's Sunday. So it means we're gonna have like 2 react shows almost back to back, right? Which would kind of suck, I feel. But again, I don't know what the ideal situation here is. I don't know what anything. I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to.
He doesn't know
if I can stream
anything.
tomorrow, then it's not that big of a deal. But I don't know. I'm not feeling good. Like I'm being very honest with all you right now. I know I have a fever, and you know I'm doing my best. I'm doing everything I can to relax and feel better. But
That's so weird. So like like he doesn't go anywhere. He doesn't interact with anyone. So what? Did the Comcast guy bring in the flu?
you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you get sick, and it's
It
bad.
isn't what it is, Phil.
I don't know. I've only had 1 day of this right now, and I just don't feel good. So I don't know if tomorrow I'll feel better or not. But my worst feeling here is not being able to promise you guys what we're doing this week. Many of you have waited a long time for this Halloween event. You like it. I have an outfit planned out for it. I was going to order food. We have this tier maker, right?
He was going to order food.
We have horror games you guys voted for, and I don't know.
What happened to Cat cooking food? Oh, I guess that the honeymoon phase is over.
I can't even do it. So.
Oh, man.
Get the fuck out of here, Phil. God, you're fucking pathetic. Right there, that clip, and I let it go. I let it extend for a while because I wanted you to hear the patheticness that is Dark Sick Phil. That's right. In that 4-minute clip that I played, all you heard was money, support, worried that he worried about the memberships on the other channel, worried about the Halloween stream. That's what he's worried about. He's not worried about him getting better or possibly dropping dead because he's sick. No. He's not worried about any of that. He's worried about the memberships on the DSP Reacts channel, because that's what he is. He's worried that because if he doesn't have a show every week, the memberships dip. If you ever look at a show weekly, his memberships stay about the same, or they dip every week. And he'll get a few members when he does the show, and it kind of evens out. So he knows that if he doesn't do a show in a given week, his membership's going to significantly drop for that show. And that's what he's worried about. And he's worried about the Halloween stream. Why? Because typically on the Halloween streams, he makes a little bit more money than he would typically get on a regular day. He'll get $300 to $400, some super chats, maybe some memberships. And of course, for Phil, it's always about the fucking money. It's always about the money. God forbid if he's on death's door. God forbid if something ever happens to Cat or Jasper while he's streaming. Nah, get bent. Fuck you. Nope, sorry. Gotta make that money. And God forbid it's during one of these huge marathon events like the Halloween special. I don't give a shit. He could be paralyzed tonight. And I don't give a shit. There's no way he's going to miss the Halloween special. There's no way. I'm sorry, he just won't, because there's no way he's going to miss out on those $300 or $400 that he's probably going to get during his special. And again, this just goes to the fact that all Phil cares about is money. Regardless of how it impacts his health, how it impacts anyone around him, he doesn't give a shit. He'd rather come on, beg for money, hopefully get some sympathy tips, and just keep on rolling. Because that's just how Phil is. And there are 3 things in life that are accurate: taxes, death, and all Phil cares about is money. That's right, folks. Anyway, grind emojis for Phil. Hopefully he'll feel better. He'll be on today because, of course, he has to make up for that missed 1-minute man tip, and there's no way he's going to miss 2 days in a row. So, see you guys later. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Peace out.
It is kind of funny, like, he misses 1 day and then he's in constant catch-up mode. So he's so stuck, and it's funny. He can't just shift things around and just get himself caught up. No, he's so adherent to the schedule that he has, to the point that it just doesn't even seem like it's fun for him. It's like he just has to do it by some weird compulsion. There was 64 Nerd, which is a channel that I followed a while ago. I saw a little bit of this. This is kind of cringe. I just noticed that there were no views, so I was like, oh, I'll click on it and I'll watch it. I'll give it a view. Nobody should make a video and have it have only 0 views. So I clicked on it and watched it. But I skimmed through it, and there was some cringy moments. I don't know. What do you guys think about this? In the year 4023, begging on streaming platforms has sunk to an all-time low. Anamorphic creatures now beg for their master overlords.
Holly, what was that? During the radioactive crisis stage, your cat and Jasper Kitty safely sealed in the hole. And they've been breeding there for 3 million years and have evolved into the life form you just saw in the corridor.
Oh no!
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome.
Oh no!
Right? Sit down, go here. Which hat is Fedora best?
This is a big, wide ecosystem. It's a A lot of different people involved in this whole Snortex.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
Damn, that was a jump scare. Oh shit. I didn't expect that one. But I gave him a thumbs up too. 0 comments. Poor guy. And 64 nerd, 10 subscribers. What is this?
What it is, you see me sit in this chair, and you think, oh, but if I stand up, watch this.
Hey DSP Dentheads. Are you looking for a chill time? Then only air conditioned with a Xbox console on top to stop the vibrations and noise have the site for you. Snorts, burps, bodily functions, PJs but removal, we have it all. So much stuff that will make Derek with AH will cream his shorts. Apply now for a low cow price of $60 a month. That's $60 a month. That small price will feed a family of 2 and their cat DoorDash for a day. And as a bonus, DSP will send you an empty game case, autographed. So many others like Derek with AH are standing by waiting for a gifted membership. And for those who will really want to rock and sway both X and Y axis, then ask for Swear at Me and Calling Me AF and Mouth Drooling Idiot, use product code Keemstar and check out.
Gross.
Sign up now.
Using Keemstar will be cost or charge of additional of $100. The $100 may not be honored, but thanks for the money dummy. No refunds. Chargebacks will cause me getting 2 lawyers involved and copyright strikes. This has nothing to do with the website, but I get paid $200 a word from DSP. Wait, what? What do you mean I have to pay him? That's bullshit. I'm out.
At least they're learning how to edit video, I guess. Thank you, 64 nerd. A lot of different people in this vortex, and you can sub to people if you want to. You can skip past them if you want to. You can watch what you want to watch. We just go over it. We look at it. Rev is talking about the coffin of Andy and Lele and a lot of the outrage surrounding it, and I've been skipping it because I hadn't played the game yet. But now that I've played it, I guess I can get caught up. It says I've already watched this one.
Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. So today we have another round of Twitter users being offended by fiction.
I'm tired of Twitter users being offended by
Hey, what's
stuff.
up guys? Rev here. So
let's watch this anyways.
once again, I'm tapping the glass because Twitter users are treated...
Twitter users being offended by things is an inexhaustible well of content, apparently. What's Pippa doing?
Why didn't God give me a little brother or a big brother? Either or, doesn't matter. Just give me a brother, God. I think it's too late for that. In the next life, surely I'll be reborn and I'll be adopted into Colress's family and all will be well. And then not only does he get to be my brother, but also we can still get legally married. Pippa, stop. What? Don't act like you guys don't have some fucked up fantasies. Wish for Pippa to make me come with her feet. Lori's the feet poster? Julia goes in the trash can with all of our letters threatening to kill her for taking our brother away from us, that fucking whore. Ampersanding for Laura's now reminded of a girl I used to date that called me Aniki one time in bed. I couldn't look him the same after that. Coward. Christian didn't even find Laura's Pippa was based right up until she said adopted. Well, here's the problem. If you're blood related, you can't get married. How do you make sure he doesn't marry somebody else? What? There's nothing in the cage. There, all better. That's me with Colress. Me locking Colress in a fucking cage. Everybody, make sure to...
Oh, these crazy VTubers. There was some funny VTuber clips that I saw. I was watching this new one from Explore With Us, When the Killer is Cringe. It was really funny. The guy's very cringy.
Melody, I don't have much time. I have to tell you something.
Wait, am I on your stream right now?
Yes, you are, Melody.
Tell me.
Do you live in Mississippi? Because you're the only miss whose piss I want a sippy. Melody, I don't have much time. I have to tell you something.
Wait, am I on your stream?
Gross, but also funny. Twitter's just as toxic as Reddit. Yeah, I'm not on either site. So what did I want to do? I wanted to make a Left 4 Dead mod that has DSP in it as like a zombie, but instead I made a cartoon. But I guess I still got time, right? It's the day before Halloween. I guess if I work really, really quickly, I can release it. But no, probably not. I don't even have a model yet to use. I need to find some way to modify my Stable Diffusion to make 3D models, and then I could really rush it. I don't know. I've got a doctor's appointment today. I'm not allowed to eat or drink for 8 hours. I'm not hungry or thirsty, really. It's just kind of not eating or drinking. Oh, sorry, I should complain about it more. Oh man, I've got pressure here, and here, and also here. Oh man, no, I'll shut up about it. Let's watch this video. Sprite Tropical Remix Disaster King Cobra JFS Back in Time series.
If it's paid for, just leave it at my door. I like to drink alcohol.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised there are no DSP mods in Left 4 Dead. That's why I want to make one. A witch mod. That would be funny.
Time, but it's like...
No, that would be like Wings. It would be a Wings mod where he's the witch and he's just in the corner, like, whimpering. And then you startle him. He's just in the corner, like doing this.
Rock bottom.
And then you alert him, and then he's like,
Why? Why? Abandon the entire Twitch chat, please. I just can't do it. I can't take this shit. Calm down, man. Fuck on, man.
with the horror music playing.
I don't need it all the time.
Bro, if you're wondering if she's into you, she's not.
They couldn't even rent the space above me because it smelled like smoke and paint fumes.
Why don't I have a pet snake? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm not allowed to have pets in my apartment.
I think there was someone who was working on an RPG.
What is up, YouTube? So I guess my Zippo wicks got sent back to pipesandcigars.com because I didn't pick them up in time. However, I got...
Thank you for the raid, Good Roberts. Appreciate it.
Another package from Vapor. He sent me a box. In this box, I wonder what it could be. Let's unbox it, shall we? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Sprite Tropical Remix. 5 bottles. So I'll give a shout out to Vapor. Thank you, brother, for sending the 5 bottles of Sprite Tropical Remix. Well, I'm gonna do a well, it's somewhat cold here. We'll see if the Sprite Tropical Remix tastes like it did when it came out when I was growing up. And it's a good thing I went to the post office today, because if I hadn't gone to the post office today, they would have sent the soda back. But I got my rent and internet taken care of. That's what's up. I can remember back in the day when I was taking guitar lessons out of college. Whenever I got done with guitar lessons, way back in the day, I'd run up to the soda machine, and the soda machine always had this this Sprite Remix, Tropical Remix going here. Now ordering this stuff, yeah, $50, $60 for 5 of these bastards, you know, 40, 50, 60 bucks, you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of fucking money to be paying for soda. But, it's been a while since I've had Sprite Tropical Remix, so let's see if it's still kind of cold. It's not warm, at least. Well, let's see if it tastes like the soda I remember. Hold on a second.
Oh my god. Stop smacking. The Blender Face Builder add-on. I was looking into it. Blender add-on, you can download it. But how much does it cost? Is it free? It doesn't seem like it's free because when you go to buy, it says $499. Wait, no, Face Builder. Freelancer monthly. $18. That might be doable. I don't know. Quit smacking, dude.
No. No. Nope. 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 No. Just no. Well, I might end up just giving these away because I gotta be honest with y'all. That tasted nasty. That didn't even, no. No.
I don't know, I'm gonna have to check my streamer budget.
No.
No?
That doesn't even, no. That doesn't even come close. That, no, that does not taste like Sprite Tropical. It says Sprite Tropical Remix on the bottle, but that does not taste like the Sprite Remix that I grew up drinking. This shit's nasty. Maybe I'm not being fair with it. Vapor spent a lot of money on these and was gracious enough to send them to me. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. What do you expect, YouTube? Life is full of disappointment. But even if I got a job, I don't have any interest in dating at all. Like, none. I don't like getting rejected by women, so I don't try. I just give up. But my predicament is I still find women attractive. That's my predicament. This is not Sprite Remix. This is an abomination. This right here, this is an abomination to soda kind.
A couple days ago, like the 26th, I got hit with a charge for 11 Labs, which is a website that I used to use a lot more. I don't really use it lately because now I use Replay.io that just changes your voice into somebody else's voice. This is a different sort of website. You just feed in a model and then it does like a text-to-speech in the model's voice. I might as well use this because I paid for it. It's 22 bucks. If only I could have that 22 bucks back, then I would feel better about paying $18 for this face builder thing. I can make a 3D model of the dude's face. Let's see how this sounds. Generating. Yeah, I since canceled my subscription, so it doesn't ding me again. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to give my login info to a friend and ask them if they want to use it.
Scrub Lord's Prayer. My controls weren't working, and if they were, you were playing dishonorably. And if you weren't, you were playing without skill. And if you were, it's not fun to play that way. And if it is, you only care about winning.
That's pretty good, actually. I mean, but I still think a better
the
option.
Scrub Lord's prayer. My controls weren't working. And if they were, you were playing dishonorably. And if you weren't, you were playing without skill. And if you were, it's not fun to play that way. And if it is, you only care about winning.
And that does sound pretty good. But yeah, you have a character limit. I've hit 245 out of 5,000 for my limit for this month. But yeah, it is free to just say it yourself and then run it through the voice changer. Anyways.
And between this and water, I'd fucking drink water, dude. No.
Okay, we get it. No.
This is an insult to my taste buds. Yeah, at first I thought, I'll just give up on dating until I find a job. That way I'm more secure and financially stable. Then I can worry about other things. But, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm doing myself a huge favor by giving up on dating. In fact, if someone were to tell me, oh, don't worry, Josh, you'll find a girl someday. Ha! So I'm like, thank you, I could use a good laugh. Ha! Oh, that's droll, very droll indeed. I'll be giving this away to my friends here in town. They might like them a lot better. I'd lick the taste of my own butt crack.
Kill me. I did do something like this before. I know. I made a short about it where I made a 3D model of DSP's face that was generated via photos. But it was so long ago. I'm sure the technology is a lot better by now.
If I could reach that far. That's how fucking nasty that shit was. My dad took me to Blippi's, and I kept telling him, look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not hungry. Oh, we'll save it for later. Just give that to one of my friends too. Shit.
So many videos.
Now, the reason why I'm giving up on dating and companionship is because I want to spend the rest of my life focusing on my guitar playing and the fans who support me on YouTube. And when you have a low sex drive, what's the point of even trying? You just...
Oh yeah, it was this one. It was the Dark Side Future, the snort. This short. I said snort because I'm reading the
I came from a dark future ruled by Kevin. I am a cyber snort.
Back when I did the impressions myself.
Prototype model low T 1651. Pasty, thin, flesh-like membrane over a, gouty endoskeleton. My mission is to travel back in time and prevent Jasper Kitty from exposing 2022 DSP's mobile gaming addiction. Jasper Kitty, get down! Forever! I missed? What? How did I miss? What? Tip, 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 tip. Tip, 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 tip.
Damn, almost 2,000 likes. I love my my channel.
It's a waste of...
And the people who like it too.
Fucking time. Okay. And I've heard a lot of people, straight up tell me, women would approach you more if you changed your style. Fuck that, okay? I'm not gonna change who I am as a person just to get some tail. That's bullshit. Either they accept me for who I am or they're not worth my time. Companionship is for suckers and retards anyway.
Whoa!
How would Ozzy Osbourne put it? Goodbye to romance. Oh, that's adorable. Someone flagged one of my posts on Facebook. And fuck you, Facebook. Don't pretend like you care. Because you don't. You don't fucking care. there isn't a girl out there for me. I'm going to be alone the rest of my life, and I'm accepting it.
Yes?
What? Companionship doesn't pay the bills. But that does not taste like Sprite Remix.
Okay. All over the place here.
Fucking porker. That's what I am. I'm a fucking porker, you two. A disgusting, ugly piece of shit. Fucking porker. I don't want to eat, YouTube. I don't want to eat. Okay? I'm only doing this for my fans. So, roast beef, pepper jack cheese, jalapenos, pickles, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, vinaigrette, sandwich oil, Parmesan, salt, pepper. It's all toasted and melted cheese and fucking porker. Fucking porker. Ugh. I hate eating. I fucking hate eating. Squeal, piggy, piggy, squeal. You like stuff in your face, don't you, you fat fuck? You fat, unattractive fuck. Porker!
Yikes.
Oh, so you're gonna stuff your face some more, you fat fuck? You disgusting, unattractive, worthless piece of shit? Yeah, stuff your face with those Doritos, you fat fuck.
What is he doing?
Yeah! You fat, disgusting slob. Ugly, retarded piece of shit.
Need it like for your alarm clock getting up in the morning.
Oh look, it's the guitar I busted my ass on. The very same guitar I busted my ass on a paper route to save up for when I was oh so young. The very same guitar I worked so hard to save up for. My very first electric guitar. A lot of memories with this guitar. A lot of memories with this guitar. This guitar was with me when I first started my YouTube. Way back in the day. This guitar right here was with me when I was in Job Corps.
I'm sure the neighbors love that. Is he still in that same apartment? This looks like the same apartment, but just at a different angle. Oh, okay. It's just weird how he was able to set up a lathe from one apartment to the next.
Now,
I guess he's very dedicated to his wand crafting.
we're gonna put it in a
So much that he hasn't made one in like, what, a year or something.
nice pile on the floor here. Set it in the pile. Just like that. And that is the end of that guitar. I'm not going to smash my acoustic. Fuck that. But the awesome BC Rich Warlock that I had is now in pieces. The guitar, the electric guitar I started off with when I first started YouTube is now in broken shambles. The day the music died, drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Good old boys are drinking whiskey and rye. Oh, good God, this video is an hour long. But it definitely does not taste like the Sprite Tropical remix that I grew up drinking. I wonder if I could make myself throw up. I wonder if I can make myself throw up. Well, that failed miserably, didn't it? I guess I don't have the proper technique. I don't even think this guitar is salvageable. Nope. This guitar is definitely not salvageable. I shall put the pieces of my guitar underneath my altar. I'm sure my neighbors will be thrilled. They're like, yay, no more obnoxious, shitty electric guitar playing. Yeah, where was this pic when I needed it last night for a video? Hiding from me. And what's funny is I don't want a sex doll anymore. As weird as that sounds. Yeah. Fuck companionship.
Look at this. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but it is pretty cool regardless. So remember I made a bunch of those DSP images in order to import into Runway to make a 3D model, or not a 3D model, but like a Stable Diffusion sort of model. But I'm using the Blender tools. See, check this out. You can go to little images and I click Align Face, and it actually sort of shapes the face around the image. It's pretty neat looking. I don't know what this will get me by the end of it. I don't know if it'll even work this way. But isn't it cool though? It's like it's able to detect the eyes and stuff, create a 3D model around it.
Fuck sex.
Fuck sex.
Fuck relationships and fuck love. Well, anyways, this is King Cobra JFS with another video.
Ah, that was a classic. I don't know, there's this video on it. Let me check this out.
From Blender using the Face Builder add-on, which lets you create custom textured 3D heads with just a few photos. So let's hit create a new head and then add images to load these photos of a real person we have here taken from different angles. 4 to 8 pictures usually give you a great result. You can watch more videos on creating heads and face builder on KeenTools YouTube channel. Now that the photos are loaded in, we'll need to line up the mesh in each photo. We're gonna select the first image and then just above it over here check allow facial expressions and also lock neck movement. Let's click on align face, which estimates its position in 3D, and then adjust it manually.
I didn't click allow facial expressions. Click lock neck movement. Align face. Yeah. This is having a slightly different result. Okay. So the line faces that way. Because every frame is expressive, right? Some weirdness.
Really by dragging the existing pins or creating new ones, trying to match the facial features in our geometry with the photo. So we're gonna go through all these images doing the same kind of thing, just putting these red dots where they should be. It's important to pay special attention to the eyes and the brows to get a good texture in the end.
Looks like it's not doing it totally right.
Let's do a second round and tweak all the important parts like the eyes and the nose. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but right now it looks like the mesh sits almost ideally on the head. So we can exit pin mode and take a look at our model. What we'll do now is project the texture from the photos onto geometry. Let's go to the texture tab, select max face UV type, then go to advanced and check equalize brightness and equalize color to smooth the texture.
Where is it?
Onto right now it looks like the mesh sits almost ideally on the head, so we can exit pin mode and take a look at our model.
Doesn't look like it shaped it too well. Huh. I don't know. Does it look accurate to you? Exit pin mode. I don't know, it'll probably look better with the texture applied. Let's see.
What we'll do now is project the texture from the photos onto geometry. Let's go to the texture tab.
Okay, texture tab. Down here. Create texture. Okay. I didn't use all of the images. Maybe I should. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. But considering the amount of work put into it, I guess it kind of works.
Tab, select max face UV type, then go to advanced and check equalize brightness.
Oh, well, I guess I should fuck with the settings a little more. Equalize brightness, autofill, maybe that. All, there we go. See, newest Simpsons prediction, what was that? You think it would combine all the images. Thank you, Tevin. Oh my god! It's looking like a weird baby face. It's like he's got goat pupils. They're like blurry and sideways. Elon will blow up space station and Twitter will be sold to woke women. Looks like the baby from 2001: A Space Odyssey. I guess I'll add all the other images. Great Halloween content. I know, right? Maybe equalize color. Maybe that would help. It seems to give me a different outcome every time. Maybe one of these will be better than the others. I like how the goatee is basically non-existent. It's so patchy it doesn't even read it. Loading, loading. Oh, wow. Equalized color definitely made him a bit more tan. Look, it's like he's got no facial hair. So weird. Maybe he just has one of those unreplicatable faces. Look how uneven the hairline is. Huh. I don't know. I'll keep tweaking this, seeing what I can get. Yeah, it's something to start out with, at least. If I'm able to just take this head and just put it on top of the zombies in Left 4 Dead, that would be an easy enough mod, right? I don't know. What is this one? It's from a while ago. Long too high for stupid video. Is there really not a whole lot to get caught up on? Over the weekend, not a whole lot happened other than the sickness, the hateful truth, the Red Faction Guerrilla game review. This is classic. This is classic old-timey DSP where he was trying to be like the nostalgia critic. AdamCentral.com. We got the fucking watermark on the bottom of the screen. Later, good Roberts. Hope you have a good nap. Cause you hate me now.
Hello everyone.
Classic.
DSP here, and I just want to welcome everyone to the first edition.
We're going over the classics. We had the classic King Cobra moment. Now we have the classic DSP moment.
Of my new review series, The Hateful Truth. What you're going to find about me is that I'm very honest about the things that I review, and I'm probably going to mention a bunch of things that you probably never heard from those other mainstream review sites, which is hopefully entertaining to you. So the story of Red Faction Guerrilla isn't anything too complicated. Basically, it's set a couple years in the future. Obama was unable to stimulate the economy, and this guy named Mason is just so looking for work, he can't find a job on Earth, so he has to go to Mars. And so he goes out to Mars to find a job, and the work sucks. It's all mining, basically.
So he's sitting there being like, oh, I gotta review this game for my YouTube channel because YouTube is blowing up and someday it'll make me a living, hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna review this movie. I'm gonna be like goofy and silly. I'm gonna include political jokes about how Obama couldn't get the economy going. So there's this guy. All right, hit record. I got this.
And so he goes ahead and meets up with his brother, and he finds out very shortly that his brother is actually affiliated with a terrorist organization who's trying to overthrow the EDF, or Earth Defense Force, and get basically control of Mars and liberate Mars. Within a couple minutes of gameplay, his brother gets killed, he gets pissed. Long story short, he joins the Red Faction and he becomes a rebel. As the story progresses, you find that there's not too much to bite on here. It's very straightforward. I could probably count the number of useful, important characters to the story on one hand. You got Sam, who's basically...
Yeah, like most video game plots aren't very complicated. You only got like 4 or 5 characters. How many did you want?
Also part of the Red Faction, and she does all the technological research. She gives you all of your upgrades. You got the Commander, who is the head of the Red Faction, who you talk to a couple of times, and he gives you mission briefings. But besides that, you really don't see him, and he's not important to the story. You got the General, who's in charge of the EDF forces.
I like the edits here. So you know he's just sitting there being like, what do I say? Fuck. What do I guess cut, I guess. All right, here, let's get started again.
Mars, again, nothing interesting really. The major focus of this game was the gameplay.
So many
which,
edits.
we will get into right now. Okay, the gameplay of Red Faction is the meat of it. It's a sandbox
the
game.
food.
Like Grand Theft Auto, like Saints Row. Basically, it's like a free roaming game on Mars, which the premise right off the bat sounds pretty cool. You basically can go anywhere you want at any time, except for, I believe, there's a couple force fields near some of the end game parts of the game that you can't get through till the end of the game. But besides that, you can pretty much roam all of Mars from the get-go. Some of the weapons are pretty cool. You know, you got weapons that can disintegrate walls. You got super rockets that can blow up half of a building. A lot of that stuff it's interesting to be able to upgrade and progress in the game. And speaking of these weapons, the main reason why this game I think is interesting is because unlike other sandbox games, you can blow up everything. I mean, I'm talking every vehicle, every person, every building. Everything in this game is destructible besides basically the ground itself. And because of that, you get a lot of cool optional missions. For example,
Hold on,
you get
Phil.
missions where you have...
Where's the ground? I need you to express where the ground is in relation to you.
This game is destructible besides basically the ground itself.
The ground is down there. That's where the ground is. Man, the old potato-looking face. He looks like such a fucking Gomer Pyle-looking doughboy.
And because of that, you get a lot of cool optional missions. For example, you get missions where you have to destroy a certain structure or a certain building within a certain period of time, and you only have a limited amount of weapons or bombs to use to do that. And it's
Notice also you don't have like the droopy stroke mouth, right? I mean, this is probably a bad pause to show that, but definitely something happened to his mouth area over the years.
kind of like a puzzle. You know, man, I got 5 explosive barrels and 5 bombs. I got to blow up a building that's down the hill, but I can't leave this area. How do I do it? Oh, I got to pick up a barrel, throw it into a tube, let it, you know, attach a bomb to it, let them roll down the tube near the building, and then blow up all the bombs. So there's a lot of stuff like that in the game, and it's interesting because it kind of puts almost a puzzle aspect into an otherwise pretty much all action game, which is pretty cool. And you know, I definitely thought some of the most fun in the game was the destructible environments, being able to blow up these humongous buildings that normally, you know, in other games they're just rock solid. There's nothing you can do. You can't really destroy them. And I think that one of the best weapons I've ever used in a game, the sledgehammer. I mean, it's just a pretty awesome concept, and I want to talk a little bit about that right now. I don't know why, I always had a soft spot for that song. But anyway, the sledgehammer you can use to do it pretty much anything you want. You can knock down buildings, you can whack the fuck out of a troop right in the face, and let me tell you, I had a lot of really good opportunities in this game to just slam that fucking sledgehammer into a troop's head, and it was fun. Just to run up to a sniper behind him who's trying to kill a civilian and just knock him out of the building. I just love that. So I think the sledgehammer was pretty, you know, interesting when it came to this, the gameplay of this game. But of course, in every game, you know, you take the good with the bad. So now we gotta talk about some of the things that really, really pissed me off. I mean, the load times in this game between missions, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is 2009. This isn't 2000. You know, when this technology wasn't there yet. I mean, this isn't PlayStation 1, this is freaking Xbox 360 and PS3. I shouldn't have to sit here for 60 seconds and wait for a mission to load, especially if you have to start the mission over because they didn't put enough checkpoints in it. So, you know, it adds insult to injury. I lost the mission, you know, obviously I wasn't good enough to win, and now you're going to make me sit here for a fucking minute and a half while you reload the mission, and I have to start from scratch. It's just, so frustrating, and I know you've probably heard me freak out during the playthrough a couple of times when that happened to me. Another thing that really pissed me off were the checkpoints. I mean, when you're in a mission and there's like 5 stages to the mission, like stage 1 is drive somewhere, stage 2 is defend something, stage 3 is you know, hold out for a certain period of time, stage 4 is drive somewhere else, and stage 5 is rescue someone. Every one of those parts of the mission should have a checkpoint in the mission. So if I fail at any one or I die at any one of those, it should allow me to start, you know, at that step. But a lot of the missions in this game, they had multiple parts, and the parts, you know, if you die, that's it. Start over. Or the driving is just insane. I mean, when Grand Theft Auto 4, and again, maybe this isn't a fair comparison, but they are both sandbox games. In Grand Theft Auto 4, you have multiple ways to get places. Sure, most of the time you'd be using a car, but you could always hop in a taxi and you pay a little bit of money, but it works you wherever you're trying to go instantly, and it saves you that hassle of having to drive across the entire map of the game. Or hell, you can hijack a helicopter and just fly over there. But in this game, it's all driving.
Yo, hey you, over there.
The hell's that?
Hey, down here, you dumb shit.
Huh?
You don't see this in mini game reviews.
Hey, down here, you dumb shit.
It's like... Wow. There's a new profile picture, Phil. That's a great one. Oh my god, look what happened here. I loaded all the other images. It's like really zombified. It's really zombie Phil. And I guess that's all those cameras are all the different angles that you're looking at it from. Sheesh. I need to uncheck equalize color because it's giving him an unnecessary tan look. I don't know. Which one's better? I think I know which one the ladies would rather have.
Huh?
Yo, why you talking shit about the Red Gorillas factions?
I think I've been drinking too much, guys.
Too much Rolling Rock.
Yeah, you listen
Thank you, Deathcore Lover, for the sub. Appreciate it.
Kid, I
made this witch costume last night because I had a minute. Let's see, but I got some other Halloween costumes. Let's see, I had the Akira Howard from Astral Chain for the That Being Said, because I was thinking what it could be, and I thought, what is DSP's greatest fear? And it's like a good Switch game, so I picked that one, and I made the Ludwig avatar blue, so he would look like the Legion from Astral Chain. That's pretty good. I think there's one I haven't used. The one from last year. The other Halloween outfit. Where is it? Not this one. Damn it, I think I scrolled by it. I'm sorry. This one. There we go. Costume change.
Living mining on Mars. You think that's easy? I gotta drive this.
Yeah, I hope Astral Chain gets ported to some other system because I think it is very underrated.
Rusty, hot fucking piece of shit. Poop. All day long in the hot fucking sun. And now I gotta hear you talking shit about my game.
Well, I'm not talking shit. I'm doing a video review. I just finished a playthrough of it and had it on my YouTube page, and now, I wanted to actually do my first official video review of the game. Who the fuck are you, and why the hell are you in my condo anyway?
Listen, man, I'm just trying to make a living here, alright? This is my job. And if you make fun of this game, no one's gonna buy it, and I'm gonna be fucking unemployed.
Well, hey, I'm not trying to,
I'm not
make
trying
you lose
to,
your job or anything, but I'm reviewing a game. I have to be honest with my audience. I can't just make shit up.
Well, maybe the reason you don't like the game so much is because you suck at it. I mean, look at you. Fucking driving all over the road, blowing yourself up, driving off of cliffs, going all fucking crazy, not knowing what to do during mission. Man, you fucking suck at video games. Listen, man, this is my living.
Does it sound like a
Do I
black
just
guy?
walk into the middle of your living room and take a hot, steamy dump in the middle of your fucking floor?
Well, what the fuck? I mean, no, I get... Wait a minute. This is my first video review, and that's exactly what you're
and money, poop, butts, food, and schedules.
fucking doing. You're intruding, you have no right to be here, and now you're gonna talk shit to me and ruin this whole fucking thing? Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm gonna smack you across your face, little bitch.
Oh, big tough guy now, huh? You know what? I've seen you playing that other game. What was it? Street Fucker 4? You know what? You suck at that game too. Every time you play, all you do is complain about lag and joystick doesn't work and your moves don't come out and online scrubs. You know what? If you were good, you'd be able to beat those fucking scrubs, motherfucker. You are a scrub.
What did you just say to me?
Jesus. There's one frame here that's really good.
I said you
No one calls me chicken.
are a scrub.
Oh my god. It's that rage from that SRK forum days. You called me a scrub? Oh my god.
I dare you.
He's about to Hulk out, you guys.
I dare you.
There it is. This one. The one where he's pointing. What would possess you to make a video like this? I guess it was a simpler time. It was the Wild West of YouTube, where a lot of people were making dumb videos.
Dare you to say that one more fucking time.
Alright, I won't. Scrub, motherfucking scrub, kick out the scrub!
Wait. Yeah, your fucking arm came off.
Oh my god.
Bitch, how do you like this, huh? How you fucking piece of shit, fucking motherfucker, you talking shit about me? Shit about me, will you? You picked the wrong fucking game, bitch. Alright, I think you've had enough. I'll give you one more chance to apologize, and if you do, you can go back to work on
Apology fetish.
disability.
I can't hear you, Phil. The music is too loud.
Alright.
What?
Guys, and if you do, you can go back to work on disability.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright. I'm sorry. Just kidding. Fuck you, scrub!
Bitch, you fucking asked for it. That's it. How you like to taste my poopy juice? Oh, yes. Get the fuck in there, motherfucker. Down there in the shit where you fucking belong. Yeah, that's what you get when you fuck with the king of hate, bitch. Fuck you. Whew, alright.
Remember, the King of Hate had nothing to do with him hating things. It had to do with him using hatred to motivate him to be a better person.
Now that that's out of the fucking way, so overall, Red Faction Guerrilla. Not a bad game, not a great game by any means. Interesting
how the
premise that
hatred
you
made
can
him a better
destroy everything in a
person?
sandbox style game, but at the same burp,
So funny.
there's really not too much substance here. Now keep in mind, I'm only reviewing the single player campaign of the game. I have not played the online multiplayer yet, and sometimes that does redeem this kind of game. I'm going to have to give this game a 7. And if you don't like that, fuck you. This is the Hateful Truth. I'm DSP. I'll see you later.
It doesn't really look like it's even really modifying the mesh at all. Like, is this really how his head is shaped? I don't know. It just kind of looks like it took a texture and put it over like a generic head. The shape just doesn't look right to me. Maybe... I don't know. It just doesn't look like it. Maybe this blender filter isn't the way to go. There's other ways to do this. You know, it's a classic. What are the comments saying? Cringe! That last bit of this video is like that Sonic kid screeching and shit. Cringe! It was 922.
Alright. I'm such a...
He hates, that's all he does. Beg, eat shit, burp, snort, and hate. Giga hangover. He's too sick for only one stream. What? Somebody commented on the wrong video. DSP is sick and canceled the day stream today. So I guess that's what we got instead. We got some classic cringe for the Halloween season. The scariest sumo and fighting games from Rufelmonger. I guess we gotta wait for tomorrow for people's Halloween specials. Not everyone was like me and wanted to release it early. Let's take a look at this Rooflemonger video. A little bit off topic, but why not? We're variety stream. What does Master of Lie have? We can watch that instead.
What can you do? Obviously, you won't be able to hear me talk on a podcast, right? So, this was a crazy week. When you really think back, what can you do? Obviously,
Dick stroking
you won't be
Phil
able to hear me
vlogs.
talk on a podcast, right? So, this was a crazy week. When you really think back on everything we did this week, we actually had a really good React day. Look how bad that looks, right? It's so blurry, you can't make out what's going on. So that's pretty cool. We had a good amount of Street Fighter content so far, with more coming tonight. Pretty good week, but I find myself at the point where I need your feedback. What I've noticed is a couple of things. Obviously, you want to be able to hear me talk on a podcast, right? So, this was a crazy week. When you really think back on everything we did this week, we actually had a really good React day. Look how bad that looks.
Jeez. I don't think the AI can enhance that photo and make it sharper. It's way too bad. This is pretty funny, though.
Hello. And welcome. This is Rooflemonger. My friends, in today's video, we're talking about the majestic art of sumo and how sumo relates to fighting games. And specifically, who is the scariest sumo character in fighting games? Because sumo characters have a little bit of a negative connotation, and E Honda, especially in Street Fighter 6, when it came out, has been a part of it, just because even though he's, I think, undebatably not a good character, people don't like the boy. And trust me, since Street Fighter 6's launch, and now it's been out for some months, I've seen a lot of people get up in their feelings about Honda in general, regardless of his tier status. So I figure, let me show you some sumos and fighting games that actually would give you good reason to complain and cry about. Now, here's one of the things. Despite sumo wrestling being, a worldwide famous martial art, there actually is not many sumo wrestlers in fighting games in general. So we have Honda, who's definitely the face of the martial art, and we have other people like Ganryu from Tekken, and Ganryu is a silly boy. Which, is whatever. Characters can be characterized however they want, but he's definitely kind of, say, comparative to, almost like Dan in Street Fighter. He's meant to be a joke character, and tier-wise, in the lifespan Tekken 7, it's not done so well for him. So he's not our super scary sumo we're going to be talking about in this video. And no, we're not going to dig super deep into the weeds and talk about, the dude from Bariki 1. I know most of you watching haven't even heard of that game. So before we dig into our showcase character, let me show you an example of when sumo gets really terrifying. And that is with Hanako from the King of Fighters. Hanako will actually make her debut in KOF 15 sometime not too long from now. And if they're faithful to the characters, she's going to be a true terror, because let me show you the stuff she can do. So Hanako, first thing you might notice, doesn't fit exactly the traditional sumo mold as far as appearance goes, in that she's not a big Japanese dude, right? She's a little schoolgirl. But just because she's a little schoolgirl, don't get it messed up. The Doskoi with her is very, very powerful, and she will slap the crap out of you. The sumo is strong with Hanako. Don't doubt it for a second. She's a very strong character. Maybe not tippity top tier in a lot of the games, but she's a much stronger than average character in most of her appearances. And why is that? Well, some things. Like one, which might be a little bit of a culture shock if you're not used to how King of Fighters works. So she has a lot of command grabs, right? So she has a hit grab, which is really good for combos. She has proper command grabs, multiple proper command grabs, like say half circle back forward kick. And the thing about this here is half circle forward kick specifically. If you're not used to KOF, you might be shocked to learn this is a one frame command grab. And yes, I did not stutter in any way, shape, or form. This is a one frame command grab. If you play other fighting games, you're probably used to command grabs being anywhere from 5 to 17 frames. In King of Fighters, for true grapplers, command grabs are a single frame. It goes live the second the frame you hit the button. End of story. So good for combos, good for chucking people around, right? And if that didn't blow your mind already, there's more than one command grab, right? So we have this guy here, which is really, really good. So this is basically a big old sumo push, and it will corner you. wherever you are on the screen. You'll go corner to corner. Hanako's corner game is pretty strong, by the way. So if you get hit by this, you know, that is going to be potentially, you know, the start of game over. And, well, I'll simply won't get hit, right? You know, it's a little slow startup. Admittedly, as you can see here, the whiff, right? A little slow startup. But there's a dark secret about this little slow startup. The move is completely invincible. Yes, once again, you heard me right. The move is invincible. So notice how I just completely went through that move, right? Once again, this is full invincible. It's not armored like, you know, so many other grapplers and so many other games. It is just straight up invincible like a dragon punch. So I can take whatever move you're doing, just go clear through it, grab you, and immediately corner you. That's how she works. And if you're already not scared enough, some other fun little ditties here. The Sumo Stomp is a semi-unblockable in that if you're standing specifically, it's unblockable. You just simply get hit. End of story. You either have to be in the air, and King of Fighters being King of Fighters, you're going to be like, you know, hopping and jumping a lot, so that's fair enough. Or if you're crouching, you will avoid it. So if you're crouching, basically, you know, you're grounded, you won't lose your balance. But at any point on the screen, even though as a sumo, she's a character without traditional fireballs, obviously enough, any point on the screen, if you're just asleep at the wheel, quick ground pound, knockdown, and Hanako gets to run in and start the madness. And specifically for KOF 2002, she's got a lot of fun little things. Like she has a really good max mode combos. She has a bunch of target combos that actually like work out really good because she can link her lights after her target combo, making her combo structure kind of wild. So hey, you know, good chunk of change off just a hick and firm, right? And that's the baby version of the combo, and you can get more advanced than that. But yeah, so Hanako's got the damage output on top of all the fun gimmicks and gigas, like a fully invincible throw that corners you no matter where you are on the screen. I think, you know, that alone is worth the price of entry, right? And now let's get into the real sumo menace of fighting games. Meet Taka Arashi from Virtua Fighter. So Taka, as you can tell, he's a big boy, right? And he's proficient in all the usual sumo stuff, not the least of which, in proper sumo fashion, he's actually exceptional at ringing people out. So that's always fun. But let me tell you why Taka's a terror, because Taka is very literally playing his own game. So in all fighting games, there are certain things you can expect, right? Like, I can do combos, especially in 3D fighters, and juggle you, launch you into the air. Or say, I can do throws and throw you around. Taka, the rules are a little bit different. So, Virtua Fighter is a game with a weight system. In that, the heavier your character is, generally speaking, the less you go up. But Taka is in a weight class all by himself. Normally, you can classify the weight classes 3 ways: light, medium, heavy, and then there's Taka. Taka is a world unto himself. Say that launcher we showed earlier. That doesn't even launch him. That just knocks him back. He cannot get juggled the same way other characters can. And say that throw. Not so much. We actually have all new animations because it's so effing hard to move Taka. Characters visibly struggle just to move him around. I'm talking all sorts of throws too. So throws where I throw you over my shoulder, right? Throws where I'll do some nice big acrobatics and flip you over. Heck, what about just a big old choke slam? How does that work out on Taka? Well, it sort of doesn't work. Oh, that was so hard. It sort of doesn't work because flip over, oh, it's so hard. And that choke slam jumping 7 feet into the air, not so much. We'll have like a botched Undertaker Hulk Hogan choke slam instead. Now, for gameplay balance reasons, obviously, all these moves still do damage, right? Because, you know, you can't not hurt the character. But he has so many throws across the cast that Taka, they reanimate all the throws just to show that you can't lift this guy because he's too effing big. And there's a whole other category of things too. So once again, as we showed earlier, the launchers, don't launch them. They'll knock them down, and you can like get follow-ups from it. And legitimately, depending on the character, some characters actually get better combos on that kind of knockdown than the regular juggle, so there is some balancing there. But on top of the fact that you can't juggle him the same way, sometimes, because he's so damn big, he'll just no-sell the move entirely. Like, let's use L-Blaze as an example here. So things like back kick, punch, punch. See, big old launch, right? Down, kick, punch, punch, smacks the enemy down to the side. The third hit is what does these, either knocks them down or launches them up. And the thing is, they both do less than 20 damage, and 20 damage is the magic number against Taka. If you do a move that launches or knocks down against Taka, and it does less than 20 damage, you don't even get like that weird animation where he falls over instead of the proper launch, right? What will happen instead is it just doesn't even knock him down. It literally will not phase him. He'll just stay standing. You'll have some frame advantage, like, you know, as something, I guess, but against weaker moves that launch or knock down, if they don't pass the 20 damage threshold, they literally cannot knock Taka down. Dude is a juggernaut. You cannot play the same game against him. Like every fighting game, you already have to learn different rules and all that kind of stuff, right? That's how fighting games work. Like if you learn Soul Calibur, you gotta learn Soul Calibur. If you learn VF, you gotta learn VF. If you learn Tekken, you gotta learn Tekken. But not only do you have to learn Virtua Fighter, when you fight Taka, you also have to learn how to fight Taka because the rules literally do not apply against him. So if that was that, and just that alone, that would already be crazy, right? Like here's this dude that like literally breaks the rules of the game as we know it. But my friends, let me tell you more, because that's just the part where you hit Taka, and he's a big beast of a man, right? And he doesn't get hit so good. But trust me, he can hit you back pretty damn well. So just out of the gate, one of the things we mentioned kind of at the top of the video here, at least for the Taka section, is as a sumo wrestler, as he should, he's quite proficient at ringing people out. A lot of his throws are very conducive to ringing people out on a lot of ways, both forward throws and back throws. And of course, you know, just general attacks and all the kind of stuff. He can bully you around very easily. He has a lot of just general push forwardness, like a lot of wall carry, if you will. Not all the stages in VF have walls, so you can also consider that like ring out carry. But one of the things that's exceptional about him is his mix-up game. So once he has any amount of plus frames to work with, really, like even off like stand jabs plus 5, that's enough to get the party started. So in VF terms, people often call this Nitaku, which is effectively just short form for two-way guess, aka mix-up. So I'll just use mix-up from now on. But he has some strike throw mix that's actually kind of jacked up. Once again, all you gotta do is get some plus frames. So VF, how VF works specifically, is throws are actually the fastest attacks in the game. Throws are 10 frames starting. And obviously there's all sorts of throws. So, you know, forward throw, back throw. He even has a fun untechable throw that he'll put you in like a sumo clinch. And then from there, it's a three-way guess to what he's going to be doing, because you can just toss it around. And the way VF works, breaks are always back, neutral, or forward. It's not based on a button, like say Soul Calibur or Tekken. But specifically, his throw game is debatably the best in the game. Someone like Wolf has throws that can do more damage, like Burning Hammer, but they have slower startup. And Taka has the good fast 10 frame startup on some monstrous throws here. Like this bad boy here, where he just rips you around, 80 damage. That's a lot. That is almost the most damaging throw in the game outside of Burning Hammer, pretty much. And so this bad boy is a forward break. So you have to be breaking forward throws to stop that. Okay, I'll just do that. I'll break forward throws. But the problem is he has a back throw where he'll bop you here in the stomach, and he'll leave you at plus 15, and when you know it, his headbutt, which is the combo starter, is exactly 15 frames. And with the combo he gets off that, that's also 80 damage. And once again, you know, forward pressure, potential ring out stuff, right? So that's nasty. And once again, this is not Tekken. The throws themselves look exactly the same. Like that is forward throw, that is back throw, that is neutral throw. You can't tell the difference, right? Now the beauty of VF is while you're blocking, because this is a block button game, you can hold block, a direction, and punch, and you'll automatically tech throws in that direction. So if I hold block, then hit punch and hold hit by itself, I'm teching neutral. If I hold back, I'm teching back. If I hit forward, I'm teching forward. So right now I'm holding block and punch. And now if Sarah tries to throw me, that's neutral, so I automatically just neutral break. If I'm holding guard, punch, and forward, if she tries to do a forward throw, I automatically tech forward, and same with back, right? So if you know the throw that's going to come, then it's easy, right? It's actually very easy to break throws in Virtua Fighter. But the problem is, once again, the animations look the same. It's literally just a 50-50 guess. Which throw am I going to do? I'll gain a couple plus frames and immediately guess, am I going for the massive damage single throw? Or, guess, am I going to go for the one I'm going to combo out on and just, absolutely devastate you on? And of course, neutral throw was the thing too, right? So I could do that as well. And if you're worried about teching the other two throws, you're definitely not going to be teching the neutral throw. So that's just the throws, right? So I get a couple plus frames, go for the throw. The thing about Virtua Fighter is, if you're going for a throw and the enemy is going for an attack, no matter what, you cannot be thrown, with a couple rare exceptions, while you're attacking. So just attacking is effectively a throw tech in and of itself. So screw you, right? If you're going to go for the throw mix-up, I'm just going to attack, or hell, I'll duck. Because naturally enough, throws are highs. And, well, there is crouching throws, character dependent. That's the whole thing, but don't worry about that. But I gain my plus frames off whatever, okay? Now you know the throw's a thing, so either you're teching the right way, or you're attacking me, or you'll duck, right? Well, I can just attack you back, right? And enter back punch plus kick, which is, I know this is like a nothing looking move on its face, right? But 16 frames startup, so if you're +5, that means the fastest regular strikes in the game are 12 frames, so you'll still beat it. It's a mid, so no ducking it, no avoiding it. You can step it, but by the way, throws track, so you can't sidestep a throw. So that's part of the mix, FYI. But yeah, so back punch kick plus punch is just a big old knockdown. And frankly, it's a big old knockdown that you get decent combo damage off of, right? And that inherently is the mix. Now, the move's unsafe on block, -15. But the thing is, you can just hit confirm, right? You can literally just let the regular one rock. And only if you see it hit, do you hit confirm and then go into it. Block, block, hit. And the thing about the move specifically is you can delay the second hit quite a bit. So you can actually just hit confirm the hit. So now, wrapping it all together, basically anytime you have even a little bit of plus frames, or it helps if you have a lot, but generally you can enforce grab, strike, mix. And the grab is two of the most damaging grabs in the game. And there's a mix already of, is it going to be back grab or forward grab, or near guaranteed neutral grab, right? As I've explained how that works. Or am I going to go for the strike, which is a mid that you cannot duck. I'm going to win because I have plus frames anyways. Technically the full string's unsafe, but it's hit confirmable. And if it connects, it's combo time, right? And these all lead to decent damage, decent pressure, decent Oki after the fact, right? You just get the world off one situation. So Taka has his own distinct rule set that, on top of learning the game already, you have to learn specifically how to fight Taka. So at a low level play, like this guy's like SSSSSSS plus tier, because you're not going to understand how to fight him. Your moves aren't going to work on him. Your combos aren't going to work on him. It's messed up. You actually have to put a decent amount of time into learning how to fight this dude in and of himself. He has one of the most messed up mix-up games in the game, in that his strike throw mix is immaculate. It is debatably the best in the game. And of course, there's a lot of other aspects of the character. Like, that's not just one thing. He's got a Tachi stance, which has this whole thing. A fun bit of sumo lore. Not that Virtua Fighter has much lore, but Taka is meant to be a nasty dude, and he has the Henka, which is like a hyper mobility tool out of the stance. And in context of sumo, this is considered an incredibly dishonorable move. In sumo, like, you're in your start position. It's called the Tachi, and you burst out and you go and smack each other in the face. That's kind of how it is. And instead, you go and let the other guy fall over when they're trying to, push you over themselves, right? So the dodge is meant to be a cowardly move. So, he's got that sass in him, right? He's not like Honda with that sumo headbutt, which is technically a move that in reality doesn't work, I guess. As you can see, our boy Ganryu, he does it and he'll just fall on the stomach, which means he would lose. But Honda has that little bit of extra air control, right? and that means he lands on his feet so he doesn't fall down, so he doesn't lose the match. That's why Honda's the best of the best, I guess. So yeah, that's a little bit of a history lesson, I guess, on Taka Arashi, a character who's like legitimately kind of messed up. He's one of the better characters in Virtua Fighter, to say the least. And I guess that's been your Sumo Minute in fighting games. I love pretty much every Sumo character in every fighting game that they appear in. It's a style I like the big dude, what tosses people around. If you've been following along with the channel at any point, you know that my taste in characters, and I'm always going to be rooting for the big boys. And even when they happen to be little, like Hanako, Hanako is still a big boy in the end, as she can do some big boy things. So that all said, I'm not even sure what spurred this video, honestly. Maybe just people complaining about Honda so much ever since Street Fighter 6 came out. And it's always bugged me because, you know, he's not even that great. So why don't you learn about a sumo character that actually is great? If there ever is a Virtua Fighter 6, believe you me, you better be scared of Taka. That all said, though, that's the video. A little bit different than how we usually do it around here, so I hope you liked it. Hope you liked the format. And otherwise, well, I guess we're at the end of the video. So thank you very much for watching. Hope this video has found you well, and go out and play some fighting games.
I'm looking at more programs to generate 3D faces from photos. This one is called Headshot 2.0.
Features highly accurate mesh wrapping and texture.
Does some cool stuff.
This AI realistic, stylized, or cartoony. So this tool can handle the whole spectrum with an extremely easy and intuitive workflow. If you haven't heard about it yet, the new Headshot plugin 2.0 offers a lot of new and exciting features. Also easy facial expressions and full body animation. If this is not amazing, I don't know what is, because I'm impressed. Like, this is mind-blowing. It feels like bending the laws of physics. Also, the classic image workflow now supports AI processes. For example, auto mode makes low-res virtual heads with additional 3D hair with a one-click button, which is great. And the
Okay, I'm gonna try that out. They have a trial version. I'm gonna see how that works. We'll do some fun 3D stuff. Hey, infectious reacting, a viral reactive experience. Meerkat's going live at 1. I don't think I'll be able to stick around for that. I'll be heading out here at around 1. But hopefully I'll be able to show some progress in this 3D stuff quickly enough. That's how you don't play Dying Light. Death lockpicking. Thank you, Rooflemonger, for the sumo video. Not really on brand for Halloween, but oh well, they don't always have to be. And that's an interesting looking character, the sumo schoolgirl. Looking forward to it in King of Fighters. Got other games I want to play, though. I had to uninstall Baldur's Gate 3. It can be reinstalled again later, but I had to make some space in order to fit Ghost Runner 2. But who knows, I may go back to Baldur's Gate. It's just that one disaster fight kind of demotivated me because it went so badly. Launching a fireball, hitting an oil barrel, and killing 2 of my party members. You know how it is. Yeah, Ghost Runner 2 does look fun. I did beat the first one. Yeah, I like the fast-paced ninja action in Ghost Runner 2. I don't know if there's anything else in the sub box to take a look at. Pippa's playing Mahjong with Henya. I hope people would have their oh no, fish egg slop burrito. I'm gonna save your appetite for that. Even though I can't eat anything right now for about 8 hours, I don't want to subject anyone else to a total loss of appetite. I don't know. Maybe take a look at some Twitter outrage. I don't know. I think I will. How about this one? Oh, skip ahead. What is this?
Hey, what's up, guys? Right
Hey,
here.
what's up?
So today we're going to spend some time and talk about more tourists being nuisances in Japan. In fact, things have gotten so bad with live streamers going across Japan and causing problems that local businesses in Japan have started putting up signs like this that say no video and live streaming allowed on their premises. Now, for normal people, this might stop them, but of course, for maniacs like Johnny Somali and those like him, this probably won't stop them, but at the end of the day, at least this serves as a rule that they're violating within the businesses, and the owners can say, well, you violated store policy, now it's time for you to go. And we talk a lot about Johnny Somali and some of his cohorts, but we have a new YouTuber who has thrown their hat into the ring, and his recent crime spree in Japan has gotten a lot of attention, including from the mainstream media. Now, this article talks about foreign YouTubers and calls them as nuisance YouTubers. That is a phrase that is becoming even more popular in Japan, and it's being used to describe people like the focus of today's video. So this is a YouTube video uploaded by an individual named Phidias. Phidias has gotten into a lot of trouble with this video right here, titled, "I traveled across Japan for free," and you'll never guess how he did it. But seriously, these people, once again, a YouTuber like this, traveling to Japan to do these acts of nuisance, basically, and you wonder, why Japan? Well, they picked Japan to do these things because Japan has a pretty well-known culture of politeness, and they are not fond of confrontation, and especially when it comes to foreigners. And people like this, YouTubers, like Johnny Somali as well, they take advantage of this politeness, and they use it to their own advantage to make content. You do not see people like Phidias trying something like this in, let's say, Honduras, or Qatar, or the Sudan, or North Korea, or places like that. I would pay good money to see that content, but they picked Japan to take advantage of that politeness. And this video would get him in a lot of trouble. Now, who is Phidias? Well, Phidias is a Mr. Beast clone. His content is about as obnoxious as it ever gets. You can see right here, just straight up ripping off Mr. Beast videos, doing the same format for views. And he has made all kinds of bangers like this one right here. This is the product of what he apparently did, which was sitting for 60 days outside Twitter headquarters for the chance to hug Elon Musk, where he would post this onto Twitter, soy-facing, and I won't play the video itself. It's like worse than waterboarding, you guys. It is the most cringe interaction you'll ever see in your life, and I thought you guys deserved better than that. But this guy is quite a goofball. In fact, he is responsible for this thumbnail right here. What? Definitely in the Hall of Shame of YouTube thumbnails. And no, this is not a meme. This was his original thumbnail to a video titled, "I spent 100 hours in the world's poorest country," where he's soy-facing, surrounded by a bunch of poor children. Now, the video itself, again, I won't torture you with that content, but basically he goes into poor places and basically says, look at all the poor people, that's crazy. And then just flexes the fact that he has an iPhone on a bunch of poor children. Like, it's absolutely painful to watch. But let's go back to his latest banger, the "I traveled across Japan for free." Now, guys, please...
This is the kind of YouTuber that DSP thinks all YouTubers are like.
Please feel free to drop some comments. Take a prediction as to how this guy traveled across Japan for free. How did he do it? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. He broke the law a bunch of times. He basically went on a long crime spree across Japan where he would enter trains without paying and then hide in the bathroom until the end of the trip and then run away from law enforcement. And yeah, let's just take a look at some clips from that video.
And now it's time to teach you how to get the train for free. So I'm entering the train and I will find the toilet and go straight to the toilet. Here is the bathroom. I will just lock myself the whole time in the bathroom. So I came to my destination now. I think he's waiting for me outside. And I was right. He was just waiting to catch me. So the only thing I could do is to pretend that I'm sick. When I sat down, he released me. And immediately I started running. But he called the police and they are searching for me now. We're definitely getting in trouble here. I ran straight to the next train I had to catch and I was hoping that the train will come before the police.
Yeah, everything's really loud.
Think of anything more fitting and poetic than this guy who makes toilet bowl content having to hide on top of a toilet bowl for content. It's pretty funny, but at the end of the day, he is breaking the law. This is very obvious. This is something he knows. He's aware that he's breaking the law, and he's actively evading law enforcement trying to stop him and make him pay for the train tickets. And that wasn't the only thing he was stealing. In fact, he would actually steal food as well. And we'll see in this clip, he basically walks into a hotel and just steals food.
So now while I'm waiting the bus, I will try to get some free breakfast. This is the hotel. I went up to the rooms to check the number so I could use it as a passcode for the breakfast. Room 505.
What is this accent?
Thank you.
Where's this guy from?
It worked. I just have access to a 5-star Japanese buffet. And we're leaving the hotel without getting caught and without any problem.
Now, I'm sure that you're absolutely shocked to find out that people in Japan and abroad
leaving the hotel without getting caught and without any problem.
Now, I'm sure that
Russia,
you're absolutely
Soviet.
shocked to find out that people in Japan and abroad are extremely upset about Phidias's video. They find it very offensive and they want him to face some sort of consequences. And tweets like this would generate a lot of attention, and it would get to the point where the usual fans of Phidias's videos, 12-year-olds, their opinion and their support wasn't enough to drown out the legitimate criticism coming from people who are upset about how he has exploited the Japanese public for YouTube content. And eventually, he would make this pinned comment. This has to be the worst YouTube apology I have ever seen, and that is saying something. Unfortunately, we didn't get a video apology, but we got this pinned comment. It says, "Hello, beautiful people. I apologize to the Japanese people if we made them feel bad. That was not our goal. From now on, I am going to make more research to the cultures we go to and try to prevent this from happening again. I love you all." Yeah, this is, it has some grammatical errors. Have you noticed? Right here saying, I am going to make more research to the cultures. Yeah, you know what? I don't think you have to do research to understand that Japan has laws and stealing is against the law. I don't think you need to do research into a culture to understand that stealing is probably a bad thing, right? Really shocking, but like looking through this whole thing, like no capitalization, the weird double spaces here. It's like this guy couldn't have taken, what, a minute to make sure this apology was somewhat legible. Like, this whole thing is just absolutely embarrassing. You know he's not sorry about anything. He's just sorry that people are angry at him and calling him out. But nonetheless, sometimes you F around and you do find out. So here's some reports that are claiming the video has been removed by YouTube for violating their terms of service. And honestly, is that really surprising? No, it is not, because at the end of the day, what is he doing in this video? He is literally filming himself committing a crime spree in a foreign country. And actually, Team YouTube would confirm this in the replies, saying, "Thanks so much for flagging this. After review, the video was deemed violative of our harmful and dangerous content policy and has been removed."
Okay, I tried another website. This one is called 3d.csm.ai, and I imported this image to try and make a 3D model out of this. And look what I came up with. I turned it around to avoid scaring people. But this is some peak Halloween content here. Let me turn this around. Oh my god. That's horrifying. It's like the... Oh, jeez. Sorry, I had to cough. It looks like a Left 4 Dead creature, like a mold monster. It's like the victim of a shotgun blast. Jeez. Well, that's the best it was able to come up with. Christ.
From the platform. Now, this is obviously a smart decision by YouTube for once applying their rules correctly, because I can't think of anything that is more harmful and dangerous than filming yourself doing a crime spree in a foreign country. But nonetheless, I want to transition from Phidias to Johnny Somali. We have some news regarding him. So we all know that he has been in and out of Japanese custody over the past 2 months. The first time he got arrested for trespassing onto a construction site, and eventually he was released, but only about 2 weeks ago, he was once again arrested, this time for being a nuisance in a Japanese restaurant, and now he is sitting and waiting for Japanese authorities to decide on whether or not they're actually going to bring him in front of a prosecutor. Now, I saw several tweets like this, and there's several YouTube videos that are buying into this message that I've seen really over the past couple of days, and this tweet falsely claims that the Japanese government is making an example of Johnny Somali, a kick streamer who harasses people and breaks the law for fame. Kick streamer Johnny Somali will spend 5 years in a Japanese prison. Now, I regret to inform you that is not the truth. I kind of wish it was. I'm sure a lot of people do too. But Johnny Somali has not been sentenced. In fact, he hasn't even been before a prosecutor yet. And from what I understand, even with the trespassing violations, the max sentence he would ever get was 3 years. So the 5 years is already just not going to happen. And also, he has not been sentenced. And I've seen a lot of people support tweets like this. I mean, this one has 19,000 likes on it. But it did get a community note here correcting the misinformation. And he is still in holding. And what they're going to do with him, I don't know. But eventually, a lot of people are assuming this might lead to his deportation. Finally, that's probably the only way he will stop live streaming in Japan, is if he is forcibly removed from the country. But that's where we stand. I just wanted to correct this misinformation because I know a lot of people are buying into it. But yeah, that's going to do it for this video. A little update on some of the nuisance YouTubers in Japan. Please share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Isn't that guy like 5'3" or something? Like an actual manlet. Okay, I have the trial version. I got 30 days to try this out, and it probably won't let me export anything. But at least I could create the images and import that into the Blender Face Maker. I don't know. I could maybe combine 2 or 3 different programs.
Hey, guys, right here
to get something usable. I'm sure there's another Rev video I wanted to take a look at. I don't know. I do kind of want to see what their response is.
Being offended by
I'm not as much interested in the Twitter outrage. I just want to see what the devs had to say about it.
Fictional content. This time, a recently released game has caused a lot of controversy because one of the problematic themes contained within it has upset some people on social media. Now, this image right here will either cause you some sort of shock and disgust or happiness depending on who you are. Now, why is this image so polarizing? Well, these characters come from a recently released game on Steam called The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Now, I haven't personally played this game, but there have been a lot of people filling in the details about this horror game that have caused social media users to be offended. Now, let me read the description of this game before we get into everything. It says, walk and talk adventure with light puzzling. Brother and sister practice cannibalism after witnessing a botched satanic ritual.
That's only
now,
chapter
what part
1.
of that is offending people the most, or what part of that is solely offending people? Well, spoiler alerts. At the end of the game, there's an optional route where the brother and sister character end up together. Now, that is what people are offended about. Not the gore, not the murder, not the satanic rituals, not the cannibalism, but this optional brother-sister relationship at the end of the game. That's what people are offended about, and that's where they're drawing the line. Now, this game has gotten a lot of attention from people because of its quality, but also because of this theme at the end of the game that has a lot of antis upset. And despite review bombing this game and all of the outrage on Twitter, you can see that the reviews are overwhelmingly positive with a 98% rating currently. To give you an example, this is higher than Baldur's Gate 3. However, despite all of that, people on Twitter have basically reduced this entire game to that brother-sister optional route, and they have ignored everything else contained within this game. And of course, if you are offended by that relationship between those characters in this fictional piece, that is completely fine. That is within your rights. However, to act like that is somehow different than other themes like cannibalism, for example, you're just kidding yourself. Those things are all meant...
Yeah, I played the game on stream. It's not technically finished. Like, Chapter 3 isn't playable, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, to sell a game on Steam for $10 and just have 2 chapters.
To repulse and shock you. In fact...
But it was fun.
Let's look at the definition of horror for those who seem to forget. Horror is a genre of literature, film, and television that is meant to scare, startle, shock, and even repulse audiences. If those themes contained in that optional route repulse you, that's fine. And if you don't like it, well, simply don't play the game, because this is a very little known secret about this game. So if that sort of stuff makes you uncomfortable, then just don't consume this game. But nonetheless, this is one of many tweets attacking this game. This user saying, "Me if I was a game for complete losers and weirdos." So instead of just moving on from a game that contains themes they don't like, they have to attack people who play it. And as usual, when I see people calling others losers and weirdos, I check out their account and like instantly I see a tweet like this. Like, this person's supposed to be the authority on who's weird or not. Like, I got news for you. It's pot calling the kettle black at this point. But moving on, this reply would be very important. So, in quotes, it says, "The whole point is it's problematic," end quote. That's not how horror works. If you're going to showcase bad things in media, make sure it's shown as bad. I'm so tired of the weirdos excusing it with that. But then again, they don't care if it's weird, which, number one, it's exactly how horror works. And also, if you find these things weird and you like that it's weird, that's also okay. This is fictional horror. That's kind of what this is all about, right? But I think this is a pretty good response right here that I'm going to share. This quote saying, "The fact that so many people in fandom right now are expecting horror media of all things, to present a clear life lessons for a good moral compass is unhinged to me and shows just how far purity culture goes. It never stops and just gets more and more absurd." That's right. The idea that the creators of this game have to show you that these themes, including the brother-sister route and the cannibalism and all that stuff, is bad is ridiculous.
Well, they don't really
you
have a
should know
choice.
as
Like,
a competent adult.
Like, for context, they're locked in quarantine because the local water company released water with parasites in it. So they were locked into their apartment, and they had no choice. Like, they were out of food, and they sneak into the neighbor's house, and the neighbor dies from a demon summoning ritual. And they're like, "Well, we can use this for food," and they're not very happy about it. They just do it to survive.
That these themes...
Well, I mean, Lele is kind of happy about it. It's weird. She's, like, literally crazy.
Represent
a lot crazier than Andrew is.
Real-life counterparts that are bad and should not be replicated in real life. In fact, seeing this reminds me of something I studied many years ago. It is the Hays Code, which is actually very similar to a lot of different production codes that are a part of Hollywood films for many decades. And only about a century ago, I mean, these things were a requirement for films. You can see some of the values you had to uphold in order for your film to be produced in Hollywood. And really looking at these, the modern day Zoomers would agree with all of this. They just don't realize it yet. But in this case, films had to have a clear good guy winning and a clear bad guy always losing. The bad guy could never win, and the bad values could never be celebrated or triumphant in the film. It reminds me of one example. I don't remember the name of the film, but it was based on the Lizzie Borden murders of the 19th century. There was a daughter in real life who murdered her family with an axe, and there was a bunch of movies made in the 20th century about it. And one of the films was based on that, and basically in that film, the girl ends up murdering everyone. Her family, she murders everyone who's onto her. She gets away with it, right? And you're thinking there's only a few seconds left in the film. She's getting away with it. How is this not violating the Hays Code? Well, as she's walking away down a path towards her victory, quite literally and metaphorically, a bolt of lightning comes down from the sky and kills her. And then the film ends. And that got through to Hollywood because, well, as ridiculous as it was in the end, they showed that the bad guys and murder is wrong and they will never win. But it's ridiculous. It's an infantilization of viewers thinking they're so stupid that they need to be told that bad things are bad when they're in movies, when it's pretty obvious that they are to any competent adult. But someone would actually quote that previous response saying, you don't need to be an internet Puritan or whatever to expect horror media to not portray incest in a positive light. Now, again, I haven't played this game, but from everything I've heard, it's very obvious that this relationship between these characters is extremely volatile and toxic. It is not shown to be a good relationship, and with any media competency, it seems like it's saying this is a bad thing. This is the bad ending, okay? They're cannibals, and they're doing stuff like this. Does that not signal in your mind that it's not being shown in a positive light? But moving on, the one person who's talking about the problematic element in defense that people are using, they would also reply to a now deleted post. I'm not sure what it said, but they say that the dev literally made this, referring to the creators of this game, and it says cry about it with the brother and sister embracing each other. And just like anything else, the classic this you, and then they show like the most base thing ever. Like, yeah, I'm glad to see the developers doubling down on this theme that got a bunch of Twitter freaks upset. But many people would quote retweet this. First off, let's start with the threats. As per usual, not gonna lie, I'd beat the F out of the dev and everyone who supports this stuff. I have to start laying my hands on y'all. You're not okay. Like, this person's freaking out over this relationship in a fictional piece of content, but they're so violent that they're going to hurt people over it and are so impulsive about it they have to sit here and lay on their hands hoping they don't spurg out and hurt someone over this. This person saying this blank he crying about it when I spam his phone number with pictures of faces of people who game ended themselves with fireworks.
What?
Woo! That's edgy, dude. Wow. I bet they're shaking in their boots about this incoherent threat you're making. This person saying my honest reaction with a person pulling out a gun. This person saying, well, the dev can get his house nuked. How appropriate. This person, then, we evolve into, of course, the accusation phase here. No way they got Epstein making games. I didn't know Epstein liked horror games involving these characters, but...
They're not underage. They're like in their 20s. What does that have to do with Epstein?
Okay. This person's saying, Jarvis, scan the hard drives of anyone who called this based. Now, this is a Fate Grand Order fan here, a fan of the Fate series. Now, while you're asking Jarvis, ask Jarvis to scan the archives of Fate and all of the incest themes that are contained within that franchise, then get back to us, okay? This person saying, how long do you think it will take for the dev to be outed as a sex offender? I give them 4 months. Once again, another tweet highlighting the depravity of Zoomers on Twitter who are gleefully excited and fantasize about situations where kids are being hurt at the expense of people they don't like online, just so they can validate not liking that person because of the fictional content they make. How about nobody get hurt? How about no kids get hurt in your little fantasy and just say that you dislike this content and move on with your life without having the fantasy that you have here that is very, very disturbing that you want this to happen. You seem excited about the possibility of this happening. This person saying, I think this game is a nice litmus test if you're pro-ship or not. No normal person can excuse this from being weird. I love how they're treating this like a test.
Of course it's weird. It's a fucking horror story. Like, the characters are clearly insane and disturbed and not normal. Like, and that's the context. There's no ambiguity about it that they're sane, normal people. Like, they're fucked up. They're seriously fucked up from like childhood.
See if you have like a disease or something. Pro ship. Once again, a person crying about pro ship without even knowing how the definition works. Like, the way they're using it here makes no sense, and well, that's hardly surprising. But this person then says, would be funny if we buy the game just to leave negative reviews.
Oh yeah, that'd be hilarious.
I'm sure the developers would hate that.
No.
I'm sure they would absolutely hate that you'd pay them, I think, $10 for this game to leave a negative review. Oh, they would hate that. You should go do that right now. I'm sure they'd be crying about it. But nonetheless, I saw a lot of tweets like that saying, the incest game is starting to get on my nerves. Oh boy, what's going to happen if the developers find out it got on your nerves, Twitter user? Like, are they going to turn into a corn on the cob or something? Like, you know, that's the problem with Twitter users. They see something they don't like, and then they immediately share it with everyone and promote whatever they're complaining about.
The canon
and this
ending.
response really sums it up. They quoted that person saying, "Not my personal thing, but I'm glad they made this game because it shows something can go so hugely against social media moral watchdog Zoomer standards and still do well, and no amount of 100K likes, outrage tweets can stop its success." Exactly right. All it's doing is promoting it even more. I mean, think about examples. Some very clear ones like Hogwarts Legacy, okay? Like, all these people saying, let's leave negative reviews, let's boycott this game. Like, the harassment campaign from February, March wants its tactic back, okay? See how that went when they sold over $1 billion worth of copies. And this game is just gaining more and more attention. And at the end of the day, it's a good game, and a lot of the people actually playing it aren't offended by any of the themes contained within it because they understand it's something that is limited to fiction and doesn't condone any real-life counterpart that we all know is bad. But yeah, as this tweet points out here, look at some of these ratings in comparison. Right now, The Coffin of Andy and Lele sitting at a 98% rating on Steam, while games like Baldur's Gate 3, despite all of its success, are below that. That's pretty impressive. The gamers have spoken, ladies and gentlemen, and they are praising this game that Twitter is pretending to hate. But nonetheless, where do we go from here? Well, I'm excited to share this game. I'm sure a lot of you guys will check it out. And
when I went into the directory on Twitch, there were only like 46 people playing it last time I checked. It may be a little bit higher now, but I thought more people would be playing it. I thought it was like a underground meme game, but I guess it's a bit more underground than I thought.
I've been under the weather the past couple of days, and I hinted at this.
Oh, boo-hoo. There was another one in that topic.
Are treating fictional characters better than real-life human beings. Now, how did this happen this time? Well, a lot of people are angry about the recent release of a horror game on Steam. That game is called The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Now, this is a horror game with themes such as murder, gore, cannibalism, satanic worship, and so on. However, Twitter users are largely not angry about those themes. However, they are very angry about an additional theme contained within this game, and that is an optional route at the end of the game where these two brother and sister characters end up together. And despite everything that Twitter is trying to say about...
Okay. Well, like I thought, if I'm in the trial version, it won't let me export this mesh to use for anything, but that's what it generated based off of one image. I wish it would let you make more, like import more images to make a more accurate face model. But yeah, this is basically what I did with the video that I showed earlier, the Terminator one. It's basically you just can't export it. I guess this is what he sees in the mirror. But yeah, you can do a whole lot of sliders here. Make him look a little bit fatter. Like that. Can look a little bit worse. I think there is a way to add hair. I don't know, I haven't used this in a couple years. I think there is a hair option. But that's separate from the
route.
import.
No, it is not glorifying that theme. It is showing it quite literally as the bad ending. It is the ultimate display of this toxic relationship between these two characters. It is not a good thing. They are not portraying it as a good thing. It is there to make you uncomfortable and unsettled, just like other themes in horror. And for some reason, Twitter users are missing that point entirely and are fixating on this one optional route. Now, a few days ago when I made this video covering those related tweets, little did I know that this would be easily the most controversial and hated video I've ever made. And when I say hated, I don't mean by my fans or anyone like that. I mean by Twitter. They went absolutely insane with this video. I think the backlash I've gotten on Twitter for this video is greater than any other I've made before. And that is saying something, okay? Now, what did I say in this video that is so controversial? Well, despite what Twitter is attempting to say that I said in this video, the basic point was I was covering tweets that were outraged about this game and harassing the developers and so on. And eventually in the video, I addressed the whole topic of the incest relationship between these characters. And I simply said that it's okay if you don't like that theme. Don't consume this game.
Figures this program, like, in order to unlock all the features, is like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So, I guess this is about as far as I can take it with this.
I was just pointing out how it's a bit strange that people can see things like cannibalism and murder and think that's a normal theme of horror, but look at the situation of the optional route and not consider that horror elements as well. Because at the end of the day, it's not glorifying that stuff. It is there to disturb you as the viewer, much like other themes of horror.
It is very
so to draw a
unsettling.
line in the sand between cannibalism and this optional route, it's just strange. It doesn't change the fact you're allowed to dislike this sort of a trope in fictional content. You're allowed to. But I just pointed that out and people got extremely angry, okay? I have easily...
I mean, it's kind of endearing. They do genuinely care about each other in a sort of twisted way. But Lele likes Andrew a little bit too much, and Andrew is very much aware of what the situation is and doesn't want it to go any farther than that. But nonetheless, he does want to protect her like any brother would. He just understands that she's not all right in the head.
Thousands of false allegations right now, death threats, people threatening to R-word me in real life, things like that. Very disturbing
R-word.
stuff, and it really just got out of control very quickly. In fact, we got to a point where there was multiple large-scale tweets accusing me of being a literal pedo, which is, you know,
It has nothing
Twitter
to do with
in a
the
nutshell.
game.
It got to the point where we actually got a community note on one of the related tweets that is basically saying this is unsubstantiated claims against Rev. There's nothing to show that these allegations are true. Now, how did these people on Twitter react when their slander was questioned? Well, they got very, very angry. So this is my response to a threat.
Yeah, like, I don't want to talk about this too much because, I don't know, I just don't want to. But during the King Sly stream with Raven's Dolphin, there was someone in the chat and they were talking about like the association of anime, and they were like, well, Ann Leet plays Azur Lane, and there are characters in there who are underage, and it's like, yeah, but they're not sexualized. Do you understand there's a difference?
Thread with 6,000 likes where a user goes, "Are you effing serious?" over a tweet calling me these slanderous things with a community note questioning it. They're angry that I am not a predator.
Well, you're saying it wrong. You mean you couldn't care less. If you could care less, that means that the option is there to care less, and that at this point you do care more than that option to care more. I'm sorry, it's a semantic argument, but I always correct people when they say could care less, but right, couldn't care less.
Sure.
It's not possible to care any less than you do already. If you could, that means then you could.
Just stop and think about how insane that is. These people are so dangerous. They actually want people to be predators so they can justify hating them online. And when they find out that their slanderous claims about them are false,
Alright, I can't use this
they
program.
have a breakdown on Twitter because they need something to justify all this attention they're funneling towards people like me. I mean, they could be literally doing anything else with their lives, but instead they have to sit here and slander people for clout on Twitter. It's ridiculous. And when they get called out for it and questioned about their delusions, they get very angry about it. But moving on, there was another set of call-out threads where users like this were doing like a Weenie Hut Jr. cancellation thread where they were bringing up my tweets from 2020 in an attempt to make me look bad. Now, before we look at some of these examples of these harmful tweets that I made a few years ago, let's see this user. This is the person who's making this call-out thread, okay? They retweeted this 1 hour before making the call-out thread, and of course then they unretweeted this once people pointed it out, but nonetheless. Here's an example of one of the tweets that are being made to call me a criminal and other things. Look at this. Now, what do you see here? Please feel free to type out your comment and your thoughts in the comment section. Do you think this is a serious statement grounded in a real life set of actions? Or do you think this is a joke? Now, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to give you guys a secret tour of the Willy Wonka factory here. I'm going to show you how the chocolate's made. Let me just make this very clear for Twitter users and everyone listening. I don't have a sister. That's kind of the problem with this whole call-out thread. I don't have a sister. You're not protecting anyone with this thread. And it really wouldn't matter anyways because these are jokes. And no matter how much Twitter wants to fantasize about this non-existent person being in my life, it doesn't make it true. And it doesn't change the fact that this is a joke. And anyone with half a brain taking an honest look at this tweet knows it's a joke. Now, I can already hear people responding, well, I didn't find it funny, Rev. Okay, that's your opinion. Comedy is subjective. It's perfectly fine to not like this or not find it funny, but it doesn't change the fact tweets like this are clear jokes. And you're either being disingenuous or you're genuinely delusional if you think it's not a joke. But moving on, another person would share another one of those 2020 tweets in a thread I made trying to attack me for this tweet right here.
Guys, and welcome back.
I'm not going to lie, I forgot about tweets like this. This is a banger, dude. This is... I mean, what do you guys think? You think this is a funny tweet? I think nobody in the world would ever be offended by this back in 2020, but now apparently we're acting like something like this is actually harmful when it's very clearly just a joke. But nonetheless, this user had that screenshot and said, apparently holding someone accountable for being a weirdo is just canceling now. Maybe just stop being an effing lunatic and act like a normal functioning member of society. Is the Twitter clout worth it? Imagine if your effing family saw this, or your day job. So there's a lot to unpack here, but beginning with this whole canceling thing, I never said anyone's canceling me with that thread of my tweets.
3D debut?
In order to cancel someone, you have to show stuff that's going to make their fans and viewers leave. None of my fans or viewers are surprised by my shit post from back in 2020, which was right on par with the kind of humor I had regularly on my Twitter account at the time. And that's not canceling anybody. Okay, you can have 10 million people on Twitter like your thread about me. It doesn't change anything. I don't consider that being canceled. I just consider that people crying for attention on Twitter. And this idea of not acting like a effing lunatic, I've seen some pretty lunatic-like behavior, and it's not me. It's people directing their crazy thoughts and threats towards me over this whole situation. But this idea of also Twitter clout. Dude, I hate Twitter. I use Twitter to farm ideas for videos, okay? Trying to get clout on Twitter has never been something I've ever wanted, okay? If I wanted clout on Twitter, you know what I would do? I would become an anti and tweet 50 times a day about how everything is problematic. That would get me clout if I wanted clout on Twitter. But I'm not interested in any of that. And this last part right here would serve as quite a funny little transition here, saying, imagine if your effing family saw this. Also talking about just my channel in general, my content. Well, unfortunately for this user, I shared this screenshot of a conversation I was having with my mother, who purchased my official Rev Document, link in the description, by the way. And She had the order. She sent me pictures when it came in saying how good it looked. My parents are fully aware of my content, and they support it. They buy every single piece of merch I release. They're very involved. And unfortunately, Twitter users just can't really handle that, and this person blocked me immediately when I shared this. But also for some people were like, in the replies, are like, oh, well, the lack of father figure. Just to clarify that, my father is too. Now, forgive him. He doesn't really know how to use emojis. He tries to use different ones. They never make any sense, but I still love him for it. Now, here's him replying to my Fumo. Also, link in the description as well. We've hit over 600 Rev Fumos sold already in this campaign. That's absolutely crazy. But nonetheless,
thank you for the follow.
Besides just supporting my career, my dad is my best man in my upcoming wedding. Like, Twitter users are very, very shocked to see things like this, that I have a very good relationship with my family who's also aware of my content. But they can't really accept that, and look at their response to seeing a good relationship between me and my parents. This person says, genuinely, effing kill yourself. And of course, they would block me shortly after this and delete the tweet to avoid getting reported. But that's their response to seeing all of that. But nonetheless, let's continue with some actual updates. That was my arc. Now let's focus on some more drama surrounding the coffin of Andy and Lele. So this tweet right here, this is an artist making this artwork right here showing the 98% positive rating on Steam and saying, consider the following. Pretty innocent tweet, right? Surely nothing could go bad. Well, they have well over 1,000 quotes attacking them, and we're going to look at some of those, but also, as always, a link to this will be in the description. Go give this art a like, consider giving the artist a follow, and support them as well because they don't deserve any of this harassment. Here's something that I saw a lot of people projecting about my video, which, again, they're saying here...
Have they not played the game? Like... It's the relationship is unsettling. Like, in my opinion, maybe I'm off base, but the relationship between the two is disturbing and it's unnerving, which is like part of the aspect of horror.
Psychological horror is supposed to be scary and actually show how wrong abuse is. This is just shock value that's now being romanticized, which is gross. Talking about the incest themes in this game. And people claim that I was saying that it's cool to romanticize these things in my video, when I said very clearly that it was not being romanticized or shown in a positive light. It was a bad ending showing how toxic and vile their relationship ended up by the end of this game. Now, people like this can't accept it. They haven't played the game. They don't know. They don't want to know, but they still tweet this. And it just reminds me, again, we're talking about horror. The existence of all of the themes in this game are there to do just what horror is supposed to do. And it's a genre of literature, film, and television that is meant to scare, startle, shock, and even repulse audiences. That's exactly what they were using all of these themes for, and if you think otherwise, you're just being disingenuous. But we're getting to a point, it's like this. You know, this is a meme screenshot we're seeing a lot recently, but it really feels this way. Like, people can't enjoy anything without having some weird set of morals that really only on Twitter people will have involving fictional content, what is okay, what is not okay. But nonetheless, here's another quote saying, here's a thread of actual horror games that use horror as a beautiful way to tell a story and not some cheap shock value. 38,000 likes on this tweet and growing, by the way. So let's see the recommendations. It must be really good, right? Silent Hill. Now, spoiler alert about the Silent Hill franchise, there is also incest in Silent Hill, and also R-word themes in Silent Hill. So they are calling out the supposedly problematic the coffin of Andy and Lele and promoting a game that has the exact themes they're calling out, and then some. And they get almost 50,000 likes on this tweet. That is Twitter in a nutshell. People are completely uninformed. It almost seems like this is an elaborate shitpost at this point. I mean, really, like, how can they set people up to look this dumb on a viral scale like this? But nonetheless, this quote sums things up really well. So this user says, everyone who's mad about the game being liked by everyone outside of Twitter is just coping with the fact that no matter how many dogshit 50k liked tweets show up on this stupid website, The popular opinion here isn't going to represent what everyone everywhere else thinks. So they're saying no matter how many people make viral tweets dunking on this game, that doesn't reflect actual gamers and people consuming this sort of content. And they give some examples of different quotes that are all ratioing the original poster, the original artist. All of these are ratioing the original poster. Let's see some of these, okay? This user says 98% positive because 2 people actually played it and rated it, while the other 9 players of the entire user base rated it high.
You know, I should rate it.
To own the libs.
I haven't even rated it yet.
Yeah, me when I say things that never happen.
I never rate games and...
Let me clarify for this user. 2 people actually played it and 9 people...
I don't bother with like the meta of Steam, like the behind the storefront option of it, but I will now.
Own the libs. Read. Right here. Read. 2,352 user reviews. 98% positive. There's more than just 2 people. Out of those 2,352 people, I am sure the vast majority actually played the game because they wanted to. You think these are all just people trying to own the libs? It's ridiculous. This person saying, this developer is mega based, tells me all I need to know about the game and the reviewers. 20,000 likes on this tweet. What does it tell you? It tells you that people like the game. They like the fact that the developers are doubling down on this situation and not bending the knee to angry Twitter users who have no interest in playing their game in the first place. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to actual gamers. They like to hear things like that. Here's another one saying, coming from someone who fully played the game, it's one of the lamest and cliche psycho horror RPG maker games I've ever seen.
I mean, it's not great, but I mean, it's also not finished. Like, it's not done. Don't even know where it goes.
20,000 likes as well. Well, that's fair. You're allowed to dislike this game. No one's saying you can't, but that makes you fall into the 2%. And that's it. But it's amazing, just to the other person's point when they collected these screenshots, 20,000 likes on this and yet 98% positive rating on the game. All of these people in the 20,000, they don't actually care about this game. They have no interest in playing it. And they just support this tweet because it's dunking on people they don't like. And that's much like the own the libs mentality that these people are trying to say is what's driving all of these positive reviews. But nonetheless, that's going to do it for this video. It's kind of a long one, but there was a lot to talk about this situation. The way people are getting treated over this game and their opinion about fictional themes and subjects is, well, it's not surprising anymore with Twitter, but it's still very disturbing to see. And people are going to continue crying about this game and promoting it for free once again. And yeah, we've seen this time and time again, and this game's having a lot of success. And yes, I will be streaming this game this coming week on Twitch.
Nice.
Use the address above my head, twitch.tv/RevUWoo. Join up. We're going to have fun playing this game. And yeah, that's going to do it for this video. Please share all of your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. And I'll see you next time.
No link to the Twitch. Can't see a link. About 3 more links. Official merch, Patreon. There's a Twitch. Let's see. Oh, great art. Let's see. Did he play the game? Nostalgia tier list. Giving away a free Fumo. World of Warcraft. So I guess he hasn't yet. We just have a tier list stream from 20 hours ago. And that's it. So not yet. It's good art. And tier maker stuff. 33,000 followers. Not bad. I guess I'll follow. I'll drop a follow. I've watched enough of Rev videos to give him a follow on Twitch. Let's see. What? Harmony Sapphire, TikTok's most delusional mother. That's a bit later. Atlas the Bookkeeper. Oh yeah, we got his videos to get caught up on. We got 2 of them. DSP wants to be paid to take days off. I went over this a little bit when I was on That Being Said.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Tell you, drip, snort, snort. I got the drip.
Oh, Felix the Maid says, would you be open for us buying you a free day? Like once in a while someone would tip a certain amount and then you could have, you could just relax with your wife for the day. Here's the thing.
Okay, before he says whatever nonsense he's gonna say to you, I just want to remind everybody that...
Alright, I just left a short review, not really going in depth. It just said recommend, the relationship between the siblings is genuinely unsettling and disturbing, which is a legitimate aspect of horror storytelling. I don't know if I need to get into further detail. I mean, the point I'm trying to make is that, like, it's legitimately legit, you know?
In my last video, he very blatantly said that he didn't know what to do with his wife because the internet was out. He's actually incapable of spending any sort of quality time with his wife. If the internet is out and they can't stream some random garbage off of some overpriced streaming app, he wants nothing to do with it. And he definitely said it in this podcast, but maybe it's not going to be in this clip, but he definitely said that he did wind up turning his phone into a hotspot so that him and Kat could watch something. So he was actually unwilling to spend any sort of time with her whatsoever if they weren't going to be able to watch something together. Because spending any sort of time actually talking to your significant other is obviously a waste of your time. I mean, dude, you could be pulling Hogan's or drinking gin. So no, the idea of him actually taking more time off to spend time with his wife is not gonna happen. Because he had a chance to spend time with her and he completely wasted it and just wanted to act like a victim the entire time.
Okay. Here's the thing. Yes and no. You know, we were in the distinct idea that that's what was going to happen.
It was so funny when we were watching this on the podcast and just how long DSP was just meandering, trying to cobble together a response to this, because it's such an awkward question. It's like, if we gave you money, would you take a day off to spend with your wife? And he's like, well, here's the thing. So, here's the thing. Hold on, the sun came out. I have to adjust the blinds. Okay. So, anyways, here's the thing. It's like, I was surprised he wasn't like, Jasper, stop doing that. Hey, Jasper, knock it off. Jasper, who's totally in this room, and I'm not just making this up to try and stall more. Just Jasper, stop it. It's like, he doesn't know how to answer the question because he doesn't want to tell people not to give him money. He wants the money, but he also doesn't want to say, if you give me money, then I'll do the thing which I want to do, which is spend more time with my wife.
Hold on one second, by the way.
Hold on a second. I gotta adjust this fucking something or other over here.
And these getting up segments are getting completely out of hand. I mean, he has a semi-legitimate excuse this time because he is actively waiting for the Comcast guy at this point. But I still think it's unacceptable to get up and walk away from the microphone during a primarily audio-focused show. Especially with no explanation before it happens. Dude literally just said, hold on.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Like, he's wearing these button-up dress shirts, but underneath the waist he's wearing like shorts. He's wearing like nylon, or I don't know what, like lycra. That's not right either. It's like, you know, the sort of like workout shorts, just the very light sort of polyester or something or other.
As he was already halfway across the room.
I heard a truck outside. I was like, could that possibly be them? They didn't call me, but no, it's not them. Okay,
okay.
Here's the thing. All right?
Here's the thing.
No matter what, not working puts me behind. You understand? Like, how can I explain this?
Well, I'm going to hope that in your explanation, you don't continue to call streaming work, because it's not a good look. We already went over this in the last video.
As you guys know, I have a certain work ethic. I stream a lot.
I mean, that's not necessarily a work ethic just because you're there often. I've worked with plenty of people who had terrible work ethics, but were actually there every day. They just didn't do a good job or their job at all.
Right? I'm here consistently. Correct? A lot of people tell me
No.
That I'm one of the more, or one of the most dependable,
you're not
consistent streamers
streaming
there are.
right now.
That I have a set schedule. You know what I'm doing during that schedule.
Oh yeah, DSP, you're definitely consistently putting out bad content to just flood people's subscription boxes. And yeah, you better keep to this schedule that you constantly talk about 4 or 5 times a day. In all actuality, the schedule segments are probably about 30% of your content, period. You are always going on about your schedule. Your schedule probably has more production value in it than anything else that you do. That's how much of a focus it is for you.
A lot of other streamers, they'll turn their stream on. You don't even know what they're doing today. They'll turn their stream on whenever they feel like, without even giving you a heads up of exactly when they're starting. They don't take it seriously or act like professionals. To them, it's just kind of like a hobby or a mess around, right? Yet, here they are, ginormous popular people with millions of viewers and stuff, right?
I wonder if there might possibly be a connection. We're just hanging out and having fun and just doing whatever you think is best, given an accurate reading of the room, is how you make an entertaining stream. But no. I wonder what's going on. I've adhered to this rigid autistic schedule for years now, and my stream chat are the same 4 or 5 dent-headed people and a bunch of LARPers. Makes sense of that.
It's pretty crazy.
Okay, but what does it say about you that they apparently don't take it seriously and they're still doing significantly better than you? What does it say about your content that even though those other streamers don't tell their viewers in advance what they're doing, that they still show up for the streams excited to see what's going on? Also, can't believe that he would bother saying that they're unprofessional and don't take streaming seriously when this dude wears PJ pants 90% of his stream. I mean, he is in the comfort of his own home, and that is a perk of being a streamer. You can really wear whatever you want, but they're not supposed to show on camera. You're not supposed to let people know that you're not even bothered getting dressed.
I've never had that mentality. Since the day that I started streaming, I treated it like my job, because that's exactly what it is, right? Like, I treated it seriously. And
that's why he coughs into the microphone and snorts and burps and doesn't bother muting it for anything. Right.
Because of that, there's been a certain level of expectancy.
It's a job where you just hang out and shoot the shit, but it's a job.
From me, like people expecting certain things of me, that I'm going to play a certain amount of gameplay, I'm going to have a certain amount of content, I'm going to be here a certain amount of time. And I really have not veered from that level of...
But what about the React streams? The React streams are super random. So random that the videos are in a random playlist. They play in random order, and you don't know what the videos are. We don't know how much of the video you're going to watch. But okay.
Content delivery.
God, he's so nervous.
Many years.
Many. He can't just say many. He never can just say many. He has to say many.
Well, DSP.
Whatever you got to do to draw out the clock.
It is very clear that you treat streaming as a job because it shows up in your content. You treat it like a dead-end job that you don't want to be at every single day, and you're just clocking in and clocking out, and you don't care how good the quality of content that you make is. Everyone can see that. It's no secret. You don't have to tell us. We know. And he talks about these expectations that he's going to play a certain amount of games, and he's going to talk about a certain amount of things, and this, that, and the other. DSP, you're your own boss. You're the only person who makes the rules that you have to abide by. If you don't want to play certain games, you don't have to play certain games. If you just want to spend all day talking into a camera and hoping to get free money, you can do that if you'd like. You're the only person that's in charge of the expectations that are placed upon you. It's one of the benefits of you being a streamer, actually. But instead of taking advantage of the position that you've been put in to better yourself and your situation, like I said, you treat it like a dead-end job, like you don't want to be there, and continuously put out bad content because of it. And that's why a lot of people resent you, because you're in a very sought-after position and you treat it like garbage. You really show no appreciation for the position that you've been put in, and you squander every single opportunity that you're given, and you laugh in everybody's face when you do it.
I mean, there was a time I didn't even have a whole day off. Were you aware of that? There were times when I only had half a day off a week. So I would stream 7 days, and one day I would stream one stream, and then the second half of the day would be to go grocery shopping and do stuff. How crazy was that? That was, I cut back. When Kat moved in with me in 2018, we made a commitment, all right? We made a commitment that we were going to have, no matter what, one day together a week, because that was more important than whatever more benefit I would get from working 7 days a week, you see?
Is that why you didn't spend the extra downtime that you had with her? Because it wasn't part of your agreement? You gave her only 1 day and you said, no more, honey, I can't do that. And you talk about it like you work these long, arduous hours somewhere that isn't your house. You're home all day long. You take multiple breaks throughout the day and she's home at those times. Because she doesn't work a full-time job either. She's part-time. But of course, DSP is Mr. No Time to Do Anything because he's so busy doing nothing on stream all day.
So that's why we have the 1 day away as it is. Now, if we were to have a situation where someone say, hey, I would like to donate a certain amount of a tip or whatever it may be.
Money.
Okay.
To say it.
And that would allow you to have an extra day off this week, right?
What?
Here's the thing. If that were exactly what happened, then yes. All right.
What the hell is up with all of these hand movements today? It's very strange. I know DSP is usually flailing around like a maniac, but he is extra on one today. But I would love for DSP to put a price point on this fictional tip that would have to come through that he would just take the whole day off. Because, I mean, this is really his dream right here. If someone tipped him, let's say $150 and was just like, here, DSP, take the day off, he would absolutely do it and feel no remorse about it because he got free money and he doesn't actually have to do anything. He could spend all day wasting that money on WWE champion.
But typically, in a situation like that, here's usually what happens, right? So, all right, so I get a big contribution, and I decide, well, because of that, now I'm going to work less. What ends up happening is, you know, now I work less, now I'm behind. Not because I'm behind, people are upset. Not because people are upset, they don't contribute. You get it? It kind of is cyclical.
The only content creator who said, if you pay me more, I will work less. Make that make sense, please.
It's like, you have a level of expectation of what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do it. And if I don't live up to it, then people get disappointed. And disappointed people don't tend to have a good time and don't tend to support that person who they're watching. Do you see what I mean?
Well, DSP, if that was the case, then you would have never made any money at all because you've never lived up to anybody's expectations. Not in the quality of your content, not as a son, and definitely not as a husband given recent events. So I don't know if what you're saying actually holds any water at all.
So, if the whole idea was, I'm going to tip Phil a big tip today, and I'm hoping that this tip is going to allow him to not have to work an extra day this week. And so this happens, and I planned it out ahead of time, and we're all of the agreement that this is what it is. And everyone says, yes, this is so you can have an extra day off this week, you deserve it. And everyone's okay with it, then yes, that could happen.
Nobody agrees on the internet.
But that would have to be something that actually has planning, that we all talk about, we plan, we agree to, so that there's no disappointment.
How many people have to agree with this in your chat before it's everyone agreed and we planned for it and it's okay to do? I mean, I'm just trying to think practically. How many people actually have to agree in your chat that it's a good idea that you take the day off and that it's okay? And obviously the vice versa. How many people have to say, no, DSP, I don't want you to take the day off, and you would have to listen to them? How many people? Because this whole plan doesn't make any sense from the jump because, again, DSP is his own boss. He's a content creator. He is a streamer. He makes his own schedule. He's the only person who has rules for himself. He alone must weigh the positives and negatives of taking certain days off and what he's going to play and what he is going to do on his stream. It comes with the territory of making your own content on the internet and making that your entire business. And let's just say that this did happen and everybody in the chat agreed that Phil should take the day off, right? So he takes the day off and he comes back to his next stream and he's gonna play the game. And then look at that, the tips are low for whatever reason, because they don't like the game, because the right people didn't show up for the stream. Like, it is what it is. I can hear the segment now, DSP saying, well, everyone told me it was okay to take the day off, and then I take the day off, and then all of a sudden it's low support. But you guys told me it was okay to take the day off, so this is all your fault. So again, this whole idea is just a regarded waste of time.
All right? Because typically, here's what I found. When you get a situation where you get a day where there's great support, what ends up happening is then people look at that situation, because let's be honest here, I don't have a normal following on the internet. I have both a fan base and a hater base, right? There's people who hate watch me and literally track every dollar that I make on a stream. As messed up as that sounds, that's very much the case.
You do.
So, if I have a day where, oh my God, Phil did really well today. I'm going to throw a number out there. Phil made $500 today, and he typically doesn't do that.
He asked for $300 a day.
He made $500 on stream today. That's crazy. What ends up happening?
He demands $300 a day.
Scumbags.
That's his
goal.
goal.
Make a series of videos about it. They'll put it everywhere. See, Phil made $500 today. He doesn't need your support because he's rolling in it right now.
Hey, you can just at me next time, DSP. You don't have to sneak diss me like that. Well, when it gets proven time and time again that you're spending all of this tip money on polls, I don't really know what you expect people to say. It's basically just a public service announcement to anybody that'll listen that if you give DSP money, you're wasting your money because he's just gonna gamble it on a mobile game. And I honestly hate even referring to it as gambling because at least in gambling, you have a chance to win something in the form of money, where when you gamble in WWE Champions, the only thing that you're gonna win is a worthless sweaty JPEG.
So what ends up happening is I'll have a really good day, and all of a sudden I'll just happen to notice that over the course of the next week, support's way low. Now, what happened? That'll be the same as saying you own a sandwich shop, and one day you have a rush of customers, and they all come in and buy your sandwiches. Wow, I did so good. For the rest of the week, no one comes into your shop. What happened? Right?
Why does he always have to do these weird restaurant analogies? Dude, you don't own a restaurant. You have never owned a restaurant. You know nothing about owning a restaurant. Why do you insist on restaurant analogy? And it's not even a good analogy. Because with running a restaurant, there's everyday business expenses. And I'm not talking about the fake $5,000 a month business expenses that DSP put on his bankruptcy so that he could, again, pull Hogan's. I'm talking about actually paying for employees, actually paying for the space that your business operates from, paying for the ingredients, paying for the power bill, paying for all of the other utilities and equipment that get used day to day. DSP, you have no business expenses. You were gonna play these games anyway. You run your business from your house. So if you make $500 in one day and the next 2 days are slow, you really still won out on that one because you made $500 in 3 days. That's pretty damn good money. If you didn't spend your money like an absolute crazy person, this wouldn't be an issue for you because you make a good amount of money every single year. You just have a spending problem.
I don't know, but that's what happens sometimes. Okay, I'll run a marathon, and the marathon will go really well, and a lot of people will support the marathon, and all of a sudden the whole rest of the week is slow for support, which is no good. The whole idea is consistency, right? That I come and I told you my philosophy. Here's my philosophy.
Oh, Jesus, we're gonna get the philosophy segment again. This is starting to become a classic around here. The old, I make content and you guys like it, and then you guys, because you like it, decide to support me, and then I can continue making the content that you like. I'm so sick and tired of this whole spiel.
If I turn on a stream and I'm putting out honest content, right? I'm loyal to you guys. I tell you truthful statements about the games I'm playing, so you have a fair representation of what I'm playing on that stream. If I'm having a good time, whether it's enjoying a game because I really like it or just not enjoying it at all because I hate it, but as long as I'm portraying that fairly. I'm not shilling, I'm not lying, I'm not over-exaggerating, but instead I'm giving you a truthful representation of what I feel about the game that's on that stream that day, correct? So as long as I'm doing that, all right, then you guys will enjoy the content. You, in turn, will engage with said content, right? You will enjoy said content, and you will say, man, I like that content, and I want that content to continue.
Just gotta butt in here really quickly and say, I don't know why he's exaggerating the T's in the word content so much. And also, he said content way too many times in too short of a time period, and now to me, it's not even a word. I hate when that happens.
So I am going to, out of the goodness of my own heart, I am going to support that content. Whether it would be by watching, by liking, by you leaving comments, a super chat, a super sticker, a super thanks, a membership, a gifted membership, a tip. No matter what it is, that's all the ways that you support my content and keep me going, correct? So, with that being said...
Hey, shout out that being said. Get well soon, Steve.
That's my philosophy, right? So, if I'm putting out the same content, and it's genuine fun content, and it's useful and educational, and people find value in it, then arguably, what you would think would happen is that every single day, I would have a set amount of consistent support that I can depend on, and would you know, be the same, and I can say, okay, now I can rely on that, and I'm good. And that's literally not...
Shut up for a second. God, he's so in love with his own voice. Swear to God, he just sits there and he just fawns over the sound of his own voice. Alright, I'm trying again with the Blender remap thing. I'm going to use more pins here to try and line up the mesh to the photo, and hopefully that'll be a better representation.
Not what happens. And we've talked about this as well, correct? We have.
No, DSP, that's not how this business works at all. I'm not even in this business, and I can tell you up front that that's just not how this works. You are not guaranteed a set income just because a certain amount of people like your content. It's the ebb and flow of the game, bro. But who is describing your content as fun, useful, and educational? The only thing you're educating people on is how not to operate a business as a streamer, which isn't exactly something that people needed more examples of. There's already a bunch of failed streamers on the internet that people can look at for reference.
We have had situations where, again, you know, I have a really good day, and then all of a sudden, for the rest of the week, it's dead. No support. Why?
Because your
haters
heads
made a bunch
don't
of
have
videos
enough
saying you made $500
money
today.
to
So everyone's like,
give
haha,
you that amount all the time.
So, you know, now no one came by and supported your stream today. Or everyone withheld because they saw that you had a good day yesterday, and everyone talked about it in hater videos. Like, what?
And now he's just repeating the exact same thing he just said. We just went over this. I promise the video did not rewind. We are doing it all over again for some reason. The Jinn has rotted his brain so much that he actually forgot that he just did this whole entire thing, but not a couple of minutes ago.
What are you talking about? The thing is, I don't even know that because I don't watch that junk.
Then why did you say it?
On my content. That's all I know. I don't watch any other shit around me on the periphery. I only know about it when people come to me.
You mention
and
it.
talk to me about it. That's the only time I know. You guys tell me in the chat or I'll get an email about it. I will never know about their junk unless you guys distinctly tell me what's going on with that junk. Okay? So
I do genuinely think that it's a good idea that DSP don't watch detractor videos. It can't be good for your mental health to listen to people talk bad about you almost 24/7. And that is kind of what's happening in the detractor sphere. There's no way to get around it. There's no lying about it. That's pretty much what's happening. We are all dogging on this one guy. But I don't believe that he doesn't watch detractor content. There's too many coincidences with what people say in their content and then DSP referencing it in his own content. It's just, there's too many coincidences. So because of that, I have to press X to doubt.
To me, it sucks because I would love, abso-freaking-lutely, to say, man, if I have a really good day this week, that means I could take a day off, right? But a lot of the times, that's not the case. A lot of the times, I'll have the good day, but then that good day is completely negated by a week after that's slow, so the good day essentially made up for the slowness, and I'm just back to where I normally am. Do you see what I'm saying? I know this is a really long-winded answer, but this is just what I've come to see over time. It's not necessarily always factors that I can control. Me, what can I control? Right here, what's on this stream and the content I put out on the stream. That's it. That's the one factor. I don't control YouTube. I don't control my own internet.
You can't control your own chat.
I don't control what people say and do about me. I don't control the hater content around there, the drama that people create artificially on the internet around me that I don't make. I don't have anything to do with any of it. All I can do is control this right here.
I mean, he's going on and on about how if he has a good day, the haters make videos and say that he doesn't need help, and then he doesn't get the support because the haters made the video that say that he doesn't need help, right? Basically just re-summarize the thing that he said twice. You're welcome. But what I'm failing to understand is why the people that would support him care what the haters are making videos about and what they're saying. If you're going to watch detractor content, why are you supporting this guy in the first place? Why would you watch detractor content about someone that you care enough to support? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. His whole reasoning behind why support becomes slow after he has a good day doesn't make any sense. I mean, the reality really could be that people see he has a good day and go, wow, I could use my own money this week instead of supporting this failure. That's why I think if DSP was intelligent to any capacity, he would take down all of his leaderboards off of his stream completely. That way nobody knows how good you did unless they're actually counting the tips live. I mean, of course that would be a double-edged sword for him because then people couldn't see by the end of the stream that he had only made like $5 or whatever and give him a couple more pity bucks. But hey, you gotta take the good with the bad, my guy.
And do my best with what's on my own content stream. You see? And that's my focus. But that's what sucks is that's not all that affects me. Although this is all I can control, this is not all that affects me. There's all this white noise bullshit on the outside of this stream that I can't control my internet. I can't control how YouTube works. I can't control what haters say. I can't.
Dude, and again, just repeating the same thing he just said. He just talked about not being able to control his internet and haters and all of the other things. He just did that. Why do we continuously repeat ourselves today? I know he always does that because he always says basically the same 5 things on loop, but like actually back to back now. This whole internet fiasco has totally broken this man.
If people would tune out the bullshit, if they would just listen to me and say, listen, if you really like me and my content, here's what you do. Every day you come here, you watch the stream, you talk with me, you enjoy, and you move on with your day, and that's it. You unplug. When this stream is unplugged, or the on-demand video
Don't
is done,
say what you actually feel, though.
Do not watch any
you'll
of the
get
periphery
banned.
shit, and you will enjoy this a lot more. There's so many people that fall down that rabbit hole of bullshit. They listen to all the trash that people say about me and everyone else around me, and they get sucked into that toilet. It's what it is. It's a toilet.
Actually, Philium, it's called a vortex, and some of us have been calling it the Snortex. Hashtag Snortex. But also, this is one of those weird coincidences where he's calling it like a vortex, a toilet. He knows. It's too coincidental that he doesn't know that people call it a vortex or hashtag Snortex.
And once you get sucked into the toilet, it's hard to get yourself out because it's flushing. You're getting pulled down. You know what I'm saying? And there's really nothing I can do. You might watch my content, all right? And then all of a sudden, 5 related videos show up that are all negative, right? You could literally be watching my marathon stream.
What it means to have a bad reputation.
People, support.
Oh, you like how he snuck that in there? I'm not going to let that slide, sir. He actually says a marathon stream that he does well, you know, people support, because that's all it is to him. Doing well during a marathon stream just means that people are supporting it. It's not about the quality content. It's not about the interaction with his chat. It's only about whether people are giving him money or not.
And then it goes offline, and here's a detractor video. Phil makes this much money in his stream. He's an e-beggar, blah, blah, blah. What? Wait, I just watched the stream. The stream was good. The stream was entertaining and fun. People supported it. That's a positive.
And he did it again. The stream was fun and entertaining, and people supported it. He just can't leave it out. It can't just be fun and entertaining. It has to be also people supported it. As if that actually matters to anybody who's gonna watch it. Newsflash, Philium, your viewers don't care whether or not people support. It doesn't matter to them. They're there for the content.
But you spin it as a negative, right? And then you get bombarded with that negative shit. And it's ridiculous that you do. But that's how YouTube works, right?
It recommends videos based off the content that you watch.
That's kind of the nature of the beast, but at the same time, it sucks because, like you just suggested, what if someone contributed a big amount and said, here, take the day off, right? First of all, I wouldn't be able to just take that day off. It would have to be a planned thing.
No, but you could totally just take the day off. You're beholden to nobody. I mean, it's true, you probably wouldn't make content during that day off because I don't think anybody wants to support content that isn't actually being made at all. But it's not like you're gonna be fired. It's not like you're gonna be written up. You are not beholden to anybody. I just don't understand how you don't take advantage of one of the primary benefits that you get from being an online content creator who streams from his own house. You can stream and not stream whenever you want and whenever you feel like.
Right? Like, okay, if Phil gets a big contribution, everyone agrees that maybe I'll take a day off next week, an extra day off or something like that. But then I literally have to have a week where every other day is a normal day and I'm making a good amount of support and everything every day. It can't be I have the one good day, but then I have 4 slow days. Well, now I can't take the day off. Do you see?
But if you made enough money in one day to cover the other 4 days to make them all what seems to be normal days, then you could absolutely do that. I mean, it's just making all of the money from those days in one day, and it would just have to be pretty much spread out evenly. You'd have to not spend all of the money instantly, DSP. I know that's a struggle for you, but that's pretty much how that works. And then you would have your additional days off. It's a win-win. What are you talking about?
In general, that's how it works, right? So, you know, that's the situation being a content creator at my level.
That level that he's talking about is level 1, need I remind you. This is how level 1 works, apparently, if you ask the guy. Sound good? Sounds good to me. And by the way, categories.
There are many content creators that are bigger than me, or content creators that are seen in a much more favorable, positive light, and they get tons of opportunities that I don't get. They get opportunities for sponsorships, partnerships, paid product placements.
I thought you don't want any of those.
Shill. And those people don't have to work as much as me. They get to take time off. They get to go on travel and do vacations. And
so
go
you're
on work
jealous
trips
of
and things
them.
like that. I can't do that.
Yeah, it's almost like they understand how their business and industry work better than you. Also, notice that he said that they get opportunities for all of this shilling that he doesn't get. Not that he doesn't take, not that he doesn't want. It's that he doesn't get. Because he doesn't have the opportunity to get these opportunities. Because nobody wants to work with this guy. And he's done it to himself because he has a horrible track record with all of the people that he's ever worked with. He screws them all over inevitably.
I can't. Those days are over. You know, those days were over 10 years ago. Right? And there's nothing I can do about that. I can't make time rewind. I can't make 10 years of slander go away. All I can do is push forward positive.
Slander?
Right? All those people who get that flexibility are not me because they're not me. Get it? That's why they can do what they want to do.
They're not me because they're not me. Get it?
Whatever they do. I don't have that. I literally have to sit here and grind and make the content I do.
But he enjoys it.
Make ends meet. Okay?
Doesn't sound like he enjoys it.
So not only does he refer to
like he makes it sound so miserable that I have to sit here and grind. It's like, well, okay, why would you be happy about that though? He wants you to believe it's happy about it. What's over? Hold on. Sorry, I'm doing stuff in Blender. More bad news, everyone. I'm still sick. Okay, thank you. Thank you for throwing burgers at me. That does tend to get my attention. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm getting caught up on everything I missed. It sucks not having my big wide monitor. I can't have programs open while having chat visible. But don't worry, I'm paying attention. I'm just also making stuff. Am I feeling all right? I got an appointment later at like 1. So I can't stream all day, and I haven't eaten or drank anything because I can't. So I'm feeling a little bit low energy. I'm sorry. But, okay. What do we got here? More bad news, everyone. I'm still sick, likely more so than yesterday, as I have heavy congestion and a fever. He doesn't sound sick. Like, honestly, during the stream, he doesn't sound sick. He just sounds like someone who's trying to make you think he's sick. It's weird. I cannot stream in this state, so the podcast and DSP versus the internet is indefinitely postponed. Like, I may stream Mario tonight, depending, so stay tuned. Yeah, he sounds more hungover. It is... Thank you, Pass the Remote, for that. Yeah, he just sounds depressed. He sounds like things are going wrong behind the scenes. That's all it sounds like. Which, I don't know. Maybe Kat found out that people were taking pictures of her and posting her fat ass on the internet, and that spooked her out and she left. She's a spooked horse. What did Nurgle link to? A life well lived. HTP short. 4 minutes. Our very funny Halloween special. All right, I'll watch that after this. I'm hungry.
Streaming as work in front of his viewers, but he also describes it as grinding. How unappreciative can you be for your audience that you go ahead and describe the content that you make for them as grinding? Grinding is for people who put in actual work that they don't want to do, work that leaves them tired in the morning, work that puts them in harm's way, work that can literally grind them down. That's why they call it grinding.
Oh man, I'm gonna have such a big meal after this appointment.
This guy rolls out of bed 15 minutes before his stream in his PJs and gets online and begs all day long.
I might literally make burgers.
And he
burgers, more than one.
Has the nerve to call what he does grinding. Absolutely insufferable, out of touch pig roach.
You know, and my wife and I have come to terms with that, although we want it to get better. We want to have 2 days off. Because ideally,
your wife
one
is
day off should
there.
be the day where I run errands. Like I go grocery shopping and appointments and all of that. And we should have another day off that we get to spend together as a family. That we could go have fun.
You don't have a
Go on nice
family.
a date day. Or, hey, we want to do stuff in the house today. We have time to do it. We don't.
But you did have that extra time, DSP. You had an entire day of it when your internet wasn't working, but instead you got online to throw yourself a pity party in front of all of your viewers. And when they asked you why you weren't spending time with your wife, you said, what would we even do because there's no internet? A nice relaxing day doesn't require internet, DSP, unless you have an internet addiction. A date night doesn't require any internet, DSP. Why didn't you do those things while your internet was down? You want to get on stream and act like you have no time to spend with your wife after you literally just squandered all of the time that you were handed.
I'm not kidding you. It took us years to clean out our garage. We just finally cleaned out the garage to the point where I need like one more big clean out trip to maybe the dump. And then the garage will be clean where we can actually like thoroughly redesign and clean it and use it for something. It's been sitting there.
Use
right?
it for what?
For years and years and years. And we just don't have time to do anything with it.
What do you mean use it for something? I'm so confused. It took us years to clean out our garage. It makes it sound like he's been working on cleaning out his garage for years. And no. It didn't take you years to clean out your garage. It took you a day. You've been stuffing garbage in your garage for years. That's what you've been doing to your garage. Use it for something. Like what? To park a car in? That's what it's used for.
You know?
What else should it be used for?
It has nothing to do with the amount of time that you have and everything to do with how lazy you are. Because I promise you, for years and years and years, you definitely had time. It's nobody's fault but your own that you can't seem to manage your time.
I've got broken down rooms. I got a whole bathroom.
We'll get a weight bench. We'll do bench presses. Kat will spot me and I will spot her. That's what we're going to use the garage for. It's like, what are you talking about? He has a whole broken bathroom. This is the place where he begs for money to pay the mortgage on. It's something that can't even keep him cool in the fall.
Bathroom that doesn't work. I don't have time to do anything with it or even plan for anything for that. You know, I'm here 6 days a week, you know?
Exactly, DSP. You're in your house 6 days a week. You could absolutely hire somebody to fix the goddamn bathroom that's been broken for actual years. It's not like you would have to stand over his shoulder while he fixed it. You just have to be present in the home while he's there, which you are at all times. Personal anecdote of mine, every time that I have to have something looked at on my house, I either have to take the day off, schedule it for a time that's convenient for me so I don't have to miss work, or I have to have my mother come to my house and make sure that the guy has access to the things that he needs access to. It's not impossible, and it's actually very easy if you're in your house 6 days a week all day long.
So ideally I want things to get better. And by the way, I should say this, that they are moving in the right direction. They are.
He wants things to be better, but he's so happy.
In this country, in the economy and stuff. You know, if things had gone a different way, and if these last few years there wasn't record high inflation and interest rates going up, I might have been in an even much better position.
Maybe you should have voted.
I have more money and more flexibility with my life. It's just bad circumstances, things that have happened that are, again, things outside of the realm of my control. This is what I can control, what you see. I can't control the United States of America and interest rates and inflation and...
You can't control your bathroom. You can't control your garage. What is he talking about when he says, this here I can control? You mean your gamer chair? You can control your gamer chair, but you can't keep Jasper off of it. Like, you can't control anything. You have an external locus of control. Your entire worldview is dependent upon other things. You don't control anything. He said it like 4 or 5 times, but it's not true anytime he said it.
And internet.
You don't control anything. You're completely out of control.
All I can control is right here.
No, you can't.
That's what I focus on and try to do my best with. So...
And he repeated himself for a third time, covering all of the things that he's not in control of. But when he talks about, oh, if things didn't go so poorly, if inflation, if interest rates, I think what he's referring to is if he could have refinanced his house, he'd be in a better spot because he'd have money. This bozo is so invested in actually refinancing his house for some quick cash. I'm telling you, Bankruptcy 2 Electric Boogaloo is just down the road, a couple of years, and we're right on the money. Or rather, right on the bankruptcy, I should say.
You know? I absolutely would love to have another day off a week, but even if someone were to step up and say, hey, here's a big contribution, take Friday off, I couldn't guarantee that that would work. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Plan for it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that
necessarily.
You know, but that's really out of my control at this point.
But that's going to be the end of the video. I appreciate all of your time. I know this one was a bit longer.
That's such a bizarre rant. I wanted to go over that because the rant is so fucking crazy. I can control everything here, except for all the things I can't control. But outside of that, I can control everything that's right here, and that's what I focus on. But I'm not in control. It's like, okay, so you're not in control of anything. You're at the mercy of everyone else, which is not what a successful private business owner should be in a position. It's very nice. Ooh la la, yeah, I do like it. Not bad.
Ada ada.
Ooh la la.
Okay.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
Let me take a look at this other video. A Life Well Lived, HTP short.
Big anime boobies.
Big anime boobies. Okay. That actually worked out a lot better. This looks way more like DSP's skull. I did a lot of pinning and a lot of adjustments. The chin, is that really how his chin looks? Maybe that's why he has all the facial hair to try and cover that up. But yeah, we got the dent in the head. This looks way more like DSP's skull. So those adjustments were way worth it. Okay, now I'm gonna try the texture part. See if that works a little better. It should. It's an interesting animation.
You'll find no vampire here but me now, stranger. It was my caretaker. I love that girl like a daughter, dainty young thing. I don't know why she did it. Or maybe I do, but I regret ever acknowledging what was going on. You needn't fret. I won't raise a hand against you. I've not lived well, stranger.
Go on.
I spent my youth raising my brother when my father went to war. I let the love of my life run into the arms of another and never married. When my brother died, I spent my days supporting my niece and nephew. And now, in my twilight years, I had spent my time entertaining their children. I cannot remember a day I ever took for myself, and I think, in voicing that, I deserve this fate. It's my fault they all lie dead around me. She brought me into her way of life, but I don't think she was ready for what came next. I don't think anyone could have predicted this, least of all me. Darling, will you help me outside? I don't want to sit around anymore. I had planned to leave this all to my family, you know. One last means of supporting them. I suppose it will all be cleared away to forget this tragedy. I know I can't forget it. Will this hurt? I should surmise that matters little to you. Though thinking on it, it doesn't matter much to me either.
Come. The morning star is quite visible tonight. What night remains, at least.
I hope in death I shall be thankful that I once lived. I only wish I had died yesterday.
Interesting. Animated by Carl the Deranged. It's a vampire, I guess. A very funny Halloween special. What's the based off? World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Parenting. So I guess that's what HTP refers to. Hunter the Reckoning, Werewolf Apocalypse. Looks like a... It's like a, you know, a fan animation. Hunter the Parenting. Guess that's what it refers to. But thank you, Nurgle. Very moody animation.
I'm so good at guitar, it's a wonder I'm not swimming in pussy right now. I'm just saying.
I don't know, Cubs. It must be all those hater videos. It is what it is. This is from Newberg Mitch, before we get to the latest Atlas the bookkeeper video. This is a video of Tony Chase, who, if you've been watching the Too High for Stupid with Smokey, MCC, and Kiwi tapes, Tony Chase is one of the lolcows that they talk about, and he is super, super schizo.
Alexa, what's the time and date?
Alexa, what's the time and date? And then he's like, they're choking my cat again. The fucking satellite man choking my cat.
In Indianapolis, it's Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 5:05 a.m.
Satellite man's choking my cat again. Satellite man's been hitting me in the face and teeth. Satellite man's been burning my penis and balls and vagina and anus and tailbone and sacrum bone and perineum bone. Satellite man's been hurting my left leg.
Maybe you got cancer.
These people have to get charged for stalking. I don't want nothing to do with these fucking satellite freaks. And every time that person accuses me of threatening the president, it's lawsuits against the president and their agencies. It's lawsuits against the U.S. Secret Service and the FBI and CIA and dirty cops. Every fucking person that person has spoken to or advertised his lies to, slandering my character or slandering my parents' character, or anybody in the medical industry that he slandered my character to, or they tried to steal my sperm or hermaphrodite eggs.
He claims to be a hermaphrodite.
Has to get ordered into court.
It's so crazy.
Just hear you back it up, man. All you lies. You're sitting in prison. It's your fucking life. You are a fucking terrorist and a liar. Your status is not an American status that you're using, because there is no American status for you to do these things. So they need to find out what foreign country you fucking came from, where your ancestors came from. And you need to get prosecuted for your fucking crimes in this country. This country's not responsible for the problems of your country, wherever the fuck you came from. You've made up lies. You better stay out of my cat's stomach, too, man. You're hurting my cat's stomach. You have to get charged for treason, animal cruelty, hundreds of times. Plus, I need to see your credentials. And who the fuck allowed you ever into a satellite control room, you dirty motherfuckers? Because we need to prosecute that motherfucker, too.
Yeah.
They need to order the satellite man to get the death penalty. Prosecute. Choking my cat. This man is stalking my cat, choking my cat when I'm laying in bed, and I have to get up to make a fucking video about the motherfucker trespassing for thousands of times and for numerous hundreds of days and years. These motherfuckers have trespassed. The violations of their crimes. Politicians acting blind and dumb as fuck, like they don't see their agents doing this shit. But their agents are doing it, so incompetence or negligence of politicians acting like they didn't know shit shows that they're incompetent and they don't have a right being in government office. Do I own Lamborghini? Do I own Mercedes?
No.
Do I own BMW?
No.
What do you fucking own? Do I own the White House?
No.
Or do you claim you thought you owned the White House? You better go into court, you motherfucker! Why do you think they call me the son of Uncle Sam? Because it was my family that loaned money to the American government!
Well, thank you, Newberg Mitch, for your funny goof video on the satellite man. What do these recommends? I don't see these often. The most accurate depiction of an addict in video games. I guess she is pretty accurate. Twitch is getting desperate. Well, that's our platform. What is Atlas covering? ESP hides the solution to internet problems and lost 230 members. Thumbs up.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Tell you. Drip, snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
Welcome to the show, everybody. And I'm excited to talk about everything going on this week. I really am. It's going to be a good week. Welcome back, hopefully, to some normalcy. Although, we're going to talk about this in a second. Without going into massive detail, because I'm going to be honest. I'm the kind of guy that likes to move on.
Okay, so he's starting off with a hardcore lie. I love it. Because when has DSP ever been the type of guy that likes to move on? I mean, he placed 4th place at EVO in what, 2006, 2007, and he never, ever let it go. To this day, he still brings it up every so often.
He likes to move on. That's why he's not streaming today, because he can't move on from a sore throat.
Some random Tekken Mall tournament, and he still has the trophy to this day. This is the same guy that'll state that all of the negativity and hatred that surrounds him stems from one guy, Evil AJ, back in 2013, creating the original This Is How You Don't Play. And that alone is pretty much what brought down the DSP gaming empire that he was building. And that's just factually not true, because there's documentation of people hating on him and disliking him way before he was even on YouTube. This is Mr. Likes to Move On, but he's constantly name-dropping every other creator that he's ever had an interaction with in an effort to put himself above them. I just don't think that it's a good idea to start your video by just straight lying to people's faces.
I'm not the kind of guy that likes to dwell on negativity and annoyances, right? Last few days, we've had a lot of negativity and annoyances. I even told you guys yesterday that I was really stressed out, like to my wit's end with all the nonsense going on. And I just wanted things to kind of get back to normal. And rather than me sitting here and talking about the topic of my internet screwed up for another hour. I mean, I've already talked about this, 2.5 hours on Wednesday night, had a special video on my day off, then talked about it again yesterday. It's like, do we talk about it enough? I think we did.
Every time you talked about it was entirely your choice, DSP. You've got no one to blame but yourself. Especially because you absolutely could have streamed. Don't forget that. His internet was not entirely down. He had the capability to both stream and play the game at the same time. The only thing that he didn't have the ability to do was read his chat. He was so crippled by the fact that someone could possibly be talking negative about him in the chat and he wouldn't have something to do about it that he decided to just not stream video games at all. And that's the stupidest part. I had somebody ask me on the stream if I thought that he was faking the whole internet nonsense, just to garner up some sympathy bucks and kind of change the attitude that people have towards him because he got really, really upset about his Mario Zero Tip stream. And my answer to that was no, I don't think he's faking this at all, because the entire concept is way too stupid and he'd have to be way too committed to it. It sounds like way too much work that he wouldn't put into it because he is that lazy. But it half working, I don't think is something he would have done. And I don't think he would have done a technical difficulty stream where he sat there and tried a bunch of things for multiple hours. That's just too much work for the guy. He would have rather have just got on stream and begged some more if he could. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe DSP's out here playing 4D chess. I just highly doubt it.
So I just want to kind of move on from it, and we will. But I know some people just want to know, well, what happened when the tech showed up and stuff like that. So I'll briefly talk about that on today's show. And then we will get into, the schedule and what I think about Alan Wake 2 and stuff like that, and go from there. So there you have it. Are you excited?
No.
All this guy said that he would talk about is briefly what happened with his internet, how he feels about Alan Wake and the schedule. And then he has the nerve to ask if people are excited for that. I mean, aside from the internet thing, if you watched his stream from the day previously, you know exactly what he's going to say on how he feels about Alan Wake and what's coming up on the schedule. There's going to be no new information aside from the internet thing. And spoiler, he doesn't even really talk about it that much because he's ashamed and embarrassed.
I hope so. All right, so where to begin? Well, as you guys know, with these issues with the internet, it's been annoyingly ongoing and just, a pain in the ass. So, yesterday, let's just get it out of the way. The tech and I worked on this, and it went literally exactly as I had thought.
Note he said the tech and I, because you know DSP was breathing down that guy's neck the entire time. He couldn't let the guy just come in and do his job. He had to absolutely be involved in every step of the process. And he wanted to get on stream and act like he actually did anything to help the guy when we all know that he didn't. And of course, it went exactly how DSP thought it would go. Because we all know that DSP has the biggest brain on the planet and he basically knows everything and is never wrong, of course. Sounds good? Sounds good to me.
The tech showed up based on, you know, the information I had given the customer service rep I had spoken with. They had like half information. They really didn't know what they were here for, besides my internet was down. They didn't really understand what it could have been. They had absolutely no idea that I had 2 account lines. They thought they were only here for 1. You know what I mean? Like everything I knew
that's weird.
just proceeded, because this is the problem with Comcast. I hate to say it.
Well, DSP, what information did you want him to come armed and ready with? Because you didn't actually accomplish anything while talking to the Comcast service rep. At least from what you told us, you made it sound like they didn't understand what you were talking about anyway, so I don't know what you wanted him to come armed and ready with. They probably just told him that you didn't have any internet in your house and it wasn't working for whatever reason, and that he just had to go check it out and figure it out. Because that's what he does on the day-to-day basis. He is capable of doing that just given the tools that he has and the knowledge that he has.
Their systems are set up very poorly, and they don't have people doing the line level customer support to have any level of knowledge or any kind of functionality to do anything to really help a customer.
Functionality?
They're just info takers, and then they read checklists, and then they push you off to someone else who will eventually help you.
Hey, Chris Verocone.
And I said this in the last video, that these checklists, these procedures that they run through where they ask you all these questions.
Oh no, I tried to adjust some settings here, and I got the blue spinning beach ball of death. I really hope it didn't crash, because I would have to do all of that over again because I didn't save.
To try and define what the problem actually is. They do that for a reason. He acts as if like they just don't want to help him. These are customer service reps. They don't actually know the information, but they can guide you to where you need to be and solve a couple of simple problems if your problems match the checklist or whatever. Why would they have actual Comcast technicians doing customer support when it would be much more helpful to everybody if they were able to go out and actually do the fixing of the problems like they're supposed to? To me, that's like if you went to the cashier and asked them where a certain item was at the grocery store and they couldn't tell you because they don't actually stock any food. They are solely a cashier, but they could guide you to somebody who could tell you where the thing is, or they could give you a rough guesstimate about maybe where it is just based off of the store layout that they know. Because different jobs in a company have different job descriptions and not everybody has to know the same things. It's more important that a customer service rep understand how to do customer service instead of actually solve your problems.
So I'm not surprised the guy comes into the house with zero knowledge of what is really going on or how this is, how to do anything.
Why does he need to know?
If you're not surprised and this is going exactly how you expected it to go, I don't even know why you would bother saying this to anybody. It should just be par for the course and not worth mentioning. Also, in that little sentence there, he said that the tech came in and didn't know how to do anything. I don't know if he just meant that they didn't know how to do anything because they didn't have the information and they had to figure out what was going on first, so he couldn't immediately go and do the things that he needed to do, or if he means that the tech actually didn't know how to do anything and was bad at his job. DSP's not exactly a wordsmith. But regardless of what he meant, the truth is that the guy at least knew how to do something because DSP's internet got fixed.
So anyway, to make a long story short, because I can sit here and tell you about...
So he didn't know how to do anything, so DSP kicked the guy out and fixed the problem himself, right? No. Okay.
Every single step of the process and everything we tested, but after over an hour of testing various different things and saying, what's this, what's that, what's this, let's test this, let's test that.
What does that mean?
Anytime DSP is vague and doesn't give specifics, it's either because he doesn't actually know what he's talking about or he's lying to your face. Prime example, that last time that he was talking about content creators and he didn't name drop who he was watching, but his content was so much better than them, it's because he's either lying or he has no idea what he's talking about. So when he says that he could walk us through the steps and they tested this, they tested that, they tested this, they tested that, I'm not buying it for a second. He was just doing whatever the tech told him to do, if the tech actually told him to do anything, because the tech actually knows what's going on. And again, it's entirely possible that DSP did absolutely nothing to help this guy and just stood there watching him and talking to him when he didn't need it.
We basically couldn't get excuse me.
We couldn't
just find like one set solution or cause. So here's the deal. Moving forward, I know how to fix this issue if it happens again.
That's great, DSP. Do you want to give us some insight as to what the solution was the entire time? I mean,
That could
people
help
kind of
other
have
people.
a vested interest now. A lot of them did sit on a 2-hour stream and try and help you figure it out. So I'm sure that they would like the answer to the question that they were trying to answer themselves.
And the good news is it's a simple fix. This is not some giant thing that's going to take me hours to fix or anything like that. The only thing is, you know, when you, you know, since
how would I know?
We really don't know actually the cause of what messed up everything to begin with, the root cause. You can't say, oh, it'll never happen again. In fact, I would almost guarantee it'll happen again. The good thing is now I know how to handle it if it happens, you see? So...
Just from what I was told yesterday, and I did not verify the validity of this statement, the tech essentially just came in and unplugged his router and plugged it back in. And that's why DSP isn't saying exactly what the solution to his problem was, because that was the one thing that he specifically said that he would not do. And he would have egg all over his face if he didn't do the one thing that people suggested the most, which was just unplug it and plug it back in. And he was probably embarrassed when the tech was there, and that's all he did. So of course DSP isn't going to tell us that that's what happened.
Once again, this is exactly what I told you guys I was afraid of, but the good news is the fix is easy.
No, DSP, what you told us you were afraid of is that they wouldn't be able to solve your problem at all. I mean, you had these the world is ending streams where you convinced yourself that they weren't going to be able to solve your problems because it was so unique they would have never seen it before. And you acted as if you were going to go days or maybe even weeks without having internet. That you weren't going to be able to play Alan Wake 2, that you weren't going to be able to do your FNAF movie review, and that you wouldn't be able to do your Halloween event marathon. And I just want to point out again, in case you didn't see the last video, they offered to take care of this problem on his day off, and he told them that he was too busy to fix his internet. You know, that thing that he operates his business on, the only way that he makes money to pay his bills, this huge stressor in his life that caused him to have a really bad off day and he couldn't stop thinking about it and he was super worried. Yeah, they offered to take care of it then, and he told them no.
It's, you know what I mean? Like, it would have
No,
been one
no
thing
one
if we
knows
couldn't
what you
figure out
mean,
it
'cause
was,
you're not
and it
telling
was a big
anyone.
elaborate thing to fix it. No, that's actually not the case. It's very easy to fix, and I can do it myself. Literally sitting here, I can do it. It's not a big deal, you see? So because of that, I'm feeling a little better about it. You know, yeah, I was actually feeling kind of down yesterday. I was like, man, what happens if we can't figure it out or whatever? But the reality is, it's not a big deal to fix if it happens again, and that's always a good thing, okay? But
he said it there again. His true worry was that they were never going to be able to fix it or figure it out, and he was just not going to be able to stream for days or weeks. That was pretty much never on the table. I mean, the dude pays for a service. It's pretty much their obligation to figure out what's wrong with it and get it back online. But this guy has such main character syndrome that he thinks every situation that he finds himself in is entirely unique to him and nobody's ever been through it or seen it before. Like, it isn't the Comcast tech's job to deal with these kinds of problems day in, day out. Like, the Comcast guy was gonna come in, take one look at it, try a couple things, and then go, all right, see ya, never coming back. Good luck, though. It's such an idiotic worry to think that they might not be able to find the solution and just leave it, I guess.
ideally, you would like to have a foolproof fix in place, and, you know, you don't. You know, that's life, I guess, right? Nothing is foolproof.
God, he literally can't go 5 seconds.
I guess we'll see what happens.
You know.
If we have issues again, what can you do? I deal with it, and then, you know, I try to get stuff working again, and we move on. But it shouldn't be something that has me down for extended periods of time.
All right, we got a little DS positive there. He's got a solution. It shouldn't leave him down for extended periods of time. We're on the up and up, folks. And remember what he said at the beginning. He's a guy that likes to move on and not dwell on negative things. So hopefully we never hear about this internet garbage again.
Like, seriously, that was the problem is, you know, for 2.5 days there, everything was, well, about 2 days, I would say, because it was about afternoon to afternoon, Wednesday to Friday, right? For about 2 days, you know, I didn't have my internet working downstairs at all. It wouldn't work. And up here, it was like half capacity, barely working.
Again, they offered to come by and fix it Thursday, but you refused because you were too busy doing absolutely nothing. So don't sit here and throw yourself a pity party because it was 2 days when it definitely could have just been the one. Because you definitely could have canceled that god-awful hair appointment that you had, and you probably wouldn't look as stupid as you do now. And you would have got your internet back.
And that's not, you know, number one, I'm a customer, I'm a paying customer. My stuff should be working. And number two,
God, I need a counter on the screen, not a counter, because that's just going to get into the hundreds. Time between last counter, and I want to see if it gets above like 10-20 seconds.
I got a business.
I just need to take like a random pre-stream and have like a time since last, counter.
To run, right? I got content to put out for you guys. So,
Ew.
Yeah, DSP, because the Comcast guy actually gives you shit whether or not you have content to put out. He just says that like it's an actual factor into whether or not they're gonna help him. Like it's a factor that they take into consideration when deciding when they're gonna help him. The Comcast CEO is gonna get a paper across his desk that says DSP needs help and stop everything he's doing to make sure that he puts his best guys on the job because DSP has content to put out.
So yeah, we'll see and hope for the best and fingers crossed and everything. But like I said, it's actually not the end of the world. If it happens again, I know what to do to fix it. I just hope it's not a ginormous recurring problem.
I mean, it was never really the end of the world, though. But you always act like every minor inconvenience that happens to you is the end of the world, and then you have your doomsday streams, just so that you can manipulate your audience into thinking that if they don't support you immediately, you might go away forever. And heaven forbid that happen. I mean, who would we point and laugh at all day?
But I guess we have to see what happens.
I guess we'll see.
So, okay. Anyway, so there you have it. It's that simple. I really don't want to say much else about it because there's nothing else to really say. It's just a waste of time. I don't want to waste time on negativity. I want to move forward positively.
And just like that, he's trying to change the subject so he doesn't have to tell everybody what the solution was. Again, because he's embarrassed because it was a simple solution. Even if it wasn't actually just unplugging it and plugging it back in, it was so simple that he's ashamed enough that he's not willing to tell us. Because we all know with DSP that if it was something absolutely absurd that he never could have gotten in a million years, he would absolutely love to tell us how stupid Comcast is and how their service doesn't make any sense and it was super convoluted. How was anybody supposed to guess that? Blah, blah, blah. He would absolutely jump at that opportunity to shit all over a different company. But because the solution was simple and something that he could have done the entire time, he doesn't want to tell you. He doesn't want to give you what the answer was.
With all the good news stuff that's going on right now, and I think that's what we should really focus on today. Okay? So, good stuff, and welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I hope that you are ready for good stuff today. Because, man, are we now into the fall gaming season.
We might be in the fall gaming season, but we're also in the super secret double feature. And the second clip is a bit short, but I did want to take a look at it because the guy lost 240 members, so he's gonna super beg for more members. We love ourselves a good begman around here.
What I will say, very quickly, thank you guys for being here and for supporting my content. Today is a full day of gameplay streaming, fingers crossed, with no interruptions. If there are interruptions, hopefully I can fix them myself.
Well, no stream today.
So, double Alan Wake, it would be great if you could support my streams now.
Interrupted.
And I want to point out the ear pick, because while the ear pick is always disgusting, it's exceptionally bad when he has to take a look at it. And of course, you know all of that earwax is going directly on the jammies.
Being matter of fact is this channel has lost over 230 memberships this month. Yes, that hurts a lot. Being matter of fact, it does. That's a lot of money that I've lost. I don't know why memberships
It's not
are
money
so low
you've
this
lost.
month.
It's money you're not getting.
Non-stop new games. And typically when I play new releases, people are inspired to come and become a member or support the channel by gifting memberships. That didn't happen this month.
And we all know he's going to get a member bomb when he shows up wearing his ridiculously stupid costume. So all this crying and bitching is just him in love with the sound of his own voice.
And as you can see, he's still got that day one views mindset. Because when he talks about not understanding why he's not getting any more memberships, or at least people gifting memberships, he mentions that he's been playing new games. He even goes as far as to say that usually inspires people to gift memberships and become members. I hope that one day he does actually understand that new games does not necessarily mean more support. And once he learns that, he really will free himself from these shackles and he could play way cheaper games and bring his business cost, you know, that $5,000 a month. He could bring it way down by playing older games and even games that are just on sale. But until he realizes that, he's really trapped himself in this rat race of always chasing the next newest game and costing him a bunch of money for what amounts to not that much more support at all. And I really don't understand how he expected his memberships to stay on par or even go up when he's been hardcore begging for tips for multiple weeks at a time. Like, dude, your whales are tapped out. They don't have any more money to give you. They don't have infinite money.
Funny part is everything else is normal. Super chats, tips, have actually been quite good. I don't have any complaints in that regard at all. It's just these memberships for some odd reason are very low for this month.
Because you're begging people for tips.
There wasn't that much going on besides maybe Lies of P, and the channel actually did much better.
And he even says out loud that last month the channel was doing better despite not a lot going on, directly acknowledging that sometimes support isn't dependent on what games or what events are going on, and instead about the content that you make. But right after that, he starts shaking his head, as if to rattle that thought completely loose and out of his head. Because if he follows that to the natural conclusion, he might have to also acknowledge that maybe the content that he's putting out isn't worth it to people, and DSP's fragile little ego couldn't take it. He'd rather live in blissful ignorance.
I don't know what the difference is. Okay, I don't know. So, I'm enjoying the games we're playing. You guys are telling me the playthroughs
Life
are great.
is a mystery, but he's in control of everything, but he doesn't know what's going on.
Right? So, all I'm going to say is if you like the content, please support it. As you know, I don't get paid product sponsorships. I don't get partnerships. I don't get, you know, shill opportunity fees and stuff like that. I don't want them, first of all. But, you know, I'm a different kind of guy. I'm an independent content creator. I've been here for 15 years.
I thought you were a content curator.
You tell me you like this kind of content, that's why I do it, right? So,
of course, I gotta point out that he said that he doesn't get those opportunities, so he had to double back and make sure that he told you that he didn't want those opportunities anyway, but that he's a different guy. Yeah, Dave, because it's totally not that nobody wants to work with you. I'm sure there's a bunch of companies chomping at the bit to work with the guy who wanked one on stream. They're lining up around the block trying to associate themselves with the biggest e-beggar on the site, obviously.
Please support it if you can in one of the following ways, okay? A super chat or a super sticker would be amazing. If you're watching this on demand, right, then perhaps a super thanks on a video. That's eligible, because not all of them are eligible, but a lot of them are. And a super thanks is just a way to leave, you know, a YouTube contribution on an on-demand video. No matter what you do in any of those ways, I'm going to give you a personal shout-out or a highlight on, like, the comments or whatever and say thank you. A membership or a gifted membership. If you become a member today, you get tons of benefits. You get access to a ton of emotes. You get a cool chat crown badge to show how long you've been a supporter. You don't have any limitations.
What a cool badge!
You can talk
it's a
chat.
crown.
Right now,
how
we do have
cool!
slow-mo limitations, but those get removed if you're a member. And you get priority for special events. For example, members this month picked Texas Chainsaw Massacre for my Halloween event.
And I say this all of the time, out of all of the ways to support, becoming a member is about the only one that actually makes sense to people. Or at least should be the only thing that makes sense to people, because it's the only one that actually has any sort of rewards to it at all. Because while he's guaranteed to read your message if you send him a tip or a super chat or whatever, he's proven time and time again that he's absolutely just gonna read all of the stuff for free anyway if there's nothing coming in money-wise. So just save your money for a slow time and he'll just read it for free.
So, it's cool to be a member because you get a lot of cool benefits out of it. If you're someone who likes the content on this channel and you want to support this channel, give some memberships. It's a great way to do that. It helps out not only me, but your fellow viewer as well. It's a great way to build a community, right? So consider it, okay? Now.
Okay, I'll consider it. No.
Tipping is also a great way to support.
Considered.
When you tip me, number one, I get funds right away that I can put towards a bill, groceries, other errands. You know, it's liquidity for the business, essentially.
Liquidity.
Ah, yes, our favorite method to get free money. The infamous tip, the thing that is the liquidity of our business. But you notice that he said that he could take the tips and put it into bills. But when his YouTube check was going to be late, all of a sudden he wasn't going to have any money to pay his bills. Isn't that awfully strange? It's almost like maybe the tips don't actually go to the bills, huh? And he spent all that time asking for extra tips when the YouTube check was going to be a bit late. But then the YouTube check came in and then he told us that he paid all the bills he had coming up with his YouTube check that came in. Huh. Isn't that strange? Anyway.
Number two, I actually get a little bit more of a cut of a PayPal contribution than I really do of anything else, because there's always middlemen involved, right? And with PayPal, it's a little bit less taken away. Not that it's a ginormous difference, but there's definitely a difference. So that's why I always say, hey, tips are a great way to help if you can, right?
There would be
that's
more
why
if you
I have
didn't
goals. And that's
extract
why I have
the money
rewards.
ASAP because you need the polls.
Raise $100 of tips, you get to pick a silly hat for me to wear for the whole stream, you know, or a vest or whatever. That's cool, right?
No, it's not cool. Actually, it's super lame. And sometimes you just scam your viewers by not putting the shit on anyway. And it's very clear that when you do put the stuff on that you're not actually interested in doing it at all, which just makes it feel even worse. And how are you going to describe it as glasses and a silly hat and then say that it sounds cool? Silly and cool are not synonyms, brother.
My goal is to hit the tier 1 tips goal every stream this week. $50 on every stream. Is it possible? Probably not. All right, just being honest. I didn't even hit it last night on the late stream. But, you know, It all evens out. Sometimes you have a good day, sometimes you have bad days, sometimes you have a good stream, a slow stream. It happens, right? But as long as I can kind of average that out, then it'll be fine. So if you like the content, please support it in some way, and that's how the content will continue, okay?
It's always so strange to see him be slightly pleasant about whether he does or doesn't hit the tips goal. And even going as far as to say like, oh, we don't hit it every day, but that's fine as long as it averages out. But if he has 2 streams back to back where he doesn't hit the tips goal, oh, you're going to hear about it. And he's going to be quite hostile when he does it. But if you just tune into his pre-stream here, you get a very different picture.
I have made tons of improvements this year, if you haven't noticed. My visual quality, my audio quality, not my audio quality.
It's all gone down.
My visual quality with the camera and setup, the visual quality of the videos.
I prefer the old camera that wouldn't autofocus all the time.
I'm making active efforts to improve based on your feedback and your advice.
What about the advice that told you to quit being late to your own stream? What about the advice where they told you to cut the music short because it takes too long? What about the advice that I'm sure that you've gotten for the past 15 years straight every single day that says you need to mute the microphone or at least lean further back when you need to snort or cough? Are we ever going to listen to any of that advice? Or because those things don't directly involve money, you're not going to bother with those because those can't be begged for. We can't set a tip goal for that.
And I hope that that has shown through this year. So if you like that, please support it, all right? Another important way that you can support that's completely free is engagement. Liking a video or a stream you're watching and enjoying, leaving a comment on a video and just saying, hey, good video, or hey, just want to help. Here you go. That helps. That engagement is key. I'm serious. You guys have no idea how much it's taken for granted on YouTube that people will watch content, not comment, not like, and you know, that hurts. When you get that engagement, it helps you to show up in the YouTube's algorithm.
But I thought you were a content curator, DSP. I thought you made content for a small audience, and that you're well aware that you don't have a widespread appeal. So you don't try and make content for them. Why do you want to be pushed in the algorithm? Do you really think you're going to have any luck with a wider audience? I thought that was the whole point of being a content curator. And I'm not the first to say this, and I don't even think this is the first time that I've said this. But if you really wanted comments, if you really wanted that engagement, you would just turn comments on across the board instead of having to manually approve every single one. And my next question for you, DSP, is why is your audience not engaging with the content? I don't have to beg my audience to leave comments, they just do, and thank God they do because I love reading them, they're fantastic. Everybody always has something interesting to say about the content. Why doesn't your audience have something interesting to say about the content? I mean, it's just a question that I genuinely want the answer to. Is it because they would have to go through the approval process to get it to show up anyway, so they might think, why even bother? It's a possibility.
And, you know, an old timer like me, I know I'm only 41 years old, but I've been a YouTuber for 15 years. And since I don't do the style of content that YouTube likes and promotes, it's very hard to get noticed in YouTube's algorithms, right? I do my best, but what can you do? You know, so if you could help out in that regard, please do. Mishael, are you seriously going to say that? You're serious right now?
Huh?
He says, aren't comments disabled? No, comments are not disabled on my content. Why would I have been asking for comments for years if the comments were disabled?
Because they were disabled for years.
Genius.
No, idiot, they're only half disabled. Only the comments that don't speak directly to DSP in a positive manner. Those are the only comments that are disabled. If you're gonna say nice things, DSP will obviously approve it. How dumb could you be? I'm being facetious and that's entirely stupid. DSP's a clown for that. But that's gonna be the end of today's video. We had to take a look at the end of the internet storyline that we were getting over the past week. It's really on brand for DSP to weasel his way out of having to admit that he was wrong and should have just unplugged the thing to begin with. But what can you do? It is the guy. Of course, we got to give another big shout out to Snort Hogan for both clips on this one. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. You do fantastic work. And obviously, big ups all of you guys for watching. I really appreciate your time. And of course, all of your comments. I'm reading them. I'm looking at them. I'm liking. Hopefully, I'll catch all of you guys in the next video. But until then, make sure that you check out other detractor channels and dive deeper into that Snortex.
Okay, I'm trying over again. Trying to align the face over again, and this time I'm going to save it before I adjust anything, so hopefully I don't have to do it all over again. But by the end of it, I'm going to have a 3D model of DSP's face, hopefully.
Did y'all see the Goomba 3D debut?
Please, for the love of God, do not start talking about VTubers right now.
Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty fun. Nothing compared to my Queen Pomu's 3D debut, to be honest.
Oh my god, am I talking to a Niji frog right now?
Shut up, you sweaty cumbud. I bet you pre-ordered the Guradaki already.
How big's that Declaration of Independence ass list of talents you gotta scroll through just to find a good EN talent, you greasy fuck?
How was December, Sleepy Joe? Did you have a nice nap, considering none of your talents were streaming?
Oh my god, fuck you, Trump.
Suck my dick, Joe.
You guys seriously can't tell me you actually watch VTubers. Aren't they just e-girls with extra steps?
Yeah, Sleepy Joe wouldn't be able to climb those extra steps.
How about I throw you down some steps, Obama? VTubers are some of the most entertaining content creators and streamers out there. Amazing gameplay, karaoke streams, and even super interesting stuff like 3D lives, quiz shows, and so much more.
Didn't we send you some clips to watch?
My God, yes you did. My DEMs are full of Suisse, The First Take, and Diamond City Lights Pomu Chant compilation. You VTuber fans need to chill out.
We just want to get you to see the appeal of VTubers. Rosemi Lovelock is streaming right now.
Speaking of VTubers, do y'all want to watch Neanners?
Oh my God, fuck you, Bush.
Actually, there was another VTuber I saw that was streaming. I think his name is Busham Zero. I actually subbed to him for his Rent a Girlfriend video, and he just debuted recently.
Nah, that guy's a hack. He made that Rent video for clout.
I saw his debut. It was actually pretty fun. Everyone should subscribe to Busham Zero right now.
I can't wait to see what he posts.
Wait, so why don't we want to watch Neanners?
Gee, I wonder who made that. Should sub to him right now. Breaking, DSP cancels his first stream again. Hey, I like this. I like the DSP day off. Remember, just a couple of days ago, he's like, everyone is telling me that I'm the most consistent person ever. Oh wait, whoops. I guess I gotta cancel the stream again.
That's right, folks. Q Whiterun again. Oh my lord. That's right. For a second time today, your boy Duty had the Q Whiterun. Because, breaking news, we have some very sad news to report out from DSP Gaming. That's right, folks. Our boy, Phil, is not feeling well yet again. And so much so, he can't stream today. Well, correction. He can't stream for the early stream. So, apparently Phil has just stated on his community tab that the podcast and DSP versus the internet is canceled indefinitely. I mean, he must really hate DSP versus the internet, where he's actually doing everything he could to push it off so that he doesn't have to do it this week. But yeah, our boy Phil stated that he's feeling so terrible that he won't be able to stream early today, but he may stream the Mario stream if he feels up to it. Mind you, he already posted the link to the Mario playthrough, so he will definitely be on tonight, because there is no way our boy Phil will not stream at least once to try to earn some money, because his beg ethic, that's right, his beg ethic won't allow him to take a full day off. There is no way. I'm sorry, folks. There's just no way. And I know he's going to be extremely upset that 1 Minute Man won't tip again today, because of course only 1 Minute Man can tip when Phil is streaming. So expect a low night of support for Phil. And don't forget, I mean, what did Barack Obama say? Well, not Barack Obama. Excuse me. When Barack Obama was president, Rahm Emanuel, his
he said, "If you like your plan, you could keep your plan." I'm sorry, I'm hungry.
The White House chief of staff actually said, "Never let a good tragedy go to waste." Right?
A good crisis.
And that's what Phil's doing here.
Waste.
Mind you, after he posted that, he decided to do a beg post. That's right. Leave it to Phil to try to milk his sickness for support and tips. That's right. Literally like a minute after posting that, he goes on to say, "Considering how much these days of being sick will set me back because it's month end and I'm in the middle of a special event, I would greatly appreciate it if you could support what you're currently watching."
Obama said, "Why are you sending me all these VTuber videos?"
Maybe sending him your credit card number so that he can take out some cash. Whatever it is, folks, If you got some EBT, if you have an EBT card, maybe you could send him your EBT card so he can use it to buy some food. Anything will help Phil. That's right. So Phil inquires of the Dents that if they can super thank the video or tip him, just check the video description. He makes it so easy for you to give him money. That's right. Mind you, he's not doing shit for it, but he still wants you to tip him. And he goes on to say, are a thing and would help make it so this isn't a total disaster. Thank you so much for understanding. Alright, so your boy Duty has been sympathetic as much as he can for Phil. So let me rip into him for just a few more minutes here. This motherfucker has been streaming for 15 years. His fucking business, he proclaims and preaches that he has a business degree, and he acts like he's the smartest motherfucker in the room and in the world, and he has all his shit together. And being off for 2 streams, because not even 2 days, let's say 2 streams, will ruin the business and cause a total disaster. Are you listening to this bullshit from this man? Let me correct what he's saying. It'll be a disaster because he won't have play money to waste on WWE Champions, Engine, and DoorDash. So he'll have to use his YouTube check money to fund his fucking lucrative, disgusting habits. That's what he's saying here, folks. So your boy Dude is going to translate that post for you right there. You are fucking pitiful, Phil. If you don't work, you don't earn fucking cash. And you like to proclaim that this is your job, right? So if you don't work, you get 0. So to sit here and fucking post and beg for money for not doing anything is pathetic and trifling. You are trifling, Phil. Pathetic. I'm sure that when your dad, when his coworkers or friends or family say, hey, you have a son, right? You had a son named Phil. How's he doing? What's he been up to? I guarantee you his dad probably makes up a fucking story and says, oh, my son passed away in Desert Storm. I have no son. Because he's so embarrassed of the beggar loser that you are, Phil. So pathetic. And I'm pretty positive he's not fucking sick. Or if he is, it's just a mild sickness that he could sit there and just fucking stream. It's the cold season. Everyone has a fucking cold. I have a cold. It ain't the end of the fucking world. You take some medicine, you drink some water, and you be on with your fucking day. And if you don't, then you take off, you shut your shit off, you lay in bed, and you rest and you try to feel better. No. This motherfucker has to post on his community page, on his community tab, and let everyone know that this is a total disaster because he's gonna miss 2 streams. 2 streams! Pathetic, Phil. Pathetic. You are a loser, as you like to say, Phil. A loser. And to all you dents out there considering sending him money or tipping him, you're a bigger idiot and a bigger loser than Phil. You are. Because you're supporting this degenerate. And you know what makes a person that support a degenerate? You know what makes them? It makes them a bigger degenerate. That's right. And I'm looking at you, dense whales that feel the need to stick it to the trolls and give Phil money. Idiots. All of you. All of you. Anyway, that's all I have to say. If something changes, I'll let everyone know. But that's right, Phil is sick. The world is ending. It's a disaster. And the business may go out of business. That's right. Alrighty, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Peace out.
Base duty with the take. You know what my Theo theory might be? Here's the Theo theory. You know how someone asked him, like, well, what if I give you a bit of money and then you take a day off? And then his excuse was, well, then people will see that money that I made and then not donate. And then what if the guy responded like, Well, here's an idea. How about I give you the money to take a day off, but you pretend that you're sick? You pretend that the reason you're taking a day off is because you're sick. That way, the trolls won't make a video telling you about the money that you made. See, it ties in to what we're talking about. Some absolute based Kang. I did see this clip. Stood up during a Hillary rally and was like, what about Bill Clinton being on Epstein's flight logs? And the guy got dragged out.
Hey, Hillary, why'd your husband visit Epstein Island 26 times?
It's what she deserves. She deserves to be heckled because her husband is a fucking pedophile. Okay, let's do a quick poll. I've got a void shard. This has the chance of a rare, epic, or legendary. Let's see it end in absolute failure. It is a blue, the worst possible thing you can get. It's a reliquary tender, which is completely useless, and it's just gonna get fed to another champ to level them up. But let's see. I can, however, get a blue shard this way. There we go. I can pull this one. Let's see. Rare, epic, or legendary. What do we got? We got a blue, and it is a Hell Freak, which is a good champ, but I already have him. So, I mean, I have plenty of demon spawn anyway, so he can't even be used as like a demon spawn guardian. At least he can be used to upgrade the skills of my already existing Hell Freak. I think he's... I forgot what level he is. I think he's a level 40. And, yeah, there he is. Hell Freak. He has a really cool ability. He can swap his health with an enemy. Skills. Mind games. Attacks one enemy. It's a 50% chance of stealing all buffs. Or this one. Swap HP with an enemy that gains an extra turn. It's pretty useful. Did Ludwig take away your VIP yet? I don't know. I haven't checked. I'll just unfollowed and unsubbed from Twitch and YouTube. Oh, well, great. That's it for the Raid Shadow Legends. Check. I don't even know how VIP status works. So there's our 3D model. There's our DSP model. And I only did like half of the images. About, oh, wait, let me save this. Give me a second to save this before I do anything else. Let's see where will I save it. Let's see. I mean, for all I know, I'm banned from chat. New folder, new projects, 3D fill. Save that. 3D fill. It is a pretty accurate head shape, I think. It does... I mean, that's what the 3D has decided on. That's what his head shape is like. I'm not making this up. I tried to make it as accurate as I possibly could. It's the program that's like, he has this weird, oddly shaped head. That looks so bad. I'll have to clean it up. Why is it all just like... It's all blurry. Good for Left 4 Dead, I guess. I don't think anyone will look too closely. I don't know. I'll see what I can do with it. Let's see, blend shapes. I wonder if there's a way for the mouth to open. Narration load CSV, disable keyframes. Well, there's a thrown together automatically generated DSP head. Pretty goofy looking, huh? Can't wait for this appointment to be over with so I can eat. We got Raw Phil and someone became a member in chat. Clinton Hellberg, totally not an obvious sock account. I guess Meerkat can end his stream. I guess he might just watch old videos because DSP is not going to go live. Oh, this fucking dipshit's becoming members on his stream. He's not streaming today, so you showed up in chat to become a member. Like, you're not real, are you? You're just a fake person. You're just a sock account. Just lazy gaslighters trying to make people think his viewership is bigger than it actually is. Cookie Monster Mead. Let's watch that. Can the Cobra Meads get any worse? Well, hopefully this will ruin my appetite.
Granulated sugar, pure cane granulated sugar.
Wow. Look at the texture it generated.
That's not quite a...
Look at the texture it created. Wow, that's a thumbnail. I can go in and up the resolution of this, make it a little bit sharper. Oh, that's a horror story. That's a jump scare right there. Wow, 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 wow. It's pretty funny.
Full cup. I might have to open up another container of it. One
I'll save it.
And I drop it on the ground.
What?
One cup. And I drop.
Oh my god, you know we got sugar everywhere.
Drop it on the ground. That's alright, it happens.
No, it doesn't.
Cobra made a mess.
It doesn't when I do it.
And there's two
When I make my meat, I don't spill sugar everywhere.
I just grab the
Dude, can you believe that? Can you imagine just eating all of that? Because that's basically what he's doing. Is it just consuming all of that? Just a big jar of cookies and sugar.
vacuum cleaner and vacuum
How do you not-
this up real quick.
How do you not look at that and be like, you know what? Nah, I think I'm just gonna have an apple. No, he's like, I'm just gonna consume all of it. I'm just gonna eat all of it. I don't need
Keep
it
that
that
there just in
bad.
case we need to use it again. Durr.
Durr.
2 cups of sugar. Some chocolate chip cookies. We got some local hive Rocky Mountain honey, unfiltered and raw. We're gonna make a Cookie Monster mead. We got the cookies. Pour
They
that
posted
entire
it in the
container of
Discord.
honey in there. Yeah, Cobra's doing another mead recipe. Shocker. The fans sent me these big ass glass jars with airlocks. And I thought, what the hell? We should make another wine recipe. And no balloons this time. I actually have a fucking airlock. That'll make some of the professional winemakers a little more easy about me making this, I guess. All that honey's in there. Now we're gonna add a little something to spice it up.
What?
Some sliced jalapenos.
And then you put honey in it.
Costana, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Sliced jalapenos, pickled jalapeno peppers. Throw the whole damn can in there.
The 3D mask printer from Mission Impossible.
That's gonna be a spicy meatball. Get it all out of there.
What the fuck?
So that's looking pretty funky. We're gonna go ahead and stir that around.
Good news is I'm not hungry anymore.
Try to incorporate all the honey and the juice together. A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a nice profile on it. I got some of these damn bananas for a little bit of extra sweetness. That one went flying. We're not using that chunk. I mean, theoretically, if the yeast has sugar in a healthy environment and plenty of liquid to ferment and do its thing,
yeah, I think
you can't make alcohol.
I think those are like pickled carrots and with the jalapenos.
So I think throwing 2 bananas in there ain't gonna hurt. Because, you know, Cookie Monster's a little bananas. He is. That damn Cookie Monster is...
What? A jalapeno, banana...
A little bananas, YouTube. What do you
cookie.
think?
I mean, if
We're
you're
gonna add our sweetness to it.
trying not to eat food, this is the video you
regular
watch.
Green Monster.
Oh my god. Okay.
The original flavor.
Sure.
Will this make our wine caffeinated too? That's also what I gotta wonder, YouTube.
This is a war crime.
With it being Halloween season, we gotta do something ghoulish here.
It is very ghoulish.
Pour in 2 cans of it, see where we're at on the level with it.
Why don't you just
might be able to squeak 2.5 cans.
Just put one of those packets of ramen in there. Why not?
Trolls for sending me all these bananas and filtered water. This will make for a very clean mead. Although the flavor is a little funky. We don't want any more liquid in there. I think that's enough.
Delicious.
I cannot believe I'm making this into a mead flavor.
I can't
for
believe
your
it either.
Sick entertainment. Like, who the fuck puts jalapenos and bananas and Monster and honey and sugar and chocolate chip cookies?
A retard. That's who
into
does
a
that.
fucking mead. I mean, that's the kind of shit that I do for my channel, YouTube.
Huh? Oh my god.
Cookie Monster, Witch's Brew, whatever you want to call it. Halloween's almost upon us.
Ain't right. That boy ain't right.
Yeah, that's pretty mixed up, YouTube.
Ain't right.
Nope, it's all stirred.
Okay, this is some funky smelling wine, dude. Look at that.
What's the difference between wine
look
and
at
mead?
it, YouTube. So we're gonna grab 1 packet of our EC1118 champagne yeast, and we're just gonna throw it right in there. Get it in there, you son of a bitch. Excellent.
So mead is made from fermenting honey, water, and yeast, while wine is made from fermenting grapes and yeast. So to call it wine is completely off base because it's not made from grapes.
Now we're going to screw the lid back on nice and tight. And we're going to try to attach this damn airlock.
This is the difference between wine and mead. Mead with honey, 60% or more of fermentation from honey. Like, notice none of this is like cookies and jalapenos. It's not like he's treating his mead like it's an everyday sausage channel. Like you can just make mead out of anything, but you can't though. Well, I'm not hungry. That's a good thing, I guess. I wonder what Tevin's doing. We got Tevin and Marked One streaming. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that too. One of the videos was, it was an 8-minute long video, and it was called How to Make Mead in 8 Minutes. And I think Cobra saw that title of the video and was like, I can make mead in 8 minutes? Wow, that's fast. And it's like, no, the instructions tell you how to make the mead in 8 minutes. Like it takes 8 minutes to tell you how to make the mead. It doesn't mean it takes you 8 minutes to make the mead. I know it's complicated.
Told you, you're not gonna win. You just like food. Not even food. Just a part of the food chain. Just there. Until somebody feel like winning.
Classic moment. Is Tevin playing GTA? No. Best and worst of last gen, number 7.
Practice for these games on a competitive level in an online environment.
I guess we can rate Tevin.
Bro, he's saying this in 2013. He didn't believe that at all. What the fuck? Why are you lying?
Thanks for coming to the stream. It was a short one, but I wanted to stream anyways. Guess I got an appointment later. We did learn a little bit about how to make generated faces with just a bunch of images. That's pretty cool. I did learn something, and I might use this for something later, maybe like a mod or something. We learned that DSP skin is funny. That's true.
Whether it's underage kids playing mature-rated games that they shouldn't be playing, and
Oh my
slurring out
God.
racial slurs,
Oh
sexual
my
kinds
God.
of content, and obscenities
What?
non-stop through their headsets. Whether it
No.
was people finding ways to abuse gameplay that weren't
What?
even imagined by the creators.
Oh
People
my
basically
God.
Found a way to grief
Thank
the
you,
hell
everyone.
out of anyone who was trying to have
Thanks everyone who stopped by and hung out. May the good blood guide your way, everybody. Thank you, Newberg Mitch. Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Delorio. It started. Yeah, but it was a different one. Thank you, Lonely Sully. Thank you, Ivan Zephyr. Thank you, Pilot Jericho. Thank you, Red Animator. Thank you, Bearded Knight. Thank you, N7 Vicarian. Thank you, Sheer King. Thank you, Mayoitis. Thank you, Miss Shark. See you tomorrow. We'll get caught up on the shenanigans tomorrow. Hope everyone liked the animation. Go and check it out.
What are the odds he's actually sick?
Leave a comment. Tell me what you think.
You're gonna show us when he get back.
Happy eating. Yeah, I'm gonna have a big late lunch. Have a good one.
Not only do we have DSP's gaming powers, we have DSP himself.
Of all the snake clones I could have gotten, I get this functional retard.
And I get an LWO raid. Wow. Here at the worst time. I'm attempting to recover from the bad news of the guy being sick again. And this is basically how I feel.
Bye-bye.
No.
Dude, what
Cell
the fuck
phone
is that?
holder.